Futures back to the upside here once again this morning as we get going on Fed Minutes Day. We'll get the latest minutes from the FOMC meeting back in January coming up at 2 o'clock this afternoon. A bit of a look inside to see how much arguing there was before the last decision came through. We'll touch on that coming up. Before that, though, we are seeing a little bit of a bump in individual names across the board. Big deal or extension of a deal this morning with NVIDIA and Meta. We'll touch on both of those. Meta not doing a heck of a lot. It did bounce on this or got a nice pop on this after the close yesterday, but coming right back in. NVIDIA a little bit higher here this morning. Again, same story. Did get a nice pop after the close on this. Disregard that. Big red candle right now. Some D prints coming through. An extension of a deal on the chip side for both of those. We'll talk about that. Mark Zuckerberg going to be testifying today as well in this child addiction case when it comes to social media. So a little bit of back and forth as far as that is concerned. It's 13F season, so we got to look at what Berkshire was up to in the last quarter. They were selling. Apple, again, a little bit more of a trim for their position in Apple, but basically out of Amazon.
Exactly.
70, almost 80% of their position sold for Amazon. A little bit of a surprise.
One of the last moves, of course, for the OG Warren Buffett before he cedes the helm to Greg Abel. Obviously, one person's garbage, maybe another person's treasure. Bill Ackman looking at getting into Amazon. He's picking up some as well. So we'll get into that. Amazon breaking that aggressive down streak that it's on back above 200. Brendo trying to break through 204. Interesting look there. Tesla also in focus. They're not going to get suspended, or their sales are not going to be suspended in California as the regulator there gives them the nod with respect to advertising and FSD. Netflix, Warner Brothers, Paramount, Skydance back in focus.
Here we are again.
Yeah. Netflix giving Warner Brothers, allowance, so to speak, to entertain more offers from PSKY. We'll have to see how that does. SanDisk also down. What's it called? Western Digital removing some of their stake as well. Yeah,
an offering coming through on that as well, which was a bit of a surprise. A couple things with on the earnings front. This one, PanW, downside big time. We're actually rolling over a little bit right now. It did hold 150 at the bottom there for Palo Alto. Revenue higher, profit, a little bit of a issue there for PanW. The guidance a little bit soft as well. So it could be one to watch coming up today. There's a headline on Microsoft. I noticed though it wasn't really doing a heck of a lot up here with the overall market. Volume very low. This is 400, which was a bit of a shelf the past couple of days here for Microsoft, but having trouble with that. What do you think we're going to hear today from these FOMC minutes? I mean, there was a few more dissents, if I remember correctly. This is going back to January. So, I mean, it's very much hindsight at this point, but I mean, I don't think there's anything that could come from this that would be significant.
I mean, to be quite honest with you, it's becoming more of a divided Fed, right? It's still a chair-centric Fed.
Yeah.
So, make of that what you will. But obviously, differing opinions kind of could fester behind the scenes. And so I'd like to see which ones were more worried about jobs, which ones were more worried about the actual inflation print still not being at that target of 2%, and exactly, what kind of compromises they were making in between. So it's going to be interesting to see, but I feel like a lot of this is moot. Right?
Exactly.
Because we're coming to that, we're a lot closer to May, right, than we were when we were discussing the original change. But Brendo, you got to figure we get in a new Fed, and he's got President Trump's agenda at the fore. What do they do?
But if you consider exactly what you're saying, it's a very split Fed. Everyone on Warsh's side, if you want to call it that,
sure,
and everyone on Powell's side, they're going to play the team game until May. So
feels like that.
To your point, it's probably going to be an absolute nothing burger ahead of that. So we'll see what happens at 2 o'clock. Could be absolutely nothing. Could be interesting, but that's coming up later this afternoon. As far as themes today, we'll touch on some of these mining moves over the past couple of days as well. Raheem's coming up at 8:30. Is going to continue the conversation on gold and silver. I noticed both were downside here a little bit today. Silver leaking, getting under some key support areas on a higher time frame. So maybe that trade comes back into play. We'll talk to him coming up at 8:30, guys. Good morning.
Good morning. And maybe not the best morning for Palo Alto shareholders, but the good news The good news is if you look at the guidance, everyone's looking at the EPS guidance, and there was a couple items there that maybe had the guide out of whack, but it was actually a pretty good revenue guide. But like all other tech names, doesn't matter, your report, you're gonna go down. And it was the patented pop and drop, so I feel like we're a broken record about these earnings, but another pop and drop here for Palo Alto. They're at a pretty key level on the daily that does bear watching. So look, there's individual names to look at today. I think some themes from yesterday that you saw. Tech managed to rally and look pretty good. Crypto didn't really do much of anything. While we had a rebound in tech names, you have names like Palantir, which had a nice double bottom last week and rallied most of the day. Another gap up today. There is a bit of a catalyst here for them as well, but reality is I think you're just getting some continuation for a few names, not all that are bouncing. And Apple had a big day yesterday. Nvidia's up a couple of points. That's looking like it wants to retest those 90s. Yeah, so there's going to be some stuff to watch. We'll see what happens at 2 o'clock with the Fed minutes. But we're not getting a cut in March, so I guess we're looking to see the likelihood of the mid-year. Are we still looking at 2, just more than 2? I don't think that'll. I don't want to call it a nothing burger, but I guess I'm calling it a potential nothing burger. Don't think it'll necessarily move the markets. But one thing to keep the eyes on: there are tensions in Iran. There's talk of that there could be an escalation of that conflict. So, if you're trading oil and looking at oil prices, you really do need to keep your ear to the ground, as that story is still unfolding. Yep, going to be a lot to watch. I think we have Raheem coming today, although we're currently getting it's pretty already started. We're getting like a bit of freezing rain in the city.
And it's supposed to be 10 to 20 centimeters of snow.
And then snow later. Like it starts with a freezing rain, then you get the snow after.
I think it's starting now.
It's going to be a bit of a mess today in the city.
Yeah, it was nice to come in and have no bad weather on the drive in, but apparently it started freezing rain and everything, so it's going to be a problem. Yeah, no, look, I mean, I don't know. I've been saying long NVIDIA here heading into the report, which is next Wednesday. And then now they get a partnership there, AI partnership with Meta. So that's great. So now we're going to watch out for NVIDIA. It's going to be on here, traded. Hopefully a big trade today for NVIDIA. Well, I mean, I want to be long. It's already up 2%, so it's already kind of kicking up here. 2% on this $4 trillion company is big, right? So the market cap already today, quite nice. We'll see if it can get going through this 189.20 area. And yeah, I like the fact that Tesla sort of avoids that 30-day suspension. They're removing the autopilot classification, and California is happy with that. So all roads ahead for Tesla. 0.4, not really doing too much, kind of with the market there. Yeah, I was looking at, I'm just writing down silver right here today as well, because starting to battle back a little bit here, up 3.6%. And generally speaking, when silver's up, sure, it'll play around in this area, but I do want to watch VWAP. I do want to watch a long bid today for SLV, and just thinking, and we talked about it yesterday, right? What's going to happen when it breaks that area? Well, I think today it's trying to run away from that just a little bit here. So we do have our good outs if we do get into 64, 65. So there's going to be lots of opportunity here to trade this name. And silver, I like it there today. I'm not as excited. I know, our thumbnail is talking about Fed minutes and all this kind of stuff. It's never really a needle mover, but as these guys are saying, today we could get a little bit of talk, especially with a new Fed chair coming in. Lisa Cook's situation still up in the air. And it's always nice to see the dissents and all that kind of stuff, and who they were and what they were talking about, so we can get a better idea of what the future looks like here. And maybe there's some talk about AI, and who knows? We'll see. Broken down regionally, we'll see what's going on there as well. VHub. I just saw launch something, VHub. Is it doing anything today? No, 3. So this is not doing anything, 47,000. This was a mover there yesterday. Yeah. VenHub announced global launches automated shelf stocking system.
That's the one with the just absurd chart, like the
Nothing
daily
going on today.
VHub.
Yes.
Where it basically debuted, and
that's what I didn't understand about that debut. That was a crazy one.
Insane. It doesn't get any uglier than that. And then it had kind of like a bunch of pump and dumps yesterday, pumped up, and actually still holding some of the gains. But you know what is a small capper that is going to be in play today? Ondas. ONDS was on an absolute tear in the afternoon, broke through $10, right, well, through 980 first, which is a key level, through $10, and now it's going to challenge the 50 on the daily here, 50 period simple moving average on the daily. So this small capper is in play. If it retests this prior, I kind of have like a range, like $9.80 to $10, I think can be a nice little buy zone. Back into the close, back into this prior high, if we can't just clean break out this local top. So yeah, there's gonna be some small cappers in play. ONDS got some good volume with it as well. So should be an interesting one. I'm pretty sure Sharif will like ONDS today. It's gapped higher. It's above VWAP. It's usually in the wheelhouse. There's always, yesterday you had a few that died really quickly, like Rhyme, where they just pop. Let's see if there'll be some better ones.
Hopefully, Neil. We'll keep definitely an eye on ONDS. It is, as you were mentioning, coming into some critical levels. That 10.5 is an important level, 10 to 10.5. And the reason is a lot of interactions with this, Brendo. Back in late January, we're using 10, 10.5 as support. We lose it quite aggressively, all the way down into that 7 2/3. And then look at this, lo and behold, we work our way up to 10. We're struggling with 10. So this 10 and 10.5 area is definitely going to be one that I keep my eye on. But I do like the uptrend ever since the lows that we put in on the 5th of February. It has been putting in higher lows, but still struggling with that same level.
Yeah, another one pretty strong here so far this morning. Palantir with a nice upgrade from Mizuho coming through. 195 on the price target for this. Yeah, it's at 137 if you haven't checked this morning. So a nice gap up 2 days in a row here. Nice strong price action anyways. Finally getting a bit of a turn here for PLTR. That's $60 higher for the price target here on from Mizuho.
That's a nice little premium there, Brendo. But as all these other software stocks, as we've been watching the last couple of weeks, whatever you want to call it, software Armageddon, the Armageddon of software, the Armageddon of SaaS. I'm sure there's a funny, mix of words that we can through. Exactly, SaaS-mageddon. A lot of what Palantir's AIP system, let's just be honest, right? It goes into your computer, it learns how you function, the inefficiencies, it identifies inefficiencies, it shows you how to be a little bit more efficient. But you were experimenting with something very similar on the weekend, lovingly called Claudebot or whatever they're calling it now.
OpenClaw.
OpenClaw, sorry, I wasn't down with the new lingo. No, but seriously though, isn't it exactly, not exact, but it goes into your computer, it understands what you're doing, right? It starts doing it on your behalf and makes efficiencies very, very apparent. And this concerns me about these type of names that are just ripe for disruption, because they're ripe for disruption now, not into the future.
Yeah, right? I mean, Palantir might be a little bit different from the defense standpoint, but the base technology, I mean, you're absolutely right. I dug into it a little bit further yesterday on the OpenClaw side of things, and there's tons of them. There's another one that's called Agent Zero. I've never heard of before, but it operates on the same premise. You install it on your machine itself, and it basically is learning technology as you continue to do your work. But you're absolutely right. I mean, I think it's the rate at which this continues to develop and progress is just staggering. So I mean, I don't think we're there yet because there's a lot of limitations with, from my perspective anyways, if you're not running OpenClaw on something that's server-based or on all the time, it seems kind of useless. Like you have to be able to, A, make sure it's doing what you're telling it to, and B, it can never go down.
Exactly.
But from what I was reading yesterday, there are other options and other alternatives that have the ability to store memory or have memory files and store your instructions a little bit better than that one does.
Well, that's interesting, but that's obviously going to be the natural extension of that and the security that we've seen. Obviously, subject to prompt injections from foreign actors online. That obviously needs to be shored up if we're going to trust it with any sort of information. But here's what Mizuho was saying, just to bring it back to Palantir. They upgraded Palantir to outperform from neutral for whatever reason, with a $195 price target, reflecting renewed confidence after a recent multiple compression. Its analyst Greg Moskowitz out at Mizuho, he previously warned about potential multiple reversion, but he now sees the D rating largely complete. The risk to reward setup, according to him, is more attractive at current levels.
From a higher view on this, it's interesting. This whole technology is really interesting because it's almost the output that has become more resourceful and more useful in a sense versus the actual model itself.
That's actually
because the output is utilizing the model to produce exactly what you are telling it to. So everyone was kind of sitting around thinking that, oh, we're waiting for the models to become, super intelligent and start communicating with each other. But it's actually the output that seems to be moving further in that direction. So, I mean, it's unbelievable what you can do with this thing. I mean, talking to it on WhatsApp or on Google Chat or just like it's a human being. Like,
hold on. So you can be remote. Your computer's at home.
Yeah.
It's running. What are they called? OpenClaw.
OpenClaw.
Right. And then so you send it a text via WhatsApp.
Yeah.
And you give it instructions, and then it follows the instructions.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
And then,
I didn't even know it did.
And then when it's done, it sends you the finished product in that same that same chat.
Who needs a first year?
No, it's exactly. It's like you have a little digital assistant that's just
I didn't know that.
Works 24/7, just does whatever you tell it to. So, I mean, again, I think it's very, very early, but you can see the direction that this is heading is just unbelievable. But anyways. A whole bunch there, guys. OpenAI, there was a couple of headlines on that this morning as well. They actually, if you missed it yesterday, Sam Altman came out on Sunday, I think it was, late Sunday, and said they were bringing this guy on, the creator of OpenClaw, and they had hired him. So I read yesterday, though, that OpenClaw itself was going to remain an independent foundation because that was his wishes, and he wants it to remain open source because it's open source right now. It's completely free.
Yeah.
Anyone can utilize it, but I'm sure they end up with something similar in the near future.
Yeah, like one of the cool things, I know you were sort of saying the whole, it sucks for Claude, you have to leave it on, but you think about the real implications of that. Your growth is the first going to be like an enterprise, right?
I can't think of what I'd use it for.
Well, it depends on what your job would be. Like for my wife, where you're always going to be, like she works from home like 2-3 days a week and you're going through a lot of data and it's on the PC, like leaving it on and then being able to like have it run a task data sorting while you're out shopping or whatnot, and then it can kind of punch you the results and maybe you fire that off.
It seems like things like that are so easy to do, and
don't get me wrong, like it's like right now for the everyday person, I don't know that those uses would be that huge.
Right.
But there are certain jobs where it would make some sense, and I think it's more just the fact that like right now everyone is in this wow stage of like discovering, oh my goodness, how cool and groundbreaking it's going to be. And understanding that it is going to be disruptive, but it's like, how fast will it be? And I feel like there's a lot of throwing stuff out that is like, oh no, Palantir is going to get completely disrupted. Every single software name is going to get completely disrupted. That's probably not going to be the case. I think it'll be easier to try to find the names that do have a stronger ability to adapt and moat around them, as opposed to who's going to get thrown out with the bathwater. Like, and the government's usually historically pretty slow to react, if we're being real. That being said, if we just go back to brass tacks on Palantir for a quick little second, because I think like yesterday we're talking about this double bottom. It didn't do a real, I'm not calling this a real breakout over Friday's high yesterday, so we're gapping above it now, but the breakout really didn't materialize until we get this gap. So I'm still thinking pull back, hold a prior day high, like that kind of a dip and rip story. If that's going to be the case, maybe we don't even dip, but that 134 is the prior day high. And then there's this 138, which could just clean break with room to 140. So there's a lot out there. There's a lot out there that I think in terms of day two play doesn't really count because it wasn't like earnings or anything. But call it a continuation play on this bounce that are set up pretty well. I know a lot of times we sound a little bit bearish, but there was a question just now in the chat. Where is it? Someone asked, how do you think OpenClaw will change trading? I'll tell you this, almost all the traders I talk to, they now use AI in some form to curate what stocks they're going to look at, to go over their results on different strategies, to figure out like certain like fundamental metrics that are pretty simple. Like an example, like I used to have this like complicated spreadsheet that I used for like figuring out fair values of buyout. It's such a joke now because I can literally just I can just be like, this is the article, give me the, like I don't even have to do any work. I just tell them when the expected close is, and then you tell me what the fair value is right now. It's silly.
Yeah, I don't.
There's little things in there that all traders are using, but I think going over your data, like your trading data in terms of what's working and what's not, is the one that I hear the most.
Yeah, like how we're trading here, like I know less than a handful of traders that actually make money doing what I'm showing you every day. So most of the traders right now are using some sort of algo, and you could see that. I mean, even just looking and always seeing all these prints in between and all these dark pools, everything like that. So this is a very, very tough sort of thing to do in the minute. I think if you're like an investor or a swing trader or something like that, then all this little noise that's in between, that really where some of the high frequency trading and this technology really benefits, doesn't, as far as swing trading is concerned or larger time frames, I think you're at a little bit more of an advantage to be able to, like we were saying, back test off of some technical indicators or something like that. But, within the seconds and minutes, sometimes that's extremely difficult to do. And I think that's where AI and some of these fast, quick order entry machines and stuff like that really get benefits, and that's the whole thing. Palantir just got another deal with Rackspace right now, by the way. So yeah, look, Palantir is going to be one of the top plays for me today. I mean, finally you're getting that upgrade. And I had said that I don't want to dip by this until we get into 90 or $100, like down into this area right there, which is exactly 100. So we stop 30% away from that, now get a little bit of an upside tick here. Look, we already talked about, in the note, in our watch list, it's talking about improved margin, scalability, a wider moat as far as, not residential, commercial versus governmental contracts. And so Palantir does have, Karp loved the quarter and everything. It got hit in SaaSmageddon over there, thanks to Brendan for that one. And I just think that, like, part of that is what it is, and it's a reweighting of a lot of the names in the space. We saw the IGV yesterday down with 2.3% or something, and probably kicking back up there today. But then, like, you get a name like Palo Alto, that guided lower. So obviously they're seeing something potentially. It's nice to see this maybe going up today. But this is the software basket. And you can go check out all the stocks that are in here. This has been absolutely destroyed over the last month or so, going from let's call it 110 down to $80. Like, this is a big basket of stocks. But what I was getting at there with Palo Alto is they guided lower. And their quarter now was good. So some of this, I wonder if it's just like a little bit of a fear thing where they're very uncertain of what this whole AI revolution will do to their stock or to their business. So they are a little sort of kitchen sinking it a little bit now, just in case, the worst is around the corner. But, like, I just don't see, if you're a multi-billion, trillion-dollar company to some extent, you're not gonna, you have to protect your data. And PanW, CrowdStrike, Zscaler, like, all of these stocks need to have a place, I believe, in a longer term portfolio, because, like,
PanW's they made an acquisition this morning of an Israeli company to integrate AI agents, because they understand that truth. And the thing, the baby with the bathwater thing makes a lot of sense, because when you think about what's going on, there's a big difference between using and housing data still needs to be done. Like, all of these firms, like, that's great. The software that you might use to analyze, the software that you might use to spit out whatever it is that you need, that's one thing. But you still, like, there's still needs to be housing data, and there's software for that, and then there's cybersecurity for that. That's still an integral part of the game. Like, think of a big insurance company. That part of it's not getting disrupted. It's like this weird umbrella is supposed to take everybody down. So, look, don't get me wrong. Like, I like PanW. I like the acquisition. They closed one acquisition and they made a smaller one here today, understanding that
you're just below the tariff tantrum area.
That's the crazy thing. The fact that you have a company like that back at the tariff tantrum levels is maybe a little surprising. That's probably the best way to think about it.
Yeah, we are, I've always said it, shout out to 1320 Wolf there about the 3-day rule. Yeah, you don't need to go in now. We did the 3-day rule on Lululemon. It was amazing. We talked about it on Intel. We talked about that, So it's just like, I still think there's unfortunately a little more downside to come right here. So I would watch it break the 150 level and then see what winds up happening there, because it is at a great level to think about buying it, right? I mean, you just come all the way back to, this is, as I was saying, the tariff levels. There's April right there. So you're right at these levels. Again, I know our charts don't do it justice because of that move there, but let me just look here on PanW on a daily chart just to see how far back this level does actually go right now. So now you're into 150. So yeah, it gets pretty nasty. There's actually not that much there at all besides this move down. And that wick is 144. So I would say like, yeah, that's probably potentially where we're going right there. And that's why here, CIBR, this is the ETF that I've talked about numerous times on the show here. So if you look in right here, nice little destruction of this ETF as well over the last couple months, getting you into a decent level today where potentially you want to buy the basket. So CIBR, cybersecurity. We're excited, man. We're a couple minutes away. We should have, like you're saying, a weather pending. We should have Raheem come through.
Hopefully.
And that should be happening very, very shortly. So yeah,
we also have there's some data this morning because it's already 8:26. Oh my goodness! And we got building permits in a few minutes, and then we've got housing starts as well, and durable goods. There's a few data points that are going to be coming through in literally 4 minutes. For some reason, I'm thinking, we got like 10 minutes until
8:30 right now.
But we have only a few minutes, and then we'll get some data, and then of course, there's Fed speak before we get to the Fed meeting minutes at 2 o'clock. It's Bowman will be talking at 1. There's a 20-year note auction, but most of the numbers are coming in just a couple of minutes, and we'll get those to you. Hopefully, Raheem will be through as well. And hey, you know what I love to see? I love when we have activity in the chat, and people are adhering to our request that you use that $. I saw in the chat, SNDK, short, with a few puke emojis.
Yeah, I believe that.
So it's down 3.5%. It was an offering for these guys, but do remember, if you don't have to put puke emojis, you can just be interested in a ticker. And when you are interested in a ticker, let's just throw, I don't want to put PanW or Palo Alto or Palantir because we were just talking about those. So I'll throw in like ONDS. Whoops, I made a typo. ONDS. And if you're in the chat right now and you're interested in a symbol, or you're watching something, you think we should be looking at something, or you want us to talk about something, then go $ and that ticker. There's APLD, there is SNDK, Palantir shows up. Right now, NVIDIA leads the way, Palantir number 2, PanW 3. No surprises whatsoever. Hey, somebody cares about Wingstop. At least one.
Yeah, Ramin.
14% after earnings. Ramin is all about the wings.
He loves your wings.
We haven't ordered wings in a while. Although I suppose,
we just make them.
Yeah, it's one of those, the lunches, when you get the lunch here, we don't always order out, but the next holiday, when they're not delivering us the food, maybe we should get wings again.
We did get
We got a huge wings order one time, but they didn't label it properly, and it was,
you mean here, yeah.
utter mess. Trying to make sure, because we had like a dozen orders of wings, everyone had a different thing, and
I thought they were labeled, but they were.
No, they didn't label.
No, they didn't label.
It's not a big deal. Like it wasn't the end of the world. We did the tacos, the same thing happened. But with only a couple of minutes to go till some data, we'll go back up to the desk, get you the numbers, and hopefully we'll have Raheem a bit later.
All right, Shreve and I were just talking about this one as well. A bit of a surprise from Berkshire, NYT being added to the tune of 300 or so million on the long side of things. And if you zoom out, that's a weekly chart for New York Times since 2023. I mean, this thing's more than double.
Yeah.
For the New York Times. This is a newspaper we're talking about right now?
How are they making money again? Is it subscribers? Is it advertising?
Must be.
It's been a hell of a story here, guys. So I was just doing, to mention what Brenda was just saying there. Sorry, this is not the right one. NYT is the ticker. I'm typing NYT. Sorry, here it is. This was very surprising to me because they have a double bottom in the end of the 2022 sell-off, October 2022, when we started making highs. Yeah. If you take that double bottom, Brendo, and you take it to the price spike up this morning, we're up 170%. Right, and that's not something that I would have pegged. And so obviously Berkshire Hathaway selling some of their Apple stake, selling some of their Amazon stake, and one of the main things, and one of the last possible moves here for the old man, we're talking of course about Warren Buffett, is to get into New York Times. And what a level. And that was a clean breakout too, Breno. I don't know if you had a look at this, but that $55 to $60 level was a bit of a hard level to pass and cleared it pretty easily the last few weeks.
It's one of those stocks, and we were talking about this at the beginning of the week, where it's something you would least expect doing very, very well this year. And here we are talking about the New York Times, which is wild.
And I totally forgot about this. Remember how many deals they struck with these LLM companies so that they could train off
selling
their data?
Information,
and they were litigating with them. I think OpenAI was one of the first companies they took to court. And basically, it's almost like a Reddit situation, right? Where you're just licensing your data, licensing your information off which to train. That couldn't be better for these models. And if you look at where the breakout was, 2020, I think October, November 2022 is when we got chat, right? And then 2023 was the breakout craze for AI. And look at the chart since that time.
Who has benefited? Just getting some of this data coming through here right now. Durable goods for December on the month-over-month side of things, negative 1.4%. The consensus positive, or that was the prior, 5.3% was the prior. Consensus was negative 3.4%, so a little bit better than expected. Housing starts for December, 1.4 million versus 1.3 expected on that number. This is trickling in very, very slowly. Housing starts for November just coming through, 1.32 million, 1.27 was the number on that. Building permits, 1.448. For December, for November, 1.38. None of this is going to matter for the market overall, but big data dump here, guys, on the housing side of things coming through.
It's not really doing too much to the market here at all. The Nasdaq, a little bit of a bump up right there. I mean, housing names don't really move too much on this. Lennar. Well, look at the spread. The spread is $6 right now. So yeah, absolutely nothing going on right here for that. Yeah, when you talked about NYT, immediately you nailed what I was thinking about, Sharif, there, and that was just the fact that these large language models pay for data, right? And so as we get more and more justifiable data, you're looking for reasonable articles, potentially vetted places, and I guess New York Times there. Interesting because, I mean, it's been doing quite awesome there since November. Like we talked about NVIDIA basically being at the same price, it's been for the last 8 months. Well, if you switched over your favor to NYT back in May, you'd be $52 to $75. So you'd be getting a 50% increase right there. Meanwhile, a lot of these tech names sit there and do nothing. So it's just another story of another name working in a space that you might have not thought about, right? And that's kind of a reason why I like Reddit, at some of these levels as well. I mean, this name obviously goes like crazy volatile, and I was always thinking that Reddit had some levers to pull as well as far as these LLMs are concerned. So this is, if you're looking at Reddit right now, this is at a decent level as well, dropping from 260 down to 140. Like wow, right there for RDDT. So I think there's room in people's portfolios for some Reddit as well. So I like these sort of content plays. I think that's what we're looking for these days in the space is to create more, vetted content for these LLMs, because most people, like I said, I have no idea how I'd use OpenClaw unless it was to learn how to trade. So I would just use LLMs for those kind of reasons, ask it how to do things and things like that. So I don't know.
Well, it's 100%. Like if you sort of think about, like Reddit's a curious one because it's getting beaten up so badly despite that. But to your point about like the New York Times, I think the best way to think about it when we look at this whole circumstance of like NVIDIA can't get through 192 or whatever, and it's been going sideways for a while, and you have so many aspects of the market which are going up, and so many stocks that look fantastic on trends, whether it is Walmart or New York Times or Caterpillar or energy names. Like there's so many out there. It just comes down to, well, if you're heavy in tech, just have a couple of other things in your portfolio that are performing well. And I just saw in the chat someone was asking about silver today. And it's interesting, like today I didn't have silver on the note because I felt like we were in the middle of nowhere on SLV. Like you're literally gapped between Friday and yesterday's trade, right in the middle of this little precipice. But if we got up to the tops, like Friday's highs in here where the resistance was, I'd probably look for a mean reversion play and then try to, like at that point, Like if there'd probably be some play where it's trending up, and therefore ZLS would be trending down into this support level at about I think we had, this long on Friday was pretty good off of about 240. So I think if we got down here on ZSL or meaning up there on silver at 71, a mean reversion would look like a bit of a play there. But it's nowhere close. It's diddling in the middle, which is why it wasn't on the note for me. Oh, we got a super chat. Nick Dubs.
Oh, good.
We got a super chat in here. I'm on the wrong page, so let's see if I can quickly find it. And I'm there. So let's throw it up for everybody to see. Nick W says, Sean or Neil, could you analyze swing trade on Astera Labs? You've been looking to short it down to 100 to the 95 level, looking to short Palantir to 100. Well, Astera we have a key for what's going on in Astera Labs. And this isn't one of those, okay, we're pulling up the chart and it's not really a flat bottom. No, this one was. It gapped through a support level. So, I mean, obviously, Nick W., I feel like we always know what you're getting at here. So pretty significant level around this 140. There was a prior high in 2024. You gapped underneath, and now you're consolidating for trend down. It lost to 50. It lost to 200. It just looks like a trend trade. Again, we're not here to give anybody advice, but all I can tell you is if I see a flat top break, we think continuation on stocks that are strong, right? Like it's a pretty standard thing. It kind of goes to the same point if you're looking underneath. It's not doing anything today. Like I don't think anyone's hyped to day trade A-Lab without a particular catalyst today, but not a good look, and certainly a flat bottom break off that 140. And anytime you're under that 50 and the 200 period moving average, and you've just recently done so, some momentum, as it's an out of favor name as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think shorting the idea of shorting Palantir makes sense. I mean, it's been beat up for a very, very long time, obviously there, and continues to make lower. I mean, today you get the upgrade, so today obviously I think that could change. I don't think I would look to short it until it breaks this 125, just for myself. Like, I just don't know if this is a temporary bottom it depends on how long you're looking out for. But, for me, I think it's a risk to short now, considering it's now had 3 days, upside. So if you're looking to get short, I mean, I would wait to short it at some sort of a resistance level, right? Which maybe this 150 or so. And we could get to 150 tomorrow. If this is a good stock today, it could wind up in the 140s, mid 140s today. And then, tomorrow you'd be at a spot. So I think if you're going to give it a day, unless you really think the market is just fugazi right now and is going to turn around, Palantir will follow it back down. It's just today, after yesterday, was a nice rebound day yesterday. Seems like today Palantir is obviously catching some wind. So I would, for me on that one, I think there's weaker names. Like, you could look over. I mean, Palo Alto will be a tough one because of the volatility. But, a Meta or a Microsoft or something like that really hasn't bounced yet, that might be a good spot instead of a PLTR. And you've already got a good one there with Astera and everything. So. But yeah, I see Raheem's getting ready to come through. It's going to be interesting to talk about some of these metals, and especially with silver today was up 3 or 4%, so that was nice. We'll see what that means to the Canadian landscape. We do have the tariff talks going to be happening soon as well. So the Supreme Court going to come in and make their decisions on tariffs, hopefully in the next couple of days. Yeah, hopefully. Who knows if that's actually going to happen or not? But anyways. We're getting ready. You can see in the background there with Brendo and Raheem. Looks like it's going to be a good one there. It's 8:40 already.
Got the tie.
It was Western omelets for lunch there today.
And we got some breakfast.
Or for breakfast.
We got sausages as well,
for
right?
lunch.
So
yeah.
You got to keep it. You got to keep that protein in there. But also, speaking about the miners, you have PA. A few miners are actually reporting this week. We get Pan American.
Ooh, Randy.
Bell
Thank you
today.
for the bananas.
And today we actually get bananas, which we didn't have yesterday. Thanks, Randy. Appreciate you. So
thank you, Randy.
You also have to get your potassium apparently as well.
He's made his.
My daughter recently said, "I'm no longer eating bananas because I hear they attract it's like bees and hornets or whatever."
Bees? Okay.
I don't know. It's something, but and I said to her, I'm like, first of all, it's winter, so like get that out of here.
Right.
I'm like, that's a complete rejection. You know that's nonsense because it's winter. And B, that only matters if we go hiking or camping. So if you want to tell me you're not eating bananas, which we don't even take when we go camping.
I think like it'd be like a sweet thing, like an orange or an apple or something. Like I'm.
You know what? My wife said she said it was true, so I just kind of was like, fine. I didn't look it up. I didn't.
Yeah, I'm sure it's true.
If it's true, if it's not true, somebody here in the chat will probably tell me right now that it's utter nonsense. But last time I checked, if I don't wear a mosquito repellent, they kill me anyways. So it doesn't, like, I'm one of, like, I don't know what it is, but some people just attract them. And if there's mosquitoes around, I'm getting smoked. If there's bees, they're always all over me, and is what it is. So I'm one of those. But I do see our good friend. I don't know if we're ready to go.
We are, I
but
think.
he's right behind us. I can't hide the fact that Raheem is locked and loaded and ready to go. So let's get to the desk with Raheem, Alani, and Brendan.
He has arrived safely, and it wasn't too bad of a drive this morning.
All good.
The shortest drive in the world tends to be the longest in this city.
I will get back to walking. I'll start doing the walk again at some point.
I can't wait until there's less snow, but anyway. Let's touch on, from a high level here, just to start things off, what these metals have done over the past couple of weeks, because we are starting to see maybe some cracks once again.
Yep.
Silver looks like it's rolling over a little bit. Gold looks like it's maybe rolling over a little bit. Copper is probably holding up the better of the three. Right now, this was such a wild move higher. Some consolidation potentially needed here.
Yeah, and that's completely the thing. It's you can't just keep having, like we talked about literally 2 weeks ago when I was here, you can't just keep having highs that see highs, that see highs, that see highs. These retrenchments are necessary in any market to have kind of just a normal flow. And what they're predicated on is, you know, some guy sends a tweet, some guy has a this, some guy has a that. So they're predicated on different things, of course, but there are fundamentals behind some of these things. So if you look at gold, you look at silver, you look at copper, each of them, like we've talked about, you know, we're not going to go into it. We've talked about it 1,000 times. Each of them has a different base case, right? And so if you believe in storage of value, you go with gold. You believe silver has a use or a value, you go silver. And then copper is going to be what we're going to need to build everything in the future on, whether you believe in electrification, whether you're on the AI trade. All of these minerals will play a role, and that's why you see countries that are now coming together and saying, we're going to put money into these things. And we were chatting about it off camera. How many people are now talking to me as if they are critical minerals specialists and telling me things? And I'm like, oh yeah, I've heard a little bit about it. And then I just mentioned, like, I do come on here to talk about it in great detail. And then, oh, you might know a little bit more than me. And
Resources.
A little bit. So it's always interesting.
And then on top of that, we add the fact that the U.S. government is throwing all kinds of money towards this as well with this Project Vault. I mean, there's a DOE, DOD. The list goes on as far as deals go to fund this investment. If you had to point towards, you know, one or two areas to benefit here, what would those be?
Yeah, no, it is wonderful to see that governments are now putting in real monies. And like we've talked about, whether it was with oil in Venezuela, and just the amounts that we're now talking about are so minuscule in the grand scheme of things. They are big numbers. If you talk to a Canadian company and say, Exim's going to give you 220 million, or DOE or Department of War is going to be 30, 40, 50 million. These are big numbers to us here sitting in Canada, but to Americans who want to secure assets and properties and things of that nature, these numbers are so small. They're just kind of little rounding errors, which is great to see that kind of money is being pumped into the mining space. So like I've talked about here 1,000 times, closeology, if you see an asset in, say, Arizona that's getting DOE or Department of War or Exim Bank funding and it's a particular commodity, then just look in that neighborhood. Because all of those neighbors will all be doing the same thing. They'll all be hitting up their same congressmen, the same lobbyists doing the same thing. Second is particular commodity. So if you're seeing that, you know, 2 or 3 or 4 of these agencies are putting money particularly into wolframite or into tungsten, then look at other tungsten assets that are in jurisdictions that are friendly to the country's putting money out.
The trade conversation or trade deal conversation has taken a bit of a backseat over the past couple of weeks, it feels like anyways. Big one announced yesterday with the U.S. and Japan. More investment coming from Japan into the U.S. for this purpose as well.
Yeah, so Japan just yesterday announced $36 billion going into oil and gas and into critical minerals. So we're going to see more money coming into coming from countries. But the other thing that will be interesting to see is this money specifically for assets in the U.S., or will it be to U.S. friendly, that 55 country consortium? Will it be also to those? So that's the answer we don't know yet.
Right.
And I think that'll be the really interesting tell, because for the first time a couple of weeks ago, the U.S. put money into non-U.S. assets. So they invested into a big tin asset in England. They put a couple $100 million there. And like I mentioned before, France was going around putting money into non-French countries for critical mineral supply. So I think it'll be interesting to see which countries now they go to. And I don't know where Canada fits into that spectrum.
Maybe we hear about this when they get into this renegotiation of the North American.
Might be a small little detail to talk about, because just mining, Canada is so mining centric, and it is the place. And for Canada to be left off that 55 country list a couple of weeks ago is kind of, I wouldn't say, it shouldn't laugh. It is a little laughable, because you find an asset in a country that you like, more than likely it's listed here. So you're going to have to deal with a Canadian company at some point. So we're not really going to have, I don't know why we're even pretending that we have a choice in the matter. Just get in line and just dance. But anyway, what do I know?
I mean, but when it comes to this negotiation that's just around the corner here, an asset of that value that we have has to be something that, is in offer or is used as a tool.
It's a tool.
In some sort of deal.
100% will be. We're not in those rooms to have those conversations, but and Ontario, again, I'm very happy to see what the Ontario government's doing, putting a lot of money out. But you're going to need to work with some of these U.S. groups on some of these assets. Like, the infrastructure is going to be important. Infrastructure is going to be generally Canadian-led, provincial-led. That's fine and fair. But these assets that need real money, sure, we'll get some from Canada. But if you can plug into some of this U.S. money, I think that's going to be the place to go.
All right. Last time you were here, we were touching a little bit on the royalty side of things, both on the gold and other metals. I mean, there's different places you can look at. WPM, one that you brought here this morning, dual listed, both sides of the border here. This is the TSX version of this here in Toronto. It's interesting. I had the chart of silver up and then flipped to this.
It's very
nothing changed.
It is a line by line.
Yeah.
And the only reason I brought that one up, and we're going to talk about a few different ones here today. Today's kind of a hodgepodge leading into the big mining conference that's coming. Just because this one was interesting, $4.3 billion they're putting out. They're putting out 1.9 roughly in cash, 2.4 in a variety of loans. And they're putting this money in, and the way royalties work, just very quickly, is it allows you to take the benefit of the production. So Company X is going to produce silver. You're going to get essentially the royalty on that sale of silver. You don't have to take the development risk, the exposure, any of that, but you also don't get the upside on. We just happen to find an amazing asset over there that's going to grow our resource base, right? So if you want to offset your risk, that's an interesting way to play it. The fact that they just announced a $4.3 billion purchase. And some of these silver guys, I mean, you look at where their financials were a year ago and where they are now. It's going to be exponentially different simply because the price of silver has gone in that trajectory.
For someone looking at something like this as an idea, like I said, the price action mirrors exactly what the underlying is doing. How much then do the fundamentals of the actual company come into play?
So with the royalty companies, so like as an example with WPM, their deal is with on an asset. The big deal they just announced on it is on an asset called Antamina in Peru. Glencore has the other third. They've now essentially taken up 2/3. So it's not necessarily the fundamentals of the company, but it's, do you want to diversify your exposure to different companies who might have different assets? And so their variability against, call it just the actual fundamental silver, therein is the opportunity when you want to purchase a royalty play, because again, you take less risk, but you also have not as much upside.
Right. Okay. Let's go to tungsten here. Not one that we touch on, often, but Almonty Industries, dual listed as well, ALL, and then ALM on the Nasdaq. This is a great looking chart as well. This is the Nasdaq listing back to $14 here.
Yeah, so that was what I just thought it would be interesting, because again, we're talking about a few different minerals, and because the government is talking about so many different things, our audience here, you're going to start to hear of things that are not in your norm. You're not going to hear just gold, silver, copper. You're going to start to hear about zinc and tin, wolframite, tungsten. Tungsten's going to be needed for everything. This company's gone heavy into tungsten. If you look at their 52-week chart on the Canadian side, from $2 to $20, like, it's phenomenal. They've got a producing project in South Korea. And they've just gone all in tungsten, and just looking at the price action on tungsten, it's continued to go up. It just hit the high of 1769. So it's a metal that's going to be needed for all of these things. It's right down the laneway on critical minerals, and the fact that they're producing, plus they have developmental upside on other projects.
A lot of headlines coming out of Cuba, not necessarily around the mining industry specifically, the energy side of things and relations, I guess, between the U.S. government and Cuba. But talk about what is available there. I mean, mostly nickel in Cuba, and how to look at that.
Yeah, so like we chatted about with Venezuela a couple of months back, I guess, is what's going to happen outside of oil with decisions that the government takes. And I just threw in Cuba here because they are big suppliers of, asset owners of nickel and cobalt going back. You see some of these companies have been in production in Cuba for a very long time. And it's going to be interesting to see what government decisions happen, and therein what happens with some of these mining assets that are there. There's a few companies that have been doing business there for a long time. Canadian companies have had the benefit of kind of almost a monopoly because the U.S. companies can't come there. So it's generally been Canadian heavy there.
So Sherritt International is the TSX listing?
It is.
Yeah.
So you look at that stock, the stock's moved from 11 cents to 29 cents, sitting around 20. It used to be a lot bigger, obviously. But if you look at nickel, you look at cobalt, Cuba is a place that produces that. Does the government, just where do you land up on this side of the coin? Are you going to be seeing the U.S. take aggressive action? Are they? Well, then that's a place that could benefit from that.
Right.
As someone that enjoys cigars, it may not work out the same way, right? It just depends on which side of the coin you land on.
Yeah. What's more important? Another one, smaller end of the market cap scale here, Talon Metals, also a TSX listing, TLO.
Yeah, and that one, they just did a 10-for-1 rollback, so it might be a different or interesting way to trade that stock. So the stock, it didn't go from 75 cents to 7.50, but if you look at that, in the last couple of weeks, it's gone up, call it 10, 12%. And the big thing with them is they got both Department of Energy and Department of War money. So you got two agencies that have vetted this company, that have said, hey, we're going to give you money. DOE gives you over 100 million. DOW gives you over 20 million. Those are big numbers to get from two different agencies. I thought was just very interesting.
You're going to be a busy guy here in the next couple of weeks coming up with this. Is it the biggest mining conference or one of the biggest mining conferences?
It was the biggest. Saudi Arabia might have taken it over, but I haven't checked attendance records. I don't really care. But PDAC's, it is the Super Bowl of mining. Yeah.
Yeah. PDAC going to be in Toronto the first week of March.
Yes.
Give us just a quick overview here.
Yeah, no, it's one of, if not the largest mining conference in the world. Companies from all over will be here. So just leading into this in the next 2 weeks, for those people that are, interested in mining, there's going to be a lot of news coming out. There's going to be a lot of deal making that'll happen at the conference. And you're going to see a lot of companies just announcing by happenstance these amazing results, news, things of that nature leading into that kind of pre-2 week period. So in the next 2 weeks, keep an eye on what's happening. And then during those few days, it'll be a very interesting time here in Toronto. If you find yourself here in Toronto, go out to any bar or restaurant. You might run into a mining executive and glean some information.
I was randomly last year around this time at the Raptors game, and there was two guys in front of me that ended up talking about mining the entire game and not paying attention to a minute of the actual Raptors game. So
yeah. That's generally the way it happens.
They're everywhere.
It will happen. It will happen a lot, and you'll see them around. And they're not hard to miss.
Best of luck, Rahim Alani. Great to see you as always. Good information. We'll dig into this a little bit more next time you're on. And
if people have particular questions, like maybe we can get into that. But yeah, if you want to chat about PDAC either before or after, happy to do that, because there is going to be so much information that's going to come out. I think this will be one of the most interesting PDACs that we've had in 10, 12 years, my guess.
Looking forward to it. First week of March, we'll check in with Rahim then.
Can I do a couple of quick? Because
by all means
do. Happy birthday week to my dad and to my nephew who are watching. And my wife informed me yesterday, obviously it was Lunar New Year, so happy Lunar New Year to everybody. Happy Ramadan to everyone that's celebrating. Happy solar eclipse. It was like one of these days of all of these amazing things that happen. So I hope everyone has a great day, week, month, year ahead, and thanks for having me.
Happy Wednesday as well.
And happy Wednesday.
Yeah.
Forgot that one.
I don't know.
I forgot that one.
It's always great to get those shout outs in. Thank you, Raheem. And it'll be interesting to hear about PDAC and how that's all going, and what the effect of AI will be on a lot of these mining companies. And yeah, happy Lunar New Year. Very, very a party time right now for the Chinese culture. I was looking at Chinatown yesterday. It was nuts downtown there as I drove by it. So very, very busy times right now. And yeah, interesting space for the mining industry as well as we go back and forth through some of these metal prices at record highs, right? And so, always double check your portfolio, make sure that, you're taking profit, if you're part of that profit boon. And if you're just getting involved now, listen to what Raheem's talking about there to see if we can catch some trends and whatnot. The NASDAQ has pulled back quite nicely here as Raheem came through. So we dropped about 100 points there from 24.90 all the way down to 24.80 here. And the market starting to lose itself.
In the music?
Eminem reference right there. I didn't mean Detroit Rock City. I don't think. From metals to Eminem, it doesn't really make any sense. But anyways,
all the sense we want it to.
Yeah, exactly. We just have to try to justify it somehow. I was just trying to see what was leading the way down. Okay, not much going on with Apple right there.
Down a little bit.
Yeah, Amazon, I feel like. Okay, maybe a little bit of a pullback here in NVIDIA. Just hopefully setting us up for a decent long opportunity here off the jump. But so I have, for me, sticky note is now out. I do have, SLV. If I can pull it down. I do have SLV on here, 67 area. I mean, I write these things at 68.50, then it bumps to 69.50. So we're still trying to look down here, 67, 67.50. Now you see the 200 period starting to inch up a little bit here. So we may have to adjust our little target here, maybe 67.50 to 68. So bump it up about 50 cents. So again, just a nice little move here in the last hour or so, up about $1 there on SLV. And even when Neil and I started the show, silver was only up 3.2% or whatever. That's what I wrote down on the 3.5. Now it's up 4.5. So starting to get going here. It should be an interesting day for both the metal names here, gold and silver, both, retracing back upside. It seems like as the market goes, now the market's coming down, but we did have some good feels early. I only have longs written down, so I was really thinking that it was a good story there to start today. Someone just said in the chat, what's up, hamster? Did AMD have bad news? No. I think AMD could be catching the drift of NVIDIA with Meta.
It was that NVIDIA headline over.
Hold on a second. That happened overnight. That happened at 4 o'clock, though.
Yeah,
okay, so there it is.
Went up and AMD went down.
I just wanted to make sure that it did coincide with that move. So actually, hamster, I think on the short note today, yes, I actually missed this. So thank you for that, because I was looking to think, what could I put in short underneath 200, right where the 200 period moving average is. I like it a lot right there for advanced micro devices and the 200 period at $200. I actually should add this to the list right there. I'm actually going to start tracking AMD on my other side here, because I am thinking, look, if the NASDAQ can't hold the bid, I'll just switch all my opinions over to short, which would be easy to do. Most of my levels that I wrote down, like Palantir, I wrote down 133 area, and then that's at 136, 137 now. So this one really hasn't, I stayed pretty conservative on this. Like this, I wanted to see yesterday's closing here. I put 133 to 133.50. So this area here for Palantir dip zone, I'm not waiting for 136.50 where VWAP is. So anyways, okay, we'll get it going very, very soon. It should be a good one here with some shorts and longs looking like they're trying to enter the building here.
Yeah, a lot of people have asked in the chat, they're like, oh, what's going on with this? What's going on with that? And someone just said, what's going on with Intel? It moved down just like the market did recently. So maybe it was up 1%, and now it's down, or just flat, let's call it. But no, you're just following the market. Yesterday, this basically it went 46.5 down to 45.5, like 3 times. Well, 2 times, and the third time it only got to VWAP. But I still think this stock is poised in a pop and fade play. As long as we're underneath that 50, it's been failing lower highs. And I'm sticking with IBIT. I had NVIDIA written for continuation long, and ONDS and Palantir look good. But Bitcoin has not shown any strength at any point recently. Everything broke out yesterday. A lot of things broke out yesterday. You couldn't break through, so I'm still thinking fade into this afternoon high. That said, if we don't ever get there, I got to look for that fail the pre-market high break setup as well. Like if it just sort of pops in, this is what happened yesterday in IBIT. Like it tried right at 9:30, it tried to press through the high. You got like a topping tail candle, and then we had this entry on the following candle to the top. If I see that set up on Bitcoin again, it's like, okay, we'll just rinse and repeat it because it seems like we got a lot of weakness over there. By the way, one name which is strong, I don't know if we'll get to this one. We haven't mentioned it yet. SolarEdge is up 13% after their earnings. So there are things that are breaking out. There's one. Big breakout here on the daily for SolarEdge. Not a ton of volume. Just over 500,000 shares in the pre-market. Relative volume good, but it's not like a huge volume name, and a bit of a spread as well. But SolarEdge certainly in play. Let's see what else is in play. We'll talk about the futures, get through our rundown as well, our free rundown. Watch list.
Oh, got to do the future, Brendo. Yeah, I wasn't ready. He wasn't ready. All right, guys, here's what we closed out yesterday on the SPY. We were right at that 682.5. We're above it right now. We're showing 684, so we're up 0.17. So the deal is we're going to use yesterday's closing print, 682, and 4/5 as our first level of support, Brendo. If we start trending up, we have been trading below that 687 to 688 area for a while. We're going to use that as resistance level 1.
All right, let's get into, as we mentioned, the watch list. If you haven't done so yet, link is below. Go right now. Top link in the description will get you there. All you need is an email address, and then we just do everything for you. It just comes in an email. Has everything you need to know, every single pre-market. It's super easy. Let's talk about NVIDIA and Meta to kick things off here. Deal announced after the close yesterday. If you zoom out, that's Meta, obviously. Huge gap, and then we've done nothing but come right back into the range here. So this is 640, 650 coming into play once again. If you zoom in, both of these look identical. Nice pop after the close on this announcement yesterday. We've given all of that back here, so does it matter?
I think a lot of it has to do with Zuck taking the stand today.
Yeah.
It's a big deal, Brendo. There's thousands of different pending lawsuits around this issue, so how this one goes could set the tone. So maybe, parsing some gains as a result of that, but this is a good deal, especially for NVIDIA. Let's talk about it. Meta will deploy millions of NVIDIA chips across all its AI data centers, including the standalone Grace CPUs and the next-gen Vera Rubin systems. CEO Zuck framed the partnership as part of Meta's mission to kind of deliver personal super intelligence to everyone. The financial terms...
Getting choked up about this,
Yeah, I
man.
know.
It's
so emotional about this whole thing. Financial terms weren't disclosed. They typically aren't, but we know it's going to be worth tens of billions of dollars. Yeah. Meta announced plans, we know, to invest $135 billion in CapEx this year. And then, of course, while he was with President Trump, he announced the $600 billion. And everyone always laughed because he's like, I didn't know I was supposed to announce it now, right? So anyway, $600 billion by the end of 2028. So we know a lot of that's going to go into the real estate and into these AI chips. Another deal for NVIDIA. Yeah,
I mean, as I was mentioning, the charts here looking pretty much identical. Nice pop for NVIDIA. I mean, NVIDIA had a pretty good day yesterday, let's be honest. Nice pop after the close. We're gapping up with the overall market here. So end of the day, to summarize, NVIDIA wins. Again. But I want to mention one quick thing, though, Brendo. So Meta and other hyperscalers are sniffing around NVIDIA alternatives, and we've seen this with Google's TPUs. We've seen them custom design some of these ASICs chips with Broadcoms, with the Marvells, one that Sean's been talking about. And Meta is doing exactly that. That doesn't mean that it's the end of the road for NVIDIA. They're going to continue to be a major supplier, but just to note that they are sniffing around custom design chips. Another notch in the belt here, guys, for NVIDIA once again.
Well, I like that one. I don't think we've used that term, the
notch it up
for NVIDIA.
Notch it up.
Yeah, it got a bunch of notches in its belt. The problem is, right now, it's got way too many notches on the chart at $193.
Now take it easy, Raheem. We have a show over here.
Raheem is. The thing is, Raheem looks all professional.
Raheem
got the suit and everything.
Raheem liked the notches comment.
But let's just you can't play around. He keeps it real. We'll just leave it at that. He keeps it real. I think it's a long in NVIDIA today. The thing about this 193 being resistance on the daily, you can see it. They're not just crazy wicks or dark pool wicks. Every time we breach $190, you seem to fall back when we get to 93. But you still have to get there to that resistance point. So I look at the prior high, which is sitting here 187, and we closed at a 185. That gives a couple of like classic like dip buy zones if we're not going to get a classic run and breakout. The market is rolling back right now, which usually lends to dip if you like the long. But if we lose 185, I mean, that's kind of like an all bets are off area. Start thinking the other direction. The chip name that I'm thinking, oh, I guess we already talked about this. Yeah,
we didn't talk about Intel.
I think I did.
Oh, did you?
Or did I?
We talked about AMD.
Maybe I didn't. Okay, so anyways, the chip name that I'll be looking for the short in, if I did. And if I did, then sorry, guys. It would be Intel. The 47.5, that seemed like, yesterday, that was the level I liked for the short. I ended up shorting it at 46.5 because, quite frankly, that's where the top was in the morning. It's still close enough that if we get a really strong move, I'd wait for that test at 47.5. But, you know, yesterday's highs going to be in play. I just don't necessarily love what's been going on with this name. I think it's getting close to indicating a bounce point, but I'm not at that point yet that I think it's at a bounce point. I thought it was 42 before, and at least a 50 period before I'm starting to think longs in that again. But NVIDIA keeps on winning. But can the winning actually result in a break through 193? That's the question we want to know. And I'd love for it to happen before earnings. It just feels like it's not going to until next week.
I think there's a decent chance here. I have the same kind of area, 185 to 186. It's going to be the number one trade here on my note today. NVIDIA 185 to 186. You know, wait for the dip if available. It looks like it might be available if the market continues to go down. This new AI partnership with Meta, I wrote down here, is good enough to get this name going, heading into earnings. See this note? Longs only. Right there. You can go check it out. I'll put this in the chat. There's a few other names, obviously, that we probably talk about that are on this list and some that are not. So go check it out. I'll put it in the chat. But anyways, NVIDIA just down into here. This is where we close. So I don't know if it's going to be something that holds or not. But if you look at the 5-minute chart here, the 200 period moving average, which is 1,000 data points, is right here at 184. So I was thinking like right into yesterday's close, this 184 to 185 area, basically right into here. If we get anything around this area, you know, there's the top, there it is right there. We you know, made some sense. That's where we closed. There's the move higher into that. So if we fall back, we may start to take like, you know, first area around 187 potentially, but waiting just for the bigger trade down here between 185 to 186. Now, if this market wants to rebound, there's no way we'll get that. But if the market does have its little oopsie daisy moment, like we've seen before many times. I mean, here's NVIDIA yesterday ripping in the first 10 minutes. Well, ripping, I don't know, from 181 to 183.50, and then we went down $5 to 179. So like that's the area, you know, that you would be looking to buy, not all the way down. And if you're trying to buy, maybe use the pre-market lows. So I was going to say, like, even if you come into here, we just made the pre-market lows at 188. So if we get a similar $3 drop like we got yesterday, I just showed you $4, then we do get into that 185, believe it or not, which is all the way down here. So I still want to be conservative with this play, but it wouldn't surprise me if we do wind up, you know, somewhere in here in between, you know, between 187 to 185. It's a little bit too large of a range to be confident to load up there, but I'm pretty confident to load up down here if we can get into 185. So then the bottom of this range for me would be a trade. And then as Hamster had mentioned before as well in the chat, like what's up with that with AMD? So AMD's like basically everything I just said, take the opposite of that now with AMD, and that is that they're not getting the deal with NVIDIA. They're not, you know, putting together this partnership that, you know, should create a longer lasting relationship with another mega cap spender with Meta. So AMD downside. And just like what Intel was looking at there, AMD obviously a little bit more violent, down 2.4%. So just watch out right now, looking like it also, it's not like necessarily a flat bottom break, but it's pretty close. If you can get into this 180, that's a 200 period. It's actually done pretty good to hold the 200 period moving average so far. So I think that might come into a test at some point here. But hey, this is probably overdone to the downside. So if the market does rip up, we'll look to see if we can get a short, basically around this 200, 201 area for AMD. So a couple ideas there. Short AMD, long NVIDIA, pick your levels wherever you like. They're not going to be exact, especially on a day like today, but NASDAQ right now hovering up 1/4 point. So, but yeah, I would buy AMD on dips into that 180. I think that's reasonable.
Speaking of dips,
yeah.
Further dip in the next name on the list. PanW has broken through the lows.
Yep.
We are now under $150 on Palo Alto. As look, at the end of the day, the earnings beat. It was the guide that was a problem, Brendo, and it continues to fall.
33% drawdown now here for PanW, including this pre-market move today. So yeah, I mean, this is another one that's come under the SaaS microscope here and is getting punished for it. But as you and I were just saying, I mean, people are still going to need cybersecurity. So, I mean, these types of solutions, I think, are really hard to replace.
We'll have to wait and see if they're replaceable or not. This is one that I have a position in, so full disclosure, some bias possibly here. Let's talk about this, guys. Q2 EPS $1.03. That includes certain items, beating the 94 pennies expected on revenue of $2.59 billion. That narrowly beats the 2.58. Revenue did grow, though, a healthy 15% year over year, with net income jumping from $267 million last year to $432 this year. That's where the kind of the good news ends. Let's talk about that fiscal Q3 EPS guide. That's the one that missed, and that's probably why we're selling off quite aggressively. The company guided 78 to 80 pennies. That is sharply below the 92 that was expected by analysts. Revenue beat, though, in terms of guide, $2.94 billion up to 2.95. That easily beats the expectation of 2.6 billion. So it was really the forward-looking EPS guide, and there's one reason and one reason only for that, Brendo: the insane amounts of acquisitions this company's made. So for just by way of example, 20 acquisitions by CEO Nikesh Arora since 2018, the largest of which they just closed, $25 billion for CyberArk, which closed a few months ago. And then there's also that $3 billion purchase of Chronosphere in January. They made another one today with an Israeli firm, cybersecurity agent firm called Koi, and it's supposed to basically be exactly what you were just talking about, you know, bringing that kind of agentic, secure side to cybersecurity. So look, to me, this is a one kind of dialogue story, maybe two. One with obviously the SaaS Mageddon, as you put it, and how that could affect, you know, SaaS companies going forward. But it's more about the acquisitions and the unproven money that you're doing to acquire these companies in service of the larger moat here, which is the platformization. And that's been his focus, I think, for the past 3 years. He's got to make it work, though. So far, the price hasn't shown that.
And it's not going to, yeah, I mean, it has to pay off. 148, if you zoom out, guys, long-term support, we're heading there right now. In fact, 148.80 currently. But if you zoom out a little bit on Pan W, it looks interesting anyways.
Yeah, well, we're at 148 now, and the only thing underneath that is pull out your weekly charts, everybody. The daily charts only get you so far when we have these kind of drawbacks. The 200 period is 145 on the weekly. The pandemic. No, the tariff bottom was at 145 as well. It's going to be SSR. If it gets to that little level, it'll be over 10% down at that point. That's the spot. Like, I'll look for like one of those mean revert trades on Pan W. I think maybe waiting this one out to add. Like, one of the things that I was considering was, and we said this yesterday, is if you get too big of a flush on a sympathy name, like, here's an idea. Like, crowd went up when Pan originally bounced higher in the aftermarket, but then very barely is down today. So it's not really, it's only down a couple of points. I thought maybe it would move a little bit more in sympathy. I was kind of thinking if it was retesting some of its support, that'd be a spot. So it'll just have to be waiting for Pan W to test that 145 level. I think that's the big spot for it. It's already through major support here on Palo Alto. So you just kind of let it fall. If we do get into that April low, 145 is the spot that I would look first for mean revert, and then probably every even dollar, $5. If it somehow sees 140, like, that would be too much. And again, like, it's one of these the symptoms that we've been seeing in this earnings season.
Yeah,
they're just punishing you for anything at this point.
I think you could. I mean, I think you could see 140 today, to be honest with you. So just get ready. I think that this name, once it cracks through that 10%, continues to go lower. I'm not sure there's going to be a bounce, unfortunately. I'd say we just use the 3-day rule here, and that is let it figure out its pace. And we had sort of talked about, you know, where potentially it could get into, and I think this 140 is a great area where you start to nibble, you start to average into your trade. Because again, I really like the space. You know, it's been a perennial earnings beater, and they've made some acquisitions lately that will accrue eventually, I guess, onto their income statement. And for right now, yeah, 150 you would have thought would hold. It did not. You're getting lower now. That very bottom there, I think it was what we looked at this earlier today, is 143. So 144, basically, that would be an area I think that you know, it might have a magnet into this pocket right here. So that little pocket right at the 200 period. Obviously, we've broken through, so the 200 period is now irrelevant, but there could be some support there. And as Brendan said, down 33% now. It's a nasty pullback, and it sucks because, you know, Palo Alto was just right there. So, you know, a name that I have in my portfolio, you got to wait for it. And let's just see. It's going to be exciting right off the open, 1 million shares with a little bit of a tight spread. It's like 30, 40 cents. I think this is a tradable name today for sure. And I was just going to say, I've already done this talk today, but if you like all the space and you're not sure which name to pick, the cyber ETF is all of them. So, you know, if you're talking about a drawdown here, you're going to get nothing as bad because it's not single stock risk, but still 18% from its highs, you know, to the downside there for CIBR. And, you know, you're nowhere near right now these tariff lows. So if you thought that maybe there was something specifically up with Palo Alto, then get into the space, because I think it's a great space to be in. Cybersecurity, especially with what's happening in this world and more data coming through and everything like that. So 700 employees, I don't know how much that is there it is right there, CYBR, so there it is. PanW, not even their own. Oh, that's the company they bought. Rage selling by email from PanW, okay, not even their own management team. Andy, it's there. I don't know if that's...
What language is that, David? Probably put it into translate, but thank you for the super chat. It's never a good look when you have these mergers. You're going to usually get consolidation of the workforce and people who lose jobs, but you got to handle it the right way. That's not the best look by them, unfortunately. I don't think that's necessarily the reason why they're down that much, but it certainly can't help whatsoever. A name that is not down, at least not as of right now, would be Palantir after getting a Mizuho upgrade.
Like that.
Yeah, back to an interesting level here right now. We're pulling off that 137, which was that high. If you go back 2 days ago to the pre-market, came into play the day before as well. But another one that's been beaten down here, finally getting a little bit of a bid.
Yeah, and today Mizuho giving them the nod, Brendo, and upgrading them, by the way, from neutral to outperform with a healthy price target of $195. It's Greg Moskovitz. He's the analyst at Mizuho, giving them the nod. He warned, though, about multiple reversion, but he sees this as kind of this derating, so to speak, as largely complete. He says the risk to reward setup is viewed as more attractive at the current levels. He describes Palantir as in a category of one within software due to its combination of strong revenue growth and margin expansion. He also says the company's AI-driven analytics platform continues to kind of differentiate from other SaaS software and other enterprise software as it kind of, learns as it goes and how your system works. He's also particularly bullish on their U.S. commercial business, which is benefiting from what he called urgent internal data integration initiatives. So nothing we haven't heard in terms of the bull case for Palantir. Everything he said here, I think we already knew. Just kind of refreshing our memory, up 3%.
Yeah, 2 days in a row here, we've had some pretty positive price action, guys, right out of the gate, straight to the upside, straight to the upside. We got the gap down yesterday morning. That was immediately a race. So definitely a bid under this, it feels like.
Yeah, in that mid to, it's more like the high 20s, not necessarily the mid. It was 26 last week, and then yesterday able to hold on to the 27, 28 level. I think you got to at least respect, look, the market's pulling right back in here for Palantir. So, I mean, breaking through 138 to even get to a test of those, whether it's 140 or the 146 level, I think that's what we're working with here. Because if I see us up here, then to me, that's still like a short area till proven otherwise. You think about the disaster day, and that really held resistance under 146. So today, pull back in a prior high, sets you at 134. We close at 133, so I'd like that for an area. If you go red, I think all bets are off if we get that kind of a turnaround. And the 138 is in play for a breakout. I just don't love breakouts that don't work right away in this environment. Like, it's not, if you break out 138, and that's not immediately within like a minute or two testing 139, like, you've got to be wondering what the heck is going on and ready to exit very quickly. So that's the plan for Palantir. I mean, the dip is usually the first thing to look for when the market is heading weak. And if I see it up above 144, that's a short zone when zooming out that chart. But it's got to get there first. That's why I like the long.
Yeah, I have it right here on the note today. Palantir 133 long area. I mean, I think it's a pretty easy one to look at here today. So support to see if buyers step in. Mizuho with the upgrade. A nice few days in a row now. So yeah, maybe it's starting to finally catch a bid, right? So there's Palantir all the way back in this 133 area. We always look at close areas. It can easily get back into here. We showed you guys yesterday sort of that open insanity. It was on another stock. I think it was on Nvidia as well. You know, right away, right off the open, down to 127. We were able to get Apple yesterday at 255 or something really low, and it closed the day at 263 off of a trade like this. So we'll see if that can happen there today. We drop about $2 right off the open, then we grip up about 3 from there, and then give it all back, down another 3, and then the trend continued higher in for Palantir into the close, right? And it got that nice little VWAP dip. So for me today, I think the same type of thing. We'll wait to see if we do get, you know, a $2 dip down here right off the open. If we do, we'll sit there and we'll try to buy it. And then we'll see what winds up happening at 133. We don't need to hold it for too much longer through there. If it breaks down below, it's broken, and we'll adjust our expectations there with looking like a 132.50 or so knockout zone for me. So yeah, if we don't hold, we don't hold. But I'm already bidding. So I'm already bidding 133.50. So if this comes in right here, we'll be long Palantir 133.50. I like the stock, obviously. I'm still quite long it. We were selling near the top side for capital raise, but yeah, seems like a good decision. We'll put that money back to work. I was thinking like 100. I talked about that basically between 90 and 100 bucks, but we may not get to that. So 3 or 4 up days now, good for Palantir. The upgrade has come, and I think we can get back to that 150 before you think about shorting.
SNDK downside here this morning from, I mean, where we ended yesterday. We came back into this support yesterday at the end of the day and kind of held that 590. But downside this morning on this WDC note and offering.
Yeah, this is interesting here by Western Digital, Brendo. They're looking to offload a lot of these shares. They're offering approximately 5.8 million SanDisk shares, and they're offering it at $5.45 a pop. That's going to bring in about $3.17 billion if they do sell that. The transaction is structured alongside this debt for equity exchange that they've got with JP Morgan and Bank of America. SanDisk, though, they're not going to receive any of the proceeds, so this makes it a purely shareholder liquidity event. After the exchange, Western Digital is expected to retain another 1.7 million SanDisk shares, and management there for Western Digital said they're going to look to offload those as well. They want to do it through exchanges for its own stock as well as distribution to shareholders. This is suggesting, though, that there's going to be an ongoing overhang here as more shares find their way onto the market. That could put a bit of a price cap on the price. In the short to intermediate term. As well, Brendo, Western Digital previously signaled that the share sale is part of a strategy to reduce its debt. The company's trying to really focus on HDD supply for data centers. And from a capital standpoint, this is going to strengthen their balance sheet rather than, you know, signaling weakness at SanDisk. It's really more about WDC than SanDisk.
And it's also definitely not a signal of anything changing as far as the memory industry and demand really for memory goes. I think that's as strong as it's ever been. So there's still some room here if it wants to get going a little bit further to the downside today, guys.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of room for SNDK if it wants to go to the downside. It's been an absolute rocket ship recently. But what's a little bit interesting, I would say, is what's been happening for the last almost an hour now, but like even the last 30 minutes in here. It just seems to, it got up to 578 while the market was heading down, and now we're just sort of sideways. It's not really barcoding, but sideways action at that 578. So A was going up when the market was going down. Then it runs into a bit of a wall here. So if you're looking at SNDK today, there's somebody already selling these pre-market, and they're not, this is just from 6 a.m. If you start at 4:30, you'll have a different pre-market high. But effectively, this pre-market resistance here at 578, call it 580, is unbroken. So that gives you an obvious place with where to look. The only issue for myself, it's when I zoom out a bit further, like this is in the middle of a chop range here for SNDK. I think if it loses underneath 540 or so, then you've got like a bigger flush in hand. So I'd want to see an opening. This is the kind of stock where you'd want to see an opening range be set. You've already got a bit of a refresher sitting there on the offer who's holding the stock, and sometimes the first thing that happens is if you break somebody that's been under pressure for 30 minutes, like it can really spike up. So you can get burned if you try to short, if that guy releases, or that order releases at the open. I think it's more interesting if this breaks down under 540 and then loses the bid instead of trading it within this chop range. It's a $600 stock. You have to keep in mind, it doesn't take much for it to go 20 or 30 bucks. Like if it goes 30 bucks in a day, that's literally an average day for this sucker every now and then. Well, lately anyways.
Yeah, I was looking at Micron right here because if we break this 395 area, I think it's down, right? And let's just watch to see what happens with SanDisk right now to figure out, where exactly this name wants to go, because I feel like all these names are just like a house of cards, not in a way of like it's built on false narratives, but just like they're up so much, and that when one starts to fall, I feel like they all will. Micron did do a great hold down there at 365, so that was great, and a nice little bounce back there, and then he sort of I don't know, this candle right here is somewhat bothering to me. Just it kind of looks like a little bit of a doji star, right? Similar to what we had there, and then the push back down in. That one you'd like to see red, and that one is red. So maybe make the move there, gap higher, close lower on the day, and then we can't fill that gap. So for me, I'd wait to go long on this thing until it breaks 425, like the top of this closing bar right there. Someone in the chat there, shout out to you, always be thankful, because you are 100% right. The dollar right now is on a run, like pretty severely here. So nice little move over the last 1 hour. Generally speaking, that would be bad for mega cap names and multinational names, because again, a stronger US dollar means when you're repatriating back the money, it hits your books less than if it was weaker dollar. But at the end of the day, there it goes, man. Strong US dollar. You could probably see generally, a stronger dollar, you may get a weaker commodity space, and that's not really happening right now with silver or with gold. So well, it'd be interesting. Thank you for pointing that out. It'd be interesting to watch to see if some, like I was saying, multinational names were really moving on this. Possibly not, but that could be a story once it hits mainstream, right? We'll see if traders want to sort of pull back from the longs today because of dollar strength. All right, so the Nasdaq's now out. We're not seeing anything. We talked about Fastly yesterday. Oh, yeah, that's right. Where's Joe? Oh, is he back today or? Oh, okay, great. I was just like, we missed his segment. I was like, we talked about Fastly yesterday. So there it goes right there. Meta today as well, downside with the sell. So shout out there, APLD, we looked at that a little bit. Fiverr was getting hit today too as well. So some of these imbalances are now out. All right, we're gonna go quickly. We'll talk about some Amazon, and then we'll get ready for 4 minutes left.
Yeah, we're mentioning 13F season has arrived once again, so we're learning about some portfolio changes that have happened with some of the big firms, including Berkshire. The list is actually quite long here. Amazon, the big headline we'll get to in a second here, basically out of Berkshire is basically out of Amazon. Almost 80% of their position gone. Wow. They also sold AON. They trimmed more Apple, trimmed. I think it was to the tune of about 60 million shares or something in that neighborhood. They still have 200 plus million. Atlanta Braves, which is BRTRK, they also sold. Bank of America, they sold. Constellation Brands, DaVita, Liberty Latin America, Lila, Lila is the ticker, and Pool Corporation. The big one we mentioned earlier that they added was NYT, which is a new position for them, which is interesting as well. But yeah, Amazon gone into someone else's hands, however.
That New York Times was really interesting to me. But then we looked at the chart and it was like, okay. Probably, that's why. All right, guys, so Bill Ackman picking up some shares. So Berkshire selling, Pershing Square, his hedge fund picking it up. And he picked up $865 million worth. That expands his stake by 65%. That is as of Q4 of last year. The total holding now exceeds $2.2 billion, making Amazon the fund's third largest position behind Brookfield and Uber. The buying came, though, during a period where Amazon had gained roughly 5% in Q4 of last year, which is suggesting here that there's conviction behind the purchase purchase rather than bottom fishing because it hadn't yet made that big move down. But since then, it's fallen 12% in Q1 of 26, reflecting, you know, that broader mega cap pressure and a 9-day losing streak, Brendo, that they were on the other side of. That wiped up more than $450 billion in market cap. 9 days, you lose $500 billion. Some companies will never even get close to that, or 1%. Yeah. They lost it in a few days.
I was looking at 2 or 3 different 13Fs and portfolio updates this morning. They were the only ones on the sell side. So Berkby, the only ones on the sell side.
Interesting.
There were 2. I mean, you were just talking about Bill Ackman, Gershner at Altimeter also adding a ton of Amazon, and there was one other one I can't think of right now, but at least 2 or 3 on the buy side versus the sell side for Amazon, guys. So yeah, we were up significantly. Coming back in right now though for Amazon.
Yeah, it looks like they want to start a new streak at this rate for Amazon.
Oh, 1 minute left.
I mean, Berkshire also did add to Chevron this last quarter for anyone. I mean, they did buy some things, and that stock's doing absolutely fine. But no, it does not looking terribly good for Amazon. Just want to quickly update. There's still nothing on the imbalance locator except for ZSL. Once 928 hits, you see some of the NASDAQ names move. I don't really have plans to trade Amazon, but I feel like this is one where if we don't close green today and it was a one-day event, breaking of that streak, that would be an incredibly bad sign. I think 200 would be a big level to watch for them. I didn't see an imbalance here on NVIDIA, but it did catch maybe not that big of a spike. It really only went about 50 cents or so. So trying to make a bit of a bounce back here is NVIDIA, looking for a dip buy there. Intel must have, maybe there was a sell on Intel that actually just dropped another ½ point. So that's now deeply in the red, easily in the red, as we are about to ring the bell on hump day. It's a Wednesday today, so let's get the party started. Still no sound effect.
Yeah, trying to get going here. I might just short this market after all. I mean, you're coming in pretty nicely right now. TQ's possibly going red right here. We'll have to watch to see if that is the trade or not, but it looks like it's trying to break right now.
Intel.
Bye-bye Intel. Okay, I'm going to go short right now on the futures just to see where we go from here. Give it to like 48.60 or so maybe here on the downside. Let's just see where we're going now with the futures. Nice little break lower for now. We'll give it a little bit of work here. We just got into 25 there. We could put a bid and get out a 10% there if it does hit down there at 25. It looks like there it is. We get that. So now we're starting to get a little lower. This is 45.15s or so. We'll put a bid down there as well, see if we can grab something. But so far, just one trade, short the market, and let's just see what it wants to do here with a nice little downside push early. Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. Just a quick little trade, breaking through VWAP there and starting to go down. But yeah, that's it for me right now.
Yes, Intel dropped $1 instantly off at the open there. Forget about fading at VWAP, at least for now. I haven't canceled the order. Sometimes you get really lucky and there's a snapback, but gonna have to adjust. Target looking maybe at prior day lows, and here at 45.5. There was no specific headline to explain why Intel is falling like a rock like this. So let's have a quick look to see what AMD is doing. I have NVIDIA up, and NVIDIA is going a little bit higher. AMD is going a little bit higher as well. So it looks like it's strictly an Intel sucks kind of moment here, for lack of a better term. Palantir is dipping, so look for it to pull right back in. The prior high sits at about $134. So this one is starting to dip back in to test some prior highs. Gotta keep the ear to the ground. That doesn't seem like a very random event there by Intel, and it's still at the low of the day. Market's trying to bounce a bit, and it's still pressing lower. Intel getting shellacked.
Yeah, it's strange.
You win yesterday, not today.
Yeah, futures not doing a whole heck of a lot. I mean, this is the position that I'm in right now. We get back to the futures a little bit there. We did almost run us out. It did come right back up into the 50-period moving average right now. I'm going to try to take another bid here at 27 if we can get it. We already have one fill at 25. That's the only fill that we have right now. We can see what's going on with AMD as well. 198, so that's not really doing too much here. Go ahead, Adara.
Yeah, it's a funky one. We actually, if anything, have a positive story on Intel. I'm seeing as of yesterday after the bell, looks like that NVIDIA 13F revealed that NVIDIA took a new stake in Intel. As we already knew, again, that was announced in Q3, but that's it on INTC.
Okay, I mean, the market is coming back in for many of these names. I mean, look, there's Intel right now, 45.20, trying to get a little lower right there. Neil's short IBIT. I'm short the market here. NVIDIA's also trying to pull back just a little bit here as well, as it's trying to break lower. The futures aren't doing anything really on this. So it looks like this is going to be chip related again in this space. So we'll have to wait to see how we all sort of pan out here as NVIDIA trying to get lower on what I thought was a good story today.
Yeah, I mean, well, it ultimately was a good story, that Meta headline, but it doesn't really seem to be changing much of anything. We haven't looked at Apple. We'll get there in a quick little second, but the first position for myself is going to be VWAP, IBIT. It's not the same as yesterday, because yesterday it actually popped and failed the pre-market high. Now it's just a VWAP trade, so I'll give it to this lower high in there. Scalp some out in front of the lows, and then see how far it does want to go. Just kind of crazy what is going on over there in Intel, and it has
Silver's ripping.
a little distracted by it. But Apple also losing the bid. The market's starting to come back a little bit here, and Palantir did not get low enough for me.
To 135.
Yeah, see, Palantir, there's the bounce. It doesn't even come that close to filling in the gap. We closed at 133. Yeah, now you're already at the volume weighted average price. I'm not going to chase that one. We'll stick with Bitcoin for now. Let the opening range get set up. If we don't get our levels, then we wait for the opening range to set up. As yeah, kind of a crazy morning to see a random move like that on INTC. Tesla, for everyone watching, Tesla's just rinsing back and forth through volume weighted average price. It's gone through the highs, it's gone through the lows a couple times. Definitely want to let some of these things settle down a bit. So IBIT's on structure, but pretty much everything else is just kind of flying around and trying to get you rinsed in either direction. NVIDIA didn't dip very far, so there was no chance at a dip trade into 185 for me.
Yeah, no, same type of thing. We did get stopped out of a bit there on our, oops, that's NVIDIA, sorry, on our TQs. But we're going to try to get right back into it. We basically got taken out at the highs there. And we wanted the 50-period trade. So, you know, kind of like boohoo on that one. What are you going to do? That was the trade that we liked and just didn't really pan out for us. There. So we got back into the short. Now we have something on board. So let's just wait to see. I mean, we don't have as many shares. Well, actually, we have the same amount of shares, but we already took the hit there. So we're back to flat right now on this trade. Too bad. Like we just got taken out right there at your 50-period MA. So let's see now maybe if we can fly a little lower. We just took a little bit of profit out right there. So on that note, another name, you know, we're looking at NVIDIA. It's bouncing off. We're still waiting for a lower bid over there. Let's have a quick look at Tesla. We didn't talk too much about Tesla today. And this is crazy off the open. 413 down to 411, looking now like it wants to try to push just a little bit lower, but it's Tesla time right now down to the downside. So we'll see if it's going to hold that 410 area. Not a bad zone. You know, yesterday sort of at the close there, we were back into this 409, 410. So that could be an interesting area to look at over there as well. And I just noticed silver, or SLV anyways, broke through $70. So now it's up 5+% here for SLV as US dollar strength still present, but is trying to get downside a little bit here. And again, if this can fall back in, silver probably continues just a tad bit higher there for the DXY, and for silver as a DXY pulling back just a bit. So yeah, that's the only trade that I have on right now is this TQQ trade. Looking for Palantir pullbacks, as Neil had sort of mentioned, it only got to 135. So for me, it needs to get a little lower here, especially if I'm going to be holding short on the futures. And then yesterday's big runner for me early was Apple. Yeah, it's.
It looks like it's Amazon.
This is kind of like what it did yesterday, but then it went really early, like it went earlier than this. So yeah, Amazon would be an interesting
Amazon's actually up a
1.5%
here, so it looks like maybe this is the Mag 7 name that's going to be strong, and hopefully I didn't just jinx it because it was trying to press the high like 2 seconds ago, and now we're a little bit lower. So obviously a bit of a jinx. Meta, you can't pin any strength on Meta. That's down 1% and at the low of the day. So there's a lot more weakness than strength. Obviously, I mean, anyone can look at a chart and you're going to see this. So Amazon looking okay. That Palantir, it tried to go, but now we're back under VWAP. So this is very much still looking like you can fill in this gap and look for the long run 134. Oh yeah, ONDS. Ondis was another name in play. Big, massive run yesterday. It doesn't pull back into my 980 level, but it's back above the $10. So this one at least looking like it could turn bullish here, but I was waiting for $9.80. Got a nice line on my chart there. Even this doesn't want to get down. So yeah, well, we're at low of the day right now on IBIT, but the targets should be obvious here because they're simply the two lows from yesterday. 37.9 and then 37.75. The next two targets here for Bitcoin, as the market looks like we're headed down, so we'll hold the shorts. None of the longs have set up yet, and no need to rush into them.
No need at all. I'm still short.
Getting moked.
Right now we're short. And I just, we broke below. This was basically the trigger spot for me, was right here, just kind of breaking below, the 50 period. And that's what we were using early. We saw this trend break lower, right? We came back in. We're out of half of the trade now. My stop is 69 at the top of this wick that we had just made. Right, we made that wick. So we'll see if it supports it one more time. And then if we have to stop out, we have to stop out. So we're out of half. And again, when you're short like I am at 50s and the stop is 70, 50 minus 20, 30 cents. So a lot of our outs right here, all for half the risk. So half out for half the risks, and hopefully we don't get stopped out. And if we do, that basically means it's a flat trade again. So here it comes right back up. It just did not have the legs to get lower right there. So maybe the market does have breadth to it today and wants to go up. Here goes Palantir trying to go upside. So there goes. So boom. We'll have to slap a fail on that, because there goes the TQs now breaking higher right here. So just a couple back and forth trades there. We'll lose on the first one, flat on the second one, so it's kind of net there. But it just bounced off VWAP again. So now I'm thinking, like, were we just at the wrong spot? Maybe a little lighter of a position here to get back in. We'll punch some 52s, because I'm still feeling short, man. We're coming up into some sell zones, and I just keep stopping myself out. And then it comes back in, and we say, oh, well, now it's in the money again, so we might as well take a little bit out. And then hopefully there it is. So now we're back into the 1-to-1 again. And let's just see how low we can get. Let's see. Like, stopped out on the bigger part, so a little frustrating here, probably over trading this level right now. Let's let it go. Let's let this go until we take out, like, let's do an official VWAP, right? 48.72. So let's just go 48.72, and that'll be our stop. We're not really putting too much damage here on the account, so we'll wait and hopefully be able to find a level that we like on the upside. Now 48.60 reshorted.
Yeah, it's like we just keep bouncing.
Nothing
off
going
the
on
lows
really.
Here. Like every time I get in at VWAP, we just bounce essentially right off the lows on IBIT. Oh, by the way, Intel just put in a heck of a reversal candle.
What?
Let's see if it's got any juice to this move. So it just bounced a full percent on the last candle. If it breaks through VWAP, that could be a bit of a trend buster. Because there's no story that I'm aware of going on here with Intel. Like, my first thought is, if you missed a short from there, look for some kind of a scalp trade through the volume weighted average price. But for now, not looking like anything's going on up here. It actually seems like there's a seller at 45.3. Still, NVIDIA, I don't know what to tell you, but like, this is what NVIDIA is doing right now. So if your plan was to trade NVIDIA, at least, look, I liked it a lot lower from here for a support level. There's nothing doing. It's almost like a let it drop kind of situation for NVDA. So while we're waiting for that to do something, maybe ONDS, no breakout on ONDS, no test of the prior low. We're going to get a 15-minute bar, and I'm only in one thing, and it's like I don't really see a rush to anything else. Silver is a potential play, you mentioned.
Yeah.
Silver at $71, SLV at $71. I shouldn't say silver because I'm not talking spot silver. At $71, that would be a place to look for a reversion. So I might hop to ZSL and see if there's a mean revert up there, but that's only if it breaks the trend. Because the ways we have geopolitical news as well, like it's not, if you're wondering why metals are going to be strong, there is also some tension and fears of escalation in Iran, and that, flight safety, all that kind of stuff could be playing out as well. So I do like the strength that you're seeing here. You just have to wait for it to show me a trend reverse. Now that we're headed higher here on SLV, I'm assuming gold probably having a good day as well.
Yeah, I mean, gold and silver, the futures just ran the top zone again. We didn't get out of it all, but we did get out of most of it there right now on these TQQs. What a frustrating situation there as we just continue to run around here. I'm favoring the short, so I'm not taking huge positions. I'm trying to layer into this a little bit more here, and it's just so far not the greatest on the. It's at the same. Nothing's going on right now. We need to find some more names. So guys, put in the chat which names you guys want us to look at here today. Let's look at PanW quickly. Okay, I was gonna say, let's look at PanW. That right now, 148. There's our Palantir trade as well. So a few things going on, but we need to be very, very careful. I just got a few more shares. I'm gonna go back over and have a quick little look at this futures trade and then adjust it from here. But yeah, so far, just a little bit of a tipsy-turvy opportunity for me.
What's crazy is NVIDIA is #1 on the stock visualizer, and it's doing literally nothing.
Yeah.
Like, look at this opening. This opening range on NVIDIA is actually almost comical that it's not doing anything. But on the list, you just mentioned Palantir. #2 is going to be PanDub, Palo Alto. And this is also not really moving. But there's something to be said about it. If it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go. Look at the tight range. It's almost like everything is psyching us out here.
Yeah, that's it. I've been getting psyched out every time. So I don't know about you, but
yeah, and I'm just sort of still in IBIT. Every single candle into VWAP, I basically just reloaded VWAP to play into the lows. I didn't get the last fill, so I'll give it another shot here. If we're just going to sit in the range, if the market breaks higher and this doesn't go, then I think I'm okay with Bitcoin being weak. And if there's no news, sometimes you should just see. There's Intel. It's the problem with the short bias. Now it's busting through VWAP. So there was that reversal candle. I came in with a short bias on Intel, so I'll slap the fail. Where's my fail button?
There goes the futures again.
There's the fail, because I was saying it looked like a bottoming tail candle, but my brain was short Intel all morning long, and so when this happens, they need to get teed off a little bit. So probably going to have to wait for at least silver to set up at 71. You just mentioned Palantir, but that's, again, no dip buy into Palantir. I like the 134 into the prior high. It doesn't even break 135. All right. I guess we're waiting for the pullback into VWAP.
Rivian, SoFi, Apple. Yeah, Apple. Apple could be. So first of all, the futures are gone. It was lucky that we were able to scalp out. We're still going to be red on them, but obviously lucky enough to scalp out a little bit there. Just we kept trying, and it just kept on breaking the highs. So all good on that one. Apple. I was looking here too. Like, what are we really thinking here with Apple? Hopefully it wants to bounce off this little wicked out area here, but here now is trying to make lows as well. Apple 263 now, looking like it potentially wants to break, and if you get that bottom move, again, like I'm always going back to these stupid futures. Like I get stopped out, and then it just went all the way back to 65 there. Like I don't know, pretty violent off the open for sure.
Jaw in the chat
should have just gone long Palantir. But
Jaw's like, when did crazy whipsaws become the norm every day in the market? Be honest, the first 15 minutes being a bunch of like chop, that's relatively normal in a long enough time frame. Like it's a perfectly normal phenomenon. That's why you'll hear people say wait for like an opening range break at times, because they want to see like that first 15 minutes or the first like 30 minutes and then to get a patented play. Like if I'm looking dip buy on Palantir down to 134, well, this is an opening range breakout, at least it looks like it now, but it's doing it before 10 o'clock. So that's a plausible play. ONDS would be a similar one here, where it doesn't test to 980, but if we get this breaking out soon, I might end up taking that 1060 break after all instead of getting that 980, because we've had time for the chop fest to happen and then we break out later. So yeah, ONDS is actually charging there now, so this might be the play.
Yeah, I'm just going to short a little bit here on Apple and just see if we can break through that 263 area, and then hopefully get a little lower. Right now, we're just in the money now, 15 cents to 30 cents now as it's trying. Okay, here we go. As it's trying to go. So this is going to be okay. Yeah, let's go, Apple right now. Nice move to the downside. So yes, sir. Okay, here we go. Making me forget all about that TQQ trade. Wait a second, what TQQ trade? Yeah, so nice move down now. Boom! We're almost back to zeros now as we go. So, stay with your trades, man. Stay with your strategies, and then just have them go. So, did not work. The short did not work for me on our good friend, the futures. And now I made a brand new friend, and that is Apple. Yesterday's biggest trade for me was Apple long. Today we flip it over and go Apple short, and obviously it's going to have a little bit of pay dirt right now. I'll get a little bit more out here in the 60s and see if it wants to dip down. Our stop was VWAP anyways. Sorry I didn't say that to you guys. 263, I put 75. Okay, so that is where it is. So we'll just take a little bit of profit on that one. So that's 40 cents. We're now in the money 80 cents, so we're out of half. And actually, we're not yet. We got to put another bid. Now we're out of half of this trade for 2-to-1 R to R. So so far 1 to 2, risk to reward. So yeah, let's see what Apple wants to do now. If it's a downside push, we're short already. Good move there on Apple. Finally, making a little bit of sense on that one. What's up, Adara?
No news here, but I saw people asking about this ticker in our chat. DASH, DoorDash, heading into 170s. Massive push to the upside. This reports earnings after the bell. So this is just straight green. Again, no earnings yet. They do come after the bell today, but no news for DASH as it does break out above 170. Back to you.
Okay,
Yeah, I've read somewhere that it's in the 18 to 34 demographic in the U.S. DoorDash is like the favored food delivery, which we literally don't even use it anymore. So I guess I'm old, and maybe the youth like it. So they report after the bell. Maybe somebody knows something. Who knows? That could be the play. But we are headed back in. Finally, we reloaded the third time on VWAP, and we're finally breaking through the low here on IBIT. So just a reminder, I'm looking for the press down into $37.75. We're at 66,000. I bet you 66. Yeah, we just broke 67,000. So 66.8 on Bitcoin. We're forever underneath 22,000 here on ETH. You just can't seem to get past that level. So looking for the low here on IBIT. That's the only thing that I've traded so far. Nothing else is set up yet. Intel still actually holding on to some strength here is Intel. I'm not really seeing an obvious entry. I'll let this one get to about 10 o'clock, I think, is going to be the better play. And then ONDS. I told you ONDS was on the verge of breaking out. Well, it didn't break out. So I guess we're waiting again. Either we retest that, either we test these lows at 980, or we set up the breakout trade. You want to be patient with it. This didn't break the high yesterday until 11 o'clock, and then the real massive move happened at 1 o'clock. So this could be, it could just happen in the midday. I think with a stock like that, you saw the move it did yesterday. We can be patient with it, but right now, IBIT flushes at the open for the second time in a row. And the difference was, like, everything was chopping around, and IBIT stayed on structure. Like, it just played right into VWAP and right into our stop there at 38.17, and then continues to go lower. But my target is this bottom on IBIT. We've been having a lot of inside moves, and this is a set range from yesterday that we're playing into.
I have to disconnect my earpiece. It's doing all kind of crazy things here. Yeah, great trade there on IBIT. Obviously, as you know, we've seen Bitcoin sometimes like lead the market. So maybe if Bitcoin can hit the skids a little bit here, the rest of the market will follow. And see, like, it doesn't matter. You know, looking back at it, we were short, and now we're not. So there it goes. The market now finally on a little bit of a pullback rate there, which is good for our Apple trade, but it's not really doing a whole heck of a lot. It's nice to see Bitcoin making those moves down. But on that Bitcoin talk, let's check out everyone's favorite brokerage. Let's see what Robinhood is up to right now. And it's up to nice. Upside right now for Robinhood, trying to hold VWAP $75. So if you're into Robinhood and you're able to catch that bottom, you just wicked off VWAP on my chart, and that 75 almost flat. So it's a nice little 40-cent retracement back upside right there. So that's a nice little play. See if we can break through on Robinhood now. And I guess I got to zoom back out a little bit here to see on the 5-minute, whoopsies, I'm on the wrong thing there, on the 5-minute chart just to see what we're talking about. Yeah, so that looks like some nice upside, $77. You know, if that would be the top there. I'm just not sure. With the market underneath VWAP and looking to potentially get lower now, I don't love the long, but just watch out for 75. And that goes over to the name that I'm quite well invested in right now, SoFi, and that's SoFi not so good, but it's up 0.7, so that's nice. So there goes SoFi up to the upside as well, and this looks very similar to Robinhood, right? You're looking for that break, and that's about $20. So 1990 or so, good little level there. If we can hold VWAP, I mean, SoFi's a good long, I would think, down there at 1950. But here comes, I was gonna say here comes the market, but not really. Here comes SoFi back in as the market just hanging out again right now. I don't know what is tanking, man. I mean, I saw you're out of IBIT now, but that was a good short.
Meta was tanked.
Meta? Okay, I mean, I don't believe
No,
Meta.
not anymore.
No,
Meta's
okay.
only down
There you
1%. Apple's only down 0.5%, but they are both in the red. We haven't checked Alphabet here. Alphabet was actually breaking out and now has turned red. So this could be one of the culprits. This was a strong stock. Let's see what Amazon is doing. It's just sort of running through some of the big names. ONDS, just, why is this stock not moving? It's really surprising to me. I thought that would be more of a runner today. Amazon not doing a heck of a lot of anything. I did jump out. IBIT came right down into that prior low, and just put a trailing stop in back through 85 when it tagged to 75. We could get back to VWAP pretty quick here, as we are getting a bit of a bounce here in Bitcoin. Let's have a quick look at BMNR. On the way back up, I always want to ask myself, is BMNR relatively strong or weak? Right now, relatively strong. So in the back of my mind, I'm not thinking BMNR is going to be a short for me today. If anything, if we reverse in crypto, BMNR is probably going in the other direction. Okay, ONDS, maybe this time it goes. Okay, so we're bouncing off VWAP. We're just looking for this to take out the pre-market highs here. Not asking too much, I don't think. You can do it, ONDS. Just go. I feel like if I use the force,
Yeah, it might work.
nothing will happen.
Oh.
No. Every now and then, you're just like, come on, do something. Like, I want to poke this stock. This went a bajillion percent yesterday, and it won't even go like 2 cents.
There you go.
Come on, buddy.
All right, we got it going. We got it going here. Yeah, let's see if we can get some actionable trades right now. Apple is trying to make its way back up. Let's check out Netflix. Remember, our stop on Apple is 204.75. Although we can, hold on a second. I do want to check out Netflix just quickly. So that's come down a little bit. We'll just stick with where it is. 204.75. Okay, reload up there in the 40s, which we did. So let's see where we go. All right, so Netflix, nice dump yesterday. I mean, I can't believe we got, what was it, 73 or something yesterday? Or was 75 the low? Yeah, right at the close, 75, sorry. So there's 75, hit again right there this yesterday morning. So we got into 75 on last week. We got into it yesterday as well. And now today you're trying to hold outside a little bit. I think Netflix looks like there's just a 2-day little look here, but it feels like there's some strength down in and around this area. So we'll see if Netflix is one to be held or not through 75. I wish it was 175. I recently bought that in the mid 60s, mid 80s, so 86 I think it was, or something like that. Okay, there goes Apple. So we're still up on Apple, but we have to hit the fail on that last reload because now it's starting to go right back up to the upside again. So Apple on the short. Yeah, made money, was good there. Tried to put a little bit back on, stopped out right there. Still up on the day on Apple. So that's the kind of stuff that I wanted to talk about because we said yesterday about making sure you don't get blown out of your accounts and taking hits and stops when they are around. And it just goes back to that super chatter, what we mentioned in the chat there, like, is the market always this whippy? No, not really, but today seems to be back.
You're getting it. There weren't a lot of earnings this morning. Right, like I think.
Oh yeah, what does Pan W do? It was just Palo Alto, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was just Palo Alto. I think there was a couple of other small reports this morning, and then
Palo Alto's going lower now.
Data, ODS doesn't want to go. Now all of a sudden, even Bitcoin is bouncing. All right, so the market's looking a little bit stronger. Even Bitcoin's trying to bounce here and starting to look a little bit stronger. I'm just also looking at Intel. I don't know that I want to reload on the way up. I need to see. Well, sometimes you get that one and done trade, and that's the only short. If it V-shapes, I want to see a higher low somewhere. I know I like Intel short at the open, but I missed that trade and got IBIT instead. That doesn't mean you FOMO just sitting in front of this if we go rocketing through 46.25. Show me some kind of a topping tail or trend break, and then I will like the short over on INTC. Okay, ONDS is finally, it's taking its time, but I think it's going to break this 10. It's 10.5 is a bit of a level, and then you've got overhead resistance at 10.65. So if we break the $0.50, just understand, in the first 15 pennies, there's some overhead resistance here on ONDS, and I want to be able to give it to this opening range top, which is just underneath 1036. So it's about to break out this 1050. Took forever to do it, which isn't always what you want to see. I don't mind when like a big cap stock goes slowly into a breakout, but you kind of want this one to be squeezing into a breakout. But either way, it's here now, so ONDS up 4%, and we'll see if it can break this high. I'm probably going to end up just staring at it, because I've now said it's going to happen, so it's just going to wait for me. Do it. Come on, ONDS. You got to be kidding me, this stock. There we go. It finally broke through. So I got 51s long. The stop's going to go into about that 35 zone, as I was saying before. Try to get it to that 1-to-1 to this prior high, and it's got some room above. Like when you zoom it out, if we can hold this breakout, it's a pretty sizable gap for the next dollar or so on ONDS.
All right, I'm going to start small. I noticed the market was ripping up here, and NVIDIA was kind of starting to head a little bit to the downside. So you're right back into the 200 period moving average right now for NVIDIA. This is going to be a little bit of a tricky spot, obviously, as it's been very, very bouncy here today. I was just thinking about giving it to the highs that we've just made sort of during this market. Not that very open high, but what about 188.80, something like that for a out. And that way we can sort of, we're starting a little bit early. We just missed that fill there. I was talking, but we do have now an offer at 188.37 just to get a little bit more shares. If that can come in, then we'll just wait to see if the move is higher or lower in these space. And I said that we possibly would like to short advanced micro devices rather than NVIDIA, but you can see it's actually the other way around right now. It's AMD that's above the 200 period moving average, above VWAP, above right now it's 50 period moving average. NVIDIA has the pickup to go, which we were underneath all of these. So I was actually thinking maybe there was too much strength in NVIDIA as people could possibly make a decision, NVIDIA v AMD, and I already made the decision to go short AMD and long NVIDIA, so we're the wrong way right now on this trade. But just giving it again, see what winds up happening on this upside of 188.80 here for NVDA. Looks like it's trying to push there right now, but the market's long. So today, unfortunately, we were short the Qs, and we had that move there. Should have reversed it into the long once we broke. Look out for...
There goes Palantir high.
Yeah, Palantir high day. See, that was another one.
5% now.
Yeah, man, Palantir Rip City, eh? Okay, so now we're into NVIDIA. We've got to make a decision up here because right now we're near a stopping spot for us on NVDA.
Yeah, Palantir going. I mean, everything is starting to break out. So
yeah, big time. I mean, now the market's going.
Yes, now the market is really starting to go. This is why I didn't want to grab that Intel short. Even this is pressing back into some of those highs. But it's Palantir's, where did the Q come from? This Palantir's day at this point and looking very, very clean to set upside. There just was no dip. That's the chop that everyone was talking about. I can't remember the last time Palantir did this off of the open and didn't even try to fill in the gap. Usually when it dips at the open, you get much better than like a buck or two. I thought we'd go a little bit lower, but Palantir looking super strong. I see you, Commodity King, and some others in the chat mentioning that RCAT is going. There's a small cap. Sharif says crapper, but just a small capper up 10 points today on RCAT. And look at that bounce. That is as clean as you would like off the 50-period moving average. I don't know the catalyst because I haven't looked at it, and the reason I liked ONDS was just a pure technical setup. So sometimes it can just be technicals. Like I just liked ONDIS for this break to try to fill in this gap. So let's see if it can go. At this point, I'm even seeing Bitcoin try to bounce. We had one short there. I'm not even liking a reload currently in Bitcoin. One of the reasons is everything else in the space is bouncing. Coinbase has now broken through its resistance. Yikes. Yeah, the IBIT reload short. I mean, if I was in it, it would be working, but it's the way this market is screaming that got me off that reload here in IBIT. But right back up to our price, and IBIT is still looking weak. So maybe it is worth a bit of a reload here. Let's see if we can actually put in a lower high. Put in a lower high, and then we'll try our shot. Let's go to Adara. It's already 10 o'clock. You know what that means. Time for happening now.
That is, in fact, what 10 o'clock means around here, Neil. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ, which is aggressively approaching pre-market highs. We're still a ways away here from these highs that we had on Friday, that 606 halves level, but right now coming into 605 halves. We'll take a look at the S&P 500. As mentioned, we are going to have some conversations here with Iran on watch with regards to whether or not these tensions will escalate or de-escalate. So be aware of that. If I do see any major headlines, I'll keep you guys posted on that. We're going to talk about some, of course, earnings on watch. Before we get to that, I want to mention META and NVDA. Meta here on the move. Meta, I guess, entering a long-term AI infrastructure deal with NVDA. Now, ARM was apparently implicated in this because of the emphasis on CPUs in the announcement. ARM actually initially pushed higher here, gapping up rather, despite the fact that NVIDIA announced in their 13F filing they sold ARM shares. Other 13F plays include AMZN getting sold pretty heavily by Berkshire Hathaway, though we did have Pershing Square by Bill Ackman pick up some AMZN squares. And let's talk about the aforementioned Palantir. PLTR on watch, trading higher here. They announced a partnership with Rackspace technology to run their Foundry and AIP production with government managed operations. But the main catalyst we've been talking about here for Palantir is their upgrade from Mizuho. Mizuho upgrading Palantir to outperform with a $195 price target. Last but not least, we'll take a look here at PANW. This is the S&P 500 chart there. I do apologize, but here's Palo Alto's chart. This one languishing near lows of day, beating EPS and sales estimate, but they lowered their EPS outlook for fiscal 2026. Lots to look at here as we send you back over to Sean and Neil.
Yeah, thank you very much, Adara. But guess what, guys? We are just 6 days away from the launch of Trader TV Academy. We took our time with this because we didn't want to give you just the course. We wanted to give you a modernized version of the exact step-by-step learning platform that we actually used here on Trader TV Live. We are finally getting close to the launch of this very exciting project, and we'll continue the countdown here every single day until it is launched. We are now just 6 days away. That's right, February the 24th, mark it down on your calendars. We'll be opening the doors here to show you exactly how we learn to trade. Be sure to turn on your notifications so you don't miss this launch, and join us every single day as we'll talk more about it. Videos of us talking about our journeys, you know, the software, the mentality that we have as well, going through step-by-step, learning the markets, learning the ropes. And I think that especially if you are a beginning trader, this should be for you. You know, you'll be able to see the mentality involved with trading, and, you know, the fact that it involves, you know, very much so discipline. And we've talked about that so many times here live.
Understanding your tools is a very underrated aspect of trading. I can't tell you, look, I mean, true story, last month, we found something out about a key that we were using.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, which, and I'll be the first to admit it, I had a misconception about the function of one of our many stop keys that we have at Real Trading. I was wrong about it, and the order that it fired wasn't as aggressive as I thought, and it ended up costing a few extra bills. It's just, it is what it is, and knowing that would have saved money. So it's one of those things that I think it's incredibly important, and ultimately, wherever you are in your journey will help, but if you're a beginning trader, sometimes those basics are incredibly important. So I just want to jump back over, I see, look, there's a lot of things that are breaking out right now.
NVIDIA's screaming.
About 10 minutes ago, Sean showed you Robinhood that was doing nothing. Robinhood's now up 3% and screaming. Oh, so you're like, well, what else is going? Random? Rigetti's up 7%. Okay, Rigetti, why? I don't know why. Doesn't even make any sense.
What the flip?
SMR is breaking out the high of the day. This got dumpster fired at the open yesterday, dropping almost 7 or 8% at the open, and now it's absolutely flying for reasons unknown. I just saw Aaron Harvey in the chat say, what about Open Door? Without even looking, like, I bet you that's going crazy too, because why not? Everything seems to be relief rallying. So Open Door's up 7%. I want to say they report soon, but I'm not sure. Is it tomorrow?
Is it? Okay.
Oh, okay. I felt they reported this week, but I wasn't 100% sure.
Screaming.
But this is now screaming to the upside, although look at a daily chart. Maybe screaming on a 3-minute chart, but on the daily chart, that is not much of anything happening there. ONDS just pressed into that prior high.
Wow, NASDAQ, eh?
Oops, I gotta show you the 15-minute. We'll show you that prior high a little bit better. So that breakout in ONDS, it just pressed through the prior high, going back to the 9th. And if I zoom out a little bit further, now it's hunting for this gap to about 11.25. So I'm on the bid, gonna reload this one at VWAP, but as I said, even all those frothy names, they're all catching a bid. Market's going higher, but it's being led by a lot of small cap type runners. So just keep that in mind. If you're looking at the NASDAQ, it's 1%. The ES is 0.7%. The Russell is 1.25. So I'm seeing a very small to mid cap led rally, and that's where you should be maybe focusing your bullish attention to. It does mean that there might be weakness elsewhere, but I haven't been able to find it. I was thinking about going back over to that IBIT short. Thankfully, it never set up. Now it's blowing out through the high. So no point trying to fight this. Market's going up, and if you were expecting extreme dip buys, they just didn't happen in the places that we expected. Like Palantir didn't fill the gap, now up 5.5%. NVIDIA didn't even come close to filling this gap in. Heck, I think I said 185. 188 is about as far as it was going.
Isn't that crazy? I'm short NVIDIA here, but hasn't been working.
192 has been undefeated for 3 weeks on NVIDIA.
192. Yeah, I remember I was saying that I think we could get to some of those levels today, right now. But we'll see. we're short, so I hope it doesn't get to those levels. But we're just short for a little bit of a pullback into the day's high there. We'll see if it does want to give some back. Yeah, Intel, I mean, we went to Adara, we asked, and we were answered with nothing because the story was nothing there on Intel. And you mentioned that maybe potentially, and I think it was a kind of a good look by you there, that maybe there was a 13F situation there, but I don't.
Unless the government's
that's
filing
already
a 13F that they sold.
No, because the thing is like.
So like I said, the only 13F there is just confirming what we already knew, that NVIDIA bought them last quarter.
Yeah, so, but just as a story, like that's already been, like those 13Fs are past filings. It's like, it's someone that would have to get on the back of that trade and be like, yeah, we agree, and then sell it down there as well, which doesn't really happen too much. I mean, these 13Fs are really old stories. We saw that Apple, I think they sold 4% or something, still owning $61 or $9 billion worth of Apple shares. And, that short for me did not work out. And that was part of the reason too, was, selling off there. Thought Apple, had an opportunity to get a little lower than current. And did not. So Apple was actually fine. We're actually up on Apple today. Really the damage for me is right now in this NVIDIA short, and we just took some profit there on it, but these trades were bad. We got stopped out there. Now we're just waiting to see about that top breaking through 80s. That's gonna be my stop now on NVIDIA, just a high of the day. I mean, the market absolutely ripped like crazy there to start the day. SMR keeps on hitting for me. Why? What's going on with SMR here today? New scale. Yeah, I mean, well, it hasn't, it's gone now, but high a day break, I guess, is what we're talking about. I mean, a lot of scanners going off on high a day breaks right now as the market's screaming to the upside. I'm assuming that a name...
Netflix is going to?
Yeah, I'm assuming a name like... there goes Tesla. I was going to say, assuming a name like Tesla, also trying to get lower here as well. We'll put another bid out on NVIDIA, take some profit here. Now it's starting to come back just a wee bit here for us on NVIDIA. So we like that talk now, but we need a little lower if we're going to start to finally turn around some profit here on NVDA. And just putting some orders out in the teens now and see if we can get something, as we're short now 50s on NVDA. It's finally starting to print down just a little bit here into the... Okay, well, this is kind of, it's not, I don't want to say lucky because, you got to put the trades on, but we were short earlier and lost on it. So, just lucky that it's finally starting to think about moving back into the downside here as this market looking to break, and there it goes. So, all right, we're now out of half of this NVIDIA trade as it just kind of gets 1-to-1 now. That was a much bigger out. I wish we would have waited for the whole damn thing on that short side, but there it is. Finally shorting NVIDIA as it's pulling back. But we got to take advantage of this pullback because the market's long. And if you're scalping short, scalp is the key word. You should probably do that. Take profits when you see profits, and then maybe the market turns around, but maybe it doesn't. And being short NVIDIA or Palantir or any of these names that really get going are a death wish in a market that rips. And you never know where your outs are going to be. So make sure you take profit when it comes. Oh, there it is. Yeah, thank you. Check the 8 ball.
What are we checking the 8 ball for?
For what? Huh? Oh, you mean? Oh, yeah. We won't have to check the 8 ball. We'll check the. We'll check the sheet. We'll check the scoring sheet there. Randy wants us to double check his picks, and we will.
We've never actually spilled the coffee.
We will do that.
When have I spilled a coffee?
Yeah,
recently.
You probably. Okay, there.
Okay,
we go. So you probably have.
Literally, nah. It's been probably at least a couple of years. At least a couple of years since I spilled a coffee on this nice desk. Randy built the desk, by the way.
This desk is not even a couple years old. This one, I don't think.
Yeah, sure. This one? No? Okay, well, okay, fine. No. But it's
but there it is, man. XOM, Randy. I mean, this is probably what you're coming back here for. Take a little victory lap as XOM. Beautiful trade, man. Just keeps on making its ways higher. Yesterday, we did have a little bit of a pullback, but then as today we see Iran and U.S. tensions starting to increase a little bit, there goes XOM to the upside. We want to thank Randy for dropping off some Java right there. But yeah, out of half of this trade, again, this may not work, but we're going to give it to the top side here on NVDA.
Yeah, I just saw Jay Bronson. Why is that getting? Here, YouTube has been blocking some comments. That
has it? Okay.
Fine. ONDS, be careful. It's a fickle. Maybe you shouldn't say the word broad. I don't know. Fickle's not a bad word.
I heard pickle. So that explains my confusion. I thought it was a euphemism. So fickle's
different. It might be fickle, but it's also on sort of trend. Oh, that's a bad trend line. Anyways, I can redraw this a bit better if we come to my chart. Thank you. I can draw this a little bit better, but if we lose trend, I was sitting at VWAP. I should cancel it now. We got to first resistance, so we did take a couple of legs out, but that's a little, there you go. That's a little bit better. If it loses this trend line, I jump out and see if VWAP holds. So it's just a matter of moving the stop. The other name I'm looking at pretty closely here is going to be Intel, as the market hits a bit of a top. Oh, that didn't save either. Thank you. I didn't hit save. There's Intel. It was looking like it was going to go right into this pre-market high, break the trend line, and we look for a VWAP retrace. Instead, it's pressing higher. So it hasn't actually closed looking weak off of this trend line yet, which means no entry for myself on Intel for that short. And I'm not going to rush into it. We just got to wait for it to set up that short. We could blast higher and get all the way to like 47 before we definitively break that trend line. For sure. And I do see a lot of other names in the chat. Wendy's has been all over this chat.
Yeah, well, no, there was
what's the story
Nelson
here?
Peltz or something.
Oh, Peltz?
Derek can get it.
13F?
There was Wendy's. Yeah,
Okay,
there was Wendy's.
Wendy's has been getting destroyed.
It was like at 9 o'clock or something.
No, but this stock has been getting absolutely woodshedded forever. Like, when was the last time?
It's because no one's eating the chicken tendies anymore.
I love, look, actually, you know what's really bad?
Gotta get
I
in
want to
those
say that we like
tendies.
Wendy's and we get it, but my daughter only ever wants A&W and McDonald's recently.
Okay,
So we never get
okay.
Wendy's anymore. But if this gets through $8, close above the 50, that is volume at the low. Big time volume at the low for a reversal candle, but can it actually follow through would be the question. Adara?
So as far as I'm seeing of this Nelson Peltz, tree and Wendy's, it looks like they held the position steady. So that does not really explain this. So they didn't cut it. They didn't add much as far as I could tell. I'm seeing that it was, quote, largely steady for WEN.
Got to at least add to the position.
No, I mean, I think it's. I think it does explain
Nelson.
it. No, I mean, the thing is that that's the reason why it's going, right? I mean, that's what released it. But to Dara's point, like, should it be going up here is the other question, right? I mean, I think that's what the stocks wind up doing is what they wind up doing, and it's just that's as soon as it was released. That story, it started to go, and I think it's because there's a decent short float in this. Yeah. Oh, the short float is just 60%. So on Wendy's, so
60%?
Yep.
No.
Yep. So those of you guys caught on the wrong side of this, today is covering. So that's the trade. So it's a short float right there. It's 53 million shares out, 31 million short. So right there, 57, 58% short float today on Wendy's, which is creating this move higher there. As there's the story, Trian Fund. So there it is at 904, right? So as I was saying, like, regardless of our opinion on if that should happen or not, there's 904. There's the release of that, and there it goes to the upside. And it wasn't really on not too much volume, but now the volume trying to pick up as people doing that research, like I just did right there, 58% short float. That doesn't mean that this stock's going up or down. It's just like we saw Beyond Meat.
It just helps it go up when it breaks out levels.
Yeah, like Beyond Meat was a huge short float, and they only got shorter and shorter and shorter into that trade, right? And so, you got to be careful, but it does create spikes when there's some interest in the name. Like you could see Beyond Meat there just went whoops all the way up to $8 and then whop all the way down again. So yeah, that's these are short float bumps, and I feel like you're probably getting something, not probably, you are getting something very similar there on Wendy's, right? Where you're finally starting to see a little bit of a pop there, probably something there, all these little wicks higher, creating those actions. So there it goes, man. Wendy's upside, and NVIDIA just went back to flat. So I'm gonna put another bid here in the low 30s, see if we can grab that, because you're getting ready to make new moves higher here on NVIDIA. So a little nervous hands, but good thing we've covered a lot of that down there at 189. But let's get a little more short at the top side. And remember where we're stopping out, man. If this breaks 81s, we'll get out for NVIDIA.
Yeah, and this market just continues to go. Intel was so close to breaking the trend line down, and then it just bounced and made another fresh high. So it looks like this one's not going to end up being a short setup at all at this point. You start looking over, AMD's got almost the exact same thing going on, like very clean upward trend. I'm going to definitely prefer to take the trend break on Intel over AMD as they're all heading higher. But then check out Micron. Oh my goodness. Who was it that was wanted short SNDK this morning? This is probably... Oh, it's not that bad.
I mentioned short Micron 95.
1.7% up on SNDK. I kind of figured maybe.
Wow.
But this is almost at 420
Oh, there goes NVIDIA.
Stocks are absolutely insane at this point. Meanwhile, on this, yay, the exact same move as before. Like, so the next 15-minute candle needs to be breaking out this high. If we don't break this top on this 15-minute candle, then there's probably just better names to be looking at. But the other side of this coin, when all of these names are going so strongly, is I'm starting to look for what's super extended. If it's not going to be a reversion on Intel, anytime you're going parabolic, I'm looking for a trend reverse. Open Door is up 7%. Maybe it's got a little. It's $5 is probably way better.
Micron
than
is going insane.
There's got to be something setting up pretty well for a trend break, for sure. Commodity King says, look at ETHA. I might be done with. I don't see anything too crazy here.
Back into VWAP.
Hasn't broken the highs, so maybe that could be shorted. But what about, why not just go to IBIT? That's the other thing. Why not just look at IBIT? That's still trending to the upside as well. So I'm not really seeing anything that's breaking a trend for a short. So we'll hold on to Ondis as it's trying to break back through in the high of the day, and we'll see if this one actually gets us to 11 bucks here. No pullback into VWAP just yet. But let's be real. This market, a little bit of a surprise that we didn't have that much of a dip at the open, given what the pre-market was telling us. But now everything's in breakout mode. So if you're looking for a short, you just got to wait for it to set up. As one of these small cap names, my first thought was Open Door, and that's not feeling like it's the right one. So I'm going to continue to look for one of these, like a Rigetti or something that had no catalyst and is going absolutely ham, and just look for a bit of a reversion on one of these.
Yeah, man. Yeah, good talk there. Looking for stocks to get into zones. I mean, that's kind of what I'm looking for. Maybe now it's pullbacks into VWAP or like someone. We talked about Palantir today, and I was kind of like, oh yeah, maybe we get to that price today. It's already at 140 right now. This stock was 128 or something yesterday. PLTR, what a mover, man! And it just takes. Mizuho must have got some options on this, or there goes NVIDIA, by the way. There was 128 yesterday. Today 141 or so. Looking to make some moves here on NVDA, on Palantir. Again, maybe waiting for some kind of a VWAP trade to come through or not on that. But yeah, 189 here for Palantir, or for NVIDIA, seems to be a little bit of a top side action on that trade. Apple, it's a good thing we sort of got out of that, as that sort of ripped all the way to the top side right here. We're trading a lot of big cap names. You're on ONDS, which was nice. I'm short NVIDIA. Yeah, you're on ONDS. I'm still short NVIDIA. And we've got a Dara over at the big desk with a small cap recap.
Before we dive into the small caps, I want to mention J&J, Johnson & Johnson, announcing that they're investing over $1 billion in a cell therapy manufacturing facility in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. Now, this is one of many companies that has been investing in U.S. manufacturing, and so this isn't like completely shocking news, but either way here, it's just worth noting J&J just now announcing that more than $1 billion investment in their cell therapy manufacturing facility in Pennsylvania. We'll start here at the small cap recap with a relatively small name that I know Neil has been trading today. And yeah, shocker, it's ONDS, guys, Ondas. Yesterday morning, they announced that their Centrix has secured a German state police contract to enhance airspace protection. Next up, we have a penny stock here, RENX. This, much like with ONDS, is not a catalyst from today. With RENX, it's actually from Friday. The company announcing at that time that they have priced a $6 million private placement with a fixed conversion price. As you can see, nice move off the open for RENX, though it is below that key pre-market high. Next up, RXT. I've actually mentioned this one before today, but not on its own. I actually mentioned it in connection with Palantir, because RXT, with a larger cap correlation catalyst here, announcing that they're going to be collaborating with Palantir Technologies over the deployment of Palantir's Foundry and AIP. So nice look here for RXT. Near intraday highs at $1.40. RXT, ONDS, and RENX. Those are your small cap trio for today. Back to you.
As always, we always say.
Thank you very much, Dara.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I found the trend break for myself. It's going to be.
Thank you.
I can't believe I forgot about this one. Silver got not silver, but
SLV.
SLV, the ETF, got to 71. So it got to key price level. ZSL, which is the inverse, has been trending very cleanly down. So break trend line on 3 minute, go long, scalp into this like VWAP to 250 area, and then see what it can do. I'll hit save so I don't have to redraw that again. But if you're confused by that, there is SLV. It's the same. It's basically the same trade. Like I could slap a trend line on this, and then you would short this into VWAP. Just looking at the inverse here on ZLS for a potential entry, is it does look like it's trying to make a strong market, like silver trying to make a top here. As the market's been pressing higher, it's slowing down a little bit. So just looking for ZSL to break that trend line. If it never does, then I don't have to be in the trade. And update on ONDS. Looks like it is threatening to lose the uptrend that it's been on. So it doesn't break out that high cleanly. It needs to keep bouncing off that trend to get us into $11. But at this point, I'll probably just get out. I'd move my trail. If we lose this 1060, then I'm jumping out of ONDS. And if that's as far as it goes, that's as far as it goes. And we move on to the next one, which to me is looking like a bit of a silver play as well. So strong day in the market. But one thing to keep in mind is silver was strong all morning when the market wasn't doing anything. So I don't think that taking a short or a long in a ZSL or a short in silver necessarily matters as much with this market strength because it was doing its own thing to begin with.
All right, just hearing, I just heard something about explosions there in Iran, so I don't know if we're going to,
oh boy,
if we need, yeah, it's okay. So we'll just
send literally the great, like the most powerful and largest vessel in the arsenal just got sent into the Mideast. So escalation is very possible.
Yeah, so that's why I was thinking about, like, we talked about that with Randy about XOM and upside plays there. But, you know, sometimes it's kind of, it's not sad to say, it's just the way the market, I'm already on the TQs, right? It's just sometimes the market will take, you know, upside on stories like that. So I don't know, we're gonna have to wait. We can see what happens with oil right here. We are always looking at the March contract as of yesterday, I believe anyways, 64 and change. So oil not really reacting too much to it. I mean, we already saw oil up today and it looks like it's just kind of hovering around. So as Adara said, man, until we get, you know, I guess exact reports of exactly what's been attacked, if anything anyways, some of those reports go back and forth, right? And they're not exactly accurate all of the time. Right there. So yeah, so we'll get out of our NVIDIA and now just, you know, probably just try to play the other way now and think finally about what we want to do. I mean, the market is screaming higher. I mean, Apple, I don't know, yesterday we went long, today we went short. The market's like screaming up and we're just going short. Gold, yeah, good call there, Hamster. I mean, you could look at some gold trades. If there is something about that, we could look at gold. But here we go. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, so it's worth noting here, none of the accounts I follow are posting this. I'm literally had to search pretty deep on X to find this, but I am seeing some talks about smoke rising into the sky of the city of Parand in Tehran province in Iran. I guess an explosion was heard in the area on Wednesday. Unclear when this video was taken on Wednesday. Cause remains unknown, and I'm also seeing some of these posts saying this also could be a fire. This is not like brand new though. This is going back to like 8 to 10 minutes ago, so still relatively new. But again, no accounts that I follow are posting about it. So no one yet, at least these market-related accounts don't seem to be finding any significance yet. Back to you.
Okay. Yeah, so and again, always keep the ear to the ground if you're trading oil futures.
Yeah, it could mean nothing.
It could mean nothing, but also there could be something happening. We did trail out there on ONDS. I'll look at VWAP and see if it holds, but we broke the trend line. So I said if it breaks the trend line, we jump out, and that has now happened. So on to the next, and it's actually screaming a little bit. I mean, that could have been a short, I suppose, for a reversal, but that wasn't my plan of action. I wanted to look for longs today above that $9.80 and $10 level. So I'm looking for ZSL or silver to finally break the trend line and give us an entry point. It's just going to have to be, it's going to have to take a little bit of patience, I think. Only been in 3 names, each one a little bit different, but at this time of day, I really do want some kind of a trend break and not to fight anything too crazy. That is not looking good. IRBX, the trader Sam just said IRBX. I've seen a few people. IBRX, I should say. IBRX, which is Immuno. This is another small capper. I know Sharif would be all over this one. I haven't seen the story for this one, but I do remember, okay, it's about, yeah, it's $8. That this one went, oh, that wasn't as recent as I thought. That was like a month ago. Wow, it's a month ago that this thing went to $8.
Oh, okay.
It went like $2 to $8, and now it's going into some big overhead resistance. So just watch out. It's only a $0.50 away from getting into some monster levels. Adara, what was the news on
They received European Commission authorization for one of their treatments. So they're getting, authorization from the EU for one of their treatments. That is the news there for our friends here at IBRX. And as Neil said, like they've run before multiple times. It's not just like a couple times this thing has rallied.
Yeah, thanks, Adara. And on much bigger, like look at the volume the first time it went to $8. Like it's a fraction of the volume, not even anywhere close to the volume that we're seeing. And I know it's early, but like give me a break. Like this is like more than 10x the volume when it got to $8 before. So a little bit of a light volume move there on this bad boy. ZLSL doesn't want to go. Seems like it's running. Still trending to the upside is silver. So until that trend breaks, it's not going to do much. Amazon, crazy that this is now up 2.5%. At the open, we were talking about how there was a chance they could resume that down streak.
There it goes.
Oh, no. Now you're breaking out the highs and just continuing to fly. So again, just going to have to preach a little bit of patience because I want to find not a big cap name. It'll be silver or it'll be like a small capper that I don't see any rhyme or reason to that doesn't have a catalyst that I want to look for the trend back. Rigetti is a bit of a thought for me. The problem here is if I wanted that trend break, I'd already be in it. So as it tests back higher, there might be a little lower high short in Rigetti here if I don't get ZSL. And we have to pay for locates. So I'm going to go ahead and at least be ready and pay for some locates on Rigetti.
What's up, Bart? They're mentioning that I might be early a little bit on my short, but that's okay. I'm short in the market here, just because we've been ticking out to the top side. So finally, a little here. We can go on the TQs. I just want to show you Micron. Like, wow, up 6%. Like, just wow, what a move, man. This is like $20 straight up. Right there. So yeah, good on the Micron longs right now that are in the account. If not in my account, in your guys' account, if you have them, there goes Micron. And I had sort of said that this on the daily, like you want to see about that's we tried to get up to high. That's 439. I think if you were able to buy any dips down to there, you're getting a wicked awesome opportunity right now. Wicked awesome to get out at 423. Shout out to everybody from Boston. That's a good little level right there. So I am good move higher. I don't think it's necessarily the short yet there for Micron. But yeah, what I'm trying to do here, again, we're flat on the trade, might not do anything, but it's just we've sort of ticked out right up here a couple times. We've seen it, make those moves back in. Obviously, we're a little early, as we had mentioned. We probably should not have. I thought there was a top. Let's force it. Not force it, but let's see if we can join the party onto the downside. But this is your 25 period moving average. We've talked about that a couple times here on the show. It needs to break. So that right now, obviously it needs to break if the short's going to work, but it's right now been bouncing off of that level pretty much since the morning, since we were involved with this at 9:40. It held there, and then it held basically again at 10 o'clock. And it looks like, although that was just one little wick, but it still holds it. So nice move lower is what we're looking for. But again, we have a good out. So this is like exactly when you want to put on shares. It doesn't matter, bigger size, smaller size, but at least now you have a top end, right? Like shorting all the way to oblivion, like I did on NVIDIA there, not a smart move, because now it finally pulls back, but we didn't really have a top right into here. Why we're shorting here makes sense to me. These are the highs. We talked about 189. We were able to take a look. We got hit, but we're able to take a little bit out there on the way down, then just shorting all the way up into 190, hoping that 190 fails, not great. Take the trade when it actually does fail, and we see a top. So yeah, I don't want to go back into the short. It's up 3%, the market's screaming. But right there for NVIDIA, that would have been a smarter trade. So these were all stupid right into there. I was thinking short underneath view up. It was not acting properly. As soon as it broke the 200, that's maybe where we could have got out and then waited to see something like what's happening now, a retracing break lower. So that's kind of what I'm waiting for here. Looks like we're finally getting some kind of a push down here on the TQs. My stop was the high of the day, which is about 10 cents from here. So I'm waiting for 85s. That's where I have my next or my only bid right now. So although now I guess I have it at 85, but that might be just a little bit silly because, okay, I'll punch them out at 87, whatever. We're still there. We're still at 85. Just noticing that, okay, there it goes. So just noticing that we had changed, obviously, where that was. So that's that low bottom take there. So finally, we have a short on that I believe we can hold for a couple of seconds as we break below now. Let's give this a little bit of love, see if the short can work for us. What's up, Adara?
What's up here is UBER. This initially came out, I was seeing apparently around 9:30-ish from Reuters, but I'm just seeing it circulate now, so I want to mention it. Uber reportedly planning on spending $100 million to build fast charging hubs for autonomous vehicles, and they're also going to be offering incentives for more EV chargers in the US and Europe. So again, UBER charging story from earlier today, just worth noting here for Uber. Back to you.
You're just working there?
Thank you there, Dara. I did finally get into, well, both of them at once. It'll be Rigetti and ZSL. So I'm showing you Rigetti on that trend break. I tried to get filled above the 50 level, so I've nibbled in on more or less at 40s here, mid 40s. But I want my next fills to get me an average price of 1050 because I was 1650. I want a 1650 price, but it's a bit whippy in here, and I'll give it to 1665. ZSL, here I'll just show you the black chart because it'll keep it easier. There was the trend line from before. It's broken the trend line. I got some 41s in here. I'm sitting on the bid, try to grab 40s. It's a $2 stock, so I think I'll probably get picked up, and then we'll play it into the volume weighted average price and throw up the super chat from Frederick there if we can. I just saw it.
HYMC?
Specifically, Frederick Von Yummy Pants. That's the name, then I'll say it. HYMC is currently up 16% just on the early earnings reports of other companies. Keep your eyes on AGI, NEM, and whoever else is reporting soon because these free cash flows are going to be biblical.
Ew.
Okay.
I do want to.
Frederick, I think it was you that was saying these miners were going to have
because these free cash flows are going to be biblical. Okay.
I think you were saying this last week, so sticking to your guns on that. Thank you for the super chat. We appreciate you. I believe I just heard we're going to Adara again.
Keep an eye here on ALTS. Now, this is Alt 5 Sigma. They are affiliated with World Liberty, and they just got a spike to the upside, as you can see. Looks like we are live with the Trump brothers. And when I say Trump brothers, I specifically mean Eric and DJ TJ, Donald Trump Jr., with CNBC. And at this World Liberty Financial Forum, we have Donald Trump Jr. telling CNBC that World Liberty is the fastest growing stablecoin in history. Whether or not that is true or is not true, we do have ALTS moving. So again, guys, keep an eye on this ALTS World Liberty Forum happening right now, and Donald Trump Jr. calling World Liberty the fastest growing stablecoin in history. And back to you.
Okay, so yeah, supporting. I mean, they have ABTC there, is a big stock for them. This is theirs. It's rallied okay in the last couple of days, I thought, but maybe no. It's low, still $1, so we're still not really rallying at all right now. American Bitcoin Treasury. This is their stock, the Trumps. At least it's Eric, I believe, is the one that always talks about this. So figure that all out, and get back into ABTC if you are exactly interested. AMD, Wendy's popping again. I mean, I see you guys in the chat. We just talked about this a couple percentage points ago. Nelson Peltz saying the stock is undervalued, taking a stake, and likes it. 58%, and a slight increase on the 13F filing. But it's more the comments that he likes the stock and whatnot. So Nelson Peltz, he's not loving McDonald's, but he's loving Wendy's. And it's just about undervalue. So remember, if he had said it's undervalued, they'd taken a stake in it. It's now popped 15%. He could be using your liquidity as value and getting out right there. So it might be already time for Sir Peltz to ring the register for sure. A stock that we had, it's just so funny because today all we had written down was longs, and the number one error for me today is going short everything. So that was a mistake, but it was Palantir long, Nvidia long, Apple long as well, and Silver long. So everything is pretty much printing to the right side. You are in and still in ZSL, so that looks like that could potentially be pulling back off of that recent high. Obviously, we're in the futures, that's pulling back. Is Apple finally pulling back? I mean, no. So we went short. It's funny that I'm still up. This is the only stock that'll be up on right now. Will be Apple. We only traded 3 names. Short the futures. Well, the futures pending trade, but definitely down on Nvidia. So down on Nvidia, up on Apple, but down way more on Nvidia than we're up on Apple. But there it goes. Right now, 265. What was the high yesterday? Because where did we turn around? All right, so 260, 625s or so. I thought Apple was maybe a short today. It had such an epic run yesterday. Thought we would try the short. Got out of it right away at VWAP. So if anything, that saved me a little bit. That was a great idea to do that and not average in, and as we saw it continue to go to the upside, as opposed to what we did on NVIDIA, the complete opposite. We should have, where we stopped out right here at the high of the day, that should have been it, and then we just kept on shorting right there, which is too bad because the short obviously has printed. Like all these everything I did in the last 20 minutes made money, but we got stopped out. So, you know, you got to watch out your P's and Q's and make sure you don't have, you know, or make sure you do have the right amount of shares so you don't get stopped out if that's something that's happening to you right now. I bid right now, by the way, the market 67, 68,000 for crypto. I dipped my toes again at 66, basically 66 flat. So that's starting to work out, but not. I mean, any day this thing is up or down $5,000. So we'll wait to see if this breaks 40. There's the break right now on IBIT. I believe that's day's high. Yeah, so day high break happening right now on IBIT as the market's trying to get back to the day's high as well. So nice move there on Bitcoin. As we just mentioned, the Trump's talking a little bit about crypto now. And we'll see if it wants to move the needle or not. But IBIT back to flat on the day, which is pretty good. Would expect it to be higher than this considering where the NASDAQ is, to be honest with you. But
at least it's going.
Yeah, at least
ETH is at 2,000 as we speak. We just broke 2,000 on ETH, so ETHA is
upside.
Yeah, kind of a random level on ETHA, but it is 2,000. And oftentimes you're going to hear us talk about the ETFs because that's what you trade here. Not that we couldn't trade directly, we actually have crypto. It's just if you already have equity buying power and equity risk, it just makes sense to trade the ETF if you can. Ooh, well, I might actually get that resting offer here on Rigetti. We'll still try to pick up some shares. Seriously, like 2 more cents, and then we actually get the fill here. And I do still have an order above the 53. So, you know, waiting for us to get the price that we want here in Rigetti. I wanted 50 and couldn't. Get the 50 levels, so I'm taking mid-40s, and then I'm also going to get a fill at the mid-50s and just end up with a 50 price because I couldn't actually get 50 on the way in. But the risk is to this prior bar high, and I want it into VWAP. ZSL is just the inverse on silver. There is the trend break. There's the confirmation. I just sat on the bid to be able to get the rest of the fill, and now I'm playing for this to just, even if it V-shapes back into like VWAP, and then we'll take some more out in front of 250, as silver has been strong all day long. Right? Like SLV, obviously I'm in an inverse, has been strong, but starting to buck that trend, which gets me in. Again, just looking for the VWAP retracement. Gold has been pretty strong. Always trading with a stop, whether for me it's prior bar on a trend break or low of the day, that kind of a thing. Because you still could get any kind of a headline. We've already heard potential for explosions in Iran, and if we get something unforeseen happening, you could see metals bounce back to the upside, but it's just a trend reverse, which I like as a trade. If you're going back over to where the real strength is in this market, AMD's down 1.5%. You think, okay, maybe that's going. No, it's Micron. Although Micron's pulling back, already off like $4 off this high here, but that's one of the strongest names, and it was small cappers. The reason I'm on Rigetti is because there were so many of these small cappers that were going absolutely crazy in the morning without catalyst, and it just seemed like a bit of a squeeze fest going on here. So that's why I like this one, because I couldn't find a story on it, and it was extending a little bit, in my opinion, too far. And if you're just looking at the 15-minute, once it pressed back into these highs, and I'm going back into last week, this is where it had a breakdown underneath 17 bucks, and then the lower high was up here. So it pressed into a level, did a trend break, so we're going to play short. Market is leading the way, but hopefully these small cappers without catalyst can give us a little bit of a retracement trade.
I just want to say hi to all of our friends right now live following us on TikTok. So shout out to everybody on TikTok. Thank you for joining us here. And yeah, we're live on TikTok if that's your preference. Go find us on TikTok. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, hello, TikTok viewers. Let's take a look at this sector watch. We'll start here with what's weaker. That's going to be utilities to the downside as a group. Communications right across the board. Health technology mostly red here. But we do have some strength in names like producer manufacturing, or sectors rather, like producer manufacturing. Applied Materials and LRCX, Lam Research, both to the upside. Finance, green across the board for the most part with the larger names of some of these real estate plays, including AMT. to the downside. Again, some insurers as well, like Progressive, also trading lower here. We've got this commercialization sector here doing quite well. Non-energy minerals doing quite well. So Newmont on watch, a couple days ahead of their earnings report tomorrow after the bell. Nice look here. Tech services, really strong across the board. The notable and basically only exception to that strength will be our earnings play. Palo Alto Networks down 6.5%, though it's bouncing nicely here off of its reaction lows. Then you've got electronic technology here. This is actually quite strong as a group as well, though light red in names like AMD, Texas Instruments, and Boeing. So generally a lot of strength here. The sectors that are weak tend to be selling off to a noticeable degree. Back to you.
Yeah, those durables, Procter weak.
Yep.
Walmart down 0.5%.
Is it again?
AbbVie down over 2 points on AbbVie. That seems a little bit much. Eli Lilly I get, but like, come on, AbbVie is going to be down 2.5%. But it's rotation. If it's tech and those type of risk names that are going up, we know where the weakness has generally been. At least one other place where the rotation has been strong, load, is still doing well, and that would be like your oil and energy names. My guess is the reason they're going to be strong today, despite the fact there's a rotation back into tech, is obviously what's going on in the Middle East. So that headline probably giving a little bit of a bump to names. I mean, Chevron, Exxon, both going to be strong. Oil going to be strong a little bit here. But for everything else, those staples that have been so good,
Yeah,
if you like them, I'm looking at Walmart. If Walmart goes down another 5-10%, I might be able to grab that one. Not for a reload, but just to add to the position. So it did get filled at Rigetti here, came right back into that mid-40s. So I got 45 there. I have a 55 offer. Again, I want the price to be 16.5, and I really couldn't get it on the way down. So the only way I'll get 16.5 is if it pops back up and gives me 55. But we're playing this back into the volume weighted average price. And there is a name, Showtime.
What's up, Showtime?
That's what I want to hear. SoFi going to break 20.
Oh, okay.
Why do we want to hear it? Because SoFi has been dying. That's the reason. That's part of the reason. Candidly, and just to let you guys know, I own shares of SoFi, obviously, in the long term. Otherwise, why would I care that it's up 1.5%? But this is another name that has been bled. You're talking about pulling back over 40% from the highs, despite having a strong quarter. And last I checked, we always talk about flat bottom breaks because, quite frankly, we have a key for it. I can hit a button and it's got a nice little graphic on it and all that good stuff. But I don't have a button for a flat top break, which doesn't make any sense. We like when stocks go up more than when they go down. So just imagine me hitting a button that says flat bottom, flat top break, and then there'd be like an arrow going up and all that fun stuff. Basically the opposite of this. And that would be SoFi in about 2 or 3 cents for sure. So SoFi looking pretty good, not at 20 yet, but this has a little bit of a gap fill as well. The only reason I don't like it, this is not the time of day that I like breakout trades. I prefer, if you break out this late, play the dip back into prior high or into VWAP as a way to go. And that's reminding me, yeah, like even ONDS. Like ONDS broke out and did nothing with the breakout. And that was even earlier. Like it went 1050 to 1075 and couldn't really press past that first quarter, unfortunately. And that was an early break. Just didn't do any follow through. And it's still not following through. So this is a time of day that I think you want to be patient with these breakout setups and let them develop. But certainly SoFi would be one of them.
Yeah, I like SoFi. I was trying to find out like which names are potentially moving around the most here. We did get a nice bounce back half hour or so for Palo Alto. I mean, this was down almost 10% there. Maybe it was even. I don't know. Right off the open was its lowest print. So it got into 147s and change, maybe 147.50, I guess. Now you're up to 153. So those of you that bought, congratulations. I was saying 3-day rule for myself. And I know there's some people in the chat there, Hamster, I think, or a few others that sat there and took a 151 or 150 fill. That was a great one, it seems like, as it's on the way back up. So, sometimes you can't keep good stocks down, but Palo Alto's been down for quite a while. And then the missed on the guide as well, so guide lower. But earnings beat top and bottom line the last quarter, just not the most aggressive guide forward that investors obviously were looking for. But there it is, nice little bounce back today for PanW, and I was just going to say PLTR, nice bounce back day for Palantir as well. As you could see, that Palantir today gets an upgrade from Mizuho, and that's all it takes, and it's up 5%, crazy, because it was up 3% early, and It's just so stupid because everything, like now I'm short the futures. Everything I wrote down was longs today, and there goes Palantir. So it's frustrating for me to have not taken that early. Just a lot of consolidation, and I guess, you know, we learn more every day about the way we trade and what we need to be looking for and everything. So we saw that. Obviously, we were waiting. Once we saw 135 hold, we were waiting down there, but that didn't come through. And then it just broke higher, right? I mean, if we had that crystal ball to be able to see this in the futures, then great. But we weren't. And so I think that, you know, just taking the pre-market break on a strong name, since you missed the bottom, probably would have been okay. And it breaks at 940s-ish. So that's probably okay. This is just a 1 minute chart. Now you got to wait. We saw yesterday on, I don't know if it was Palantir or not, but yeah, it was right there. So there's the pullback into VWAP after a strong move. That pullback doesn't happen until about midday, but it does come back into VWAP. So for me on Palantir, still looking for that trade because VWAP is actually a pretty good one lining up right now with some support. So yeah, if Palantir can get back to 138.50, still needs about $1.50 downside before that happens. It looks like the TQs and the NASDAQ want to take out the high of the day here again. So we'll have to sit in this trade. As we just took, as we just took some outs again at this 25 period moving average. Maybe we're onto something there and need to do a little bit more work. All right, Adara, what you got over there?
Another day, another AI deal for Figma, or so it seems. FIG on the upside here. They're partnering up with Claude now, or Claude, however you want to call it. Claude posting about a minute ago here on X. You can now push what you're building into Claude code directly into Figma. So it looks like some kind of integration here. Unclear if this was already a known entity, but either way here, it's worth noting Claude posting about it. Figma, much like another name reporting after the bell today, DoorDash, pushing higher into that earnings report after the bell. They both reported 405. Back to you.
Okay.
Well, if you liked Figma at 80, then you're really going to like it at 50. And if you liked it at 50, then you must have really liked it at 35.
That's a tough
and then
one.
at 30. And then at 20. And then to the 10, to the 5, and touchdown for, I don't know, man. It's just been a really bad IPO. But, I mean, it's making a bottom. The question is, has it actually mattered? There was only one time in October did you actually get a support level which gave you a winning trade for Figma. But this seems like a market which wants to reward you for, at least right now, for some of these, I guess, what are we calling these, like dead cat bounce trades?
Yeah, I don't mind calling it that.
Let's just call it those, because those are the names that are really going. Well, I buy my eyeballs on Wendy's, and I know everyone's talking about the Nelson Peltz and Wendy's, but I can't ignore this big breakout. This is actually pre-market. So the open is here at 9:30, and it dips into VWAP to start the trend line. Then we dip in again and hold the trend, and we dip in again and hold the trend. So now you have 3 points on this one. So for myself, I'm just going to be staring down Wendy's. We're in a trend, the slowest trend break of all time on ZSL, trying to just play it step by step into VWAP. Like it's just essentially like very slowly breaking this trend up. But I just heard Mattel is going in my ear.
That's not really.
Oh, it's not really?
Nah. Well.
What happened to this thing in the afternoon? What the heck happened in the afternoon on this stock? It randomly just dropped 3% in the final hour.
Nvidia was not great.
Yikes. Because we know Mattel is trying to fill in a gigantic gap from obviously back last week, as you guys can plainly see. So if it was going, there'd be another potential gap filler, but I don't see it doing anything. Wendy's far more interesting. And now that we've waited for it to, and look at the 15-minute, obviously if it closes and breaking the trend line on the 3, it'll also be doing it on the 15. And you let it get to a resistance spot and then look for a setup. And the setup for me is just it breaking the trend underneath $8. Once it closes underneath, short, prior bar high out, stop, and then play it into VWAP. Let's see how the US dollar is doing. We opened the show talking about it, and now Adara is going to give us a bit of a refresher.
Time to talk about that DXY. Now, it's worth noting we actually closed basically flat here, down about 0.01% rather here on the DXY yesterday. So we did break what could have been a now 3-day winning streak. But either way, DXY continuing to bounce here once again. And you're going to want to watch the dollar at 2 p.m. today. Why? Because we have the FOMC meeting minutes coming out. Now, in the meantime, I do want to take a look here at the March 2026 Fed meeting expectations here, 94% of participants, so the vast majority still expecting we're not going to get a rate cut. But the FOMC meeting minutes could provide us with some perspective. Now, it's worth noting these minutes generally don't give us a play-by-play of why each person voted, though it'll say terms like most members thought this, most members thought that. So you'll get kind of a sense of what the consensus is. And that's significant because there's been very little consensus at the Fed as of late. Now, this infographic shows that the last 5 Fed meetings, we had at least one dissenting vote at each of them. So there has been a lot of dissent lately. Now, if you look here at the actual voting breakdown, January 28th, 2026, we did have 2 members voting against that decision to hold rates. We had both Waller and Myron thinking that we could have had a 25 basis point cut, but the vast majority of voting members deciding to change, not to change rates. Now, the other reason I mentioned this voting and non-voting distinction is because when we get the commentary in the minutes, they include voting and non-voting members. So it's not like they separate whose opinions are what. So just keep that in mind. I'll go through those meeting minutes for you right when they come out at 2 p.m. Eastern. Now back to you.
It's like we went short and then we went long, and now we're long on the futures there. I felt like the long was probably the better trade as we continue to go higher, but maybe now the short might work. Like, see, short. And if I just held the shorts, it would have printed again, but we go long again down there at 93, 94, giving me an average price right now of 02, which is fine. But yeah, watching out. This 21 periods held. If we break lower, then we can get out, right? Breaking back down below 80s is a stop out. For me right there. Just a little bit of a frustrating day for me. Shreve just asked, like, how's it going? I was like, well, I was, short NVIDIA, then short the Qs, now long. Like, it's a lot of back and forth, and I just wish we would have, maybe just stayed with our long thinking here today instead of trying to think about the market as well. And then especially with a name like Palantir, I mean, up 5% there today. Was started up 2%. Or how about Micron? We had some negative news on SanDisk a little bit, and Micron's up 6%. So who knows? But what we do know is what's for lunch. And today, well, I wasn't here on Friday. You mentioned it was Mexican flag. Today's Mexican flag again.
Well, this time
right now. So this time it will be tacos, but it's not. It is pork. It's similar.
Oh.
Pork's my least favorite, but it's pork fajitas. I mean, it should be okay. We'll see how it's seasoned and whatnot. So pork fajitas right there with Mexican seasoned. Okay, so there you go, Neil. Maybe you get some chili seasoning.
Like the chili was, first of all, the chili was Mexican flag too, and there was literally zero seasoning in it. No, but actually zero. It was ground beef, and I don't even know what the sauce was, and some beans in there, and you can't call that chili.
Yeah, man, stop hating on the caterer so much, man. Okay.
What it is that, like, it's a caterer. They have to cater to an entire office, so you can't make something with a really good tang or just like a good amount of
certain
heat.
people have different spice preferences,
right.
Adara.
Like, I love spicy food, so my idea of spicy food is not the same as everyone else's idea of spicy food. So for me, that was not chili. My chili, I wanted Homer Simpson that stuff. Like, I'm that dude. Like, I want my chili
it needs to be spicy.
Hair in your damn chest, man. Like, that's what
it needs to be spicy. The TQs making you move higher, but we're not done yet, so let's do this one more time. We didn't talk about the sides yet. So pork fajitas should be okay. Roasted veg, okay. Mexican rice, but this is what I really like. The Mexican corn salad.
Okay, that was really good.
Yeah, that's been a tasty treat. So Mexican corn salad. All right, the TQs finally goes upside, so we're not so woe is me anymore as we finally get a little bit out. We got some out at 50.10s. That's the high of the day. And whether or not the market can rip from here or not, can it? Yes, is obviously. I mean, there's a huge opportunity to get going today on the market. But again, we're already up 1 1/4. The NASDAQ rarely has days approaching 2% to the plus side. We've seen them to the downside. So maybe it is due for something upside. I'm going to sit here and take another 10 if we can get it, and there we go. We do get that as it breaks through. So now we say yippee-ki-yay. We don't say the next part. But it is starting to get going now, back up to the upside. So thank you to everybody in the chat, saying, oh my God, we finally went long. And yeah, we finally went long. So now we're long. I keep saying it, that maybe I'll burn it into my head to stay this way. Everything on the damn note today was long. So the fact that, we're down on the day pretty good and didn't take any longs until 10:50 is a little sad face emoji for your boy. And that's a fact, Jack. Mike P. DeRider. But there it goes. We'll see if we can hold this out. Remember, a drop down through 80, kind of where this 50-period moving average. We can keep on changing it. Sharif just got back. I asked him, is it snowing? He said a lot. So not great. I'll see if I can. On my way to the gym, it's a little bit. There's a little coverage there, so maybe we can get underneath. But yeah, a little nasty. We have stuff to film. So again, thank you to everybody watching on TikTok. And we also want to remember that we are now just 6 days away. This is how Obi learned. This is how Sharif learned. This is how Neil learned.
The Academy.
It's kind of how I learned. You see in the background, Sia was there learning right now on the Academy. Everybody, Adara, everybody on the Academy. So that's 6 days from now. You're going to find out everything that Obi's learned on the Academy. Everything that we've all learned. Obi coming up. I just keep saying his name because he's coming up very soon.
Filling in for Joe.
Filling in for Joe.
Well, I mean, like we could sneak peek it. Here, if you're really, really fast, it looks something like this. There's lots of modules that you can check out.
Dog.
And now that's all you get to see.
My dog is sick too. I'm out of here.
That's it.
Whose
dog is? Oh, Joe's
yeah,
dog.
Joe. Yeah, he was saying. I think he's taking Milo. I don't know if it's. Hopefully he's okay. Yeah, Joe, take the time and
I thought he was just embarrassed about that picture that he drew yesterday.
Oh, so
the Valentine's Day, because if you're watching the show yesterday,
that's
Joe,
a way better picture than you could draw.
I didn't say I could draw.
Oh, okay.
But I also know I can't draw. If I'm gonna get a picture of my wife, I've asked my brother, who is literally an artist. Hey,
that takes away the fun of doing it, though. That's what I'm saying. Like,
it'd be horror awful.
He didn't say he wasn't good.
It'd be horror awful, or I can just get AI to do it for me. That's the other way to do it. Because that would be interesting. Like, you describe how you see your significant other and see how AI does. Just a couple of quick little moves here. Wendy's did break the trend line, so it confirmed closing underneath this all-day trend. Nelson Peltz investing in Wendy's, and it's up 15 points. That's about it. But it is at a resistance spot, so waited for it to get to resistance on the daily. That's a 50-period SMA, and resistance. What are they doing up there? And then resistance up here as well. There's the picture. I mean, that kind of speaks for itself.
I think it's fine.
I think it's a cool thing to do.
I mean, that's the whole point. Sharif, I don't understand. The only thing wrong, I don't understand what the wrong in the nose and the mouth of her. That's to me is a little bit of a problem, right there. Like, his poor girlfriend has a completely brown face, but a completely white.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
This is so he did miss. There's no doubt he missed the boat there a little bit.
I mean, you think? I mean, a little bit, just a little bit. Little bit. So look.
Figma does report tonight.
No,
so
Figma, I was going to say, Figma running, I see it in the chat. Figma up almost to local tops here at $25. They got a new deal. They report tonight. In terms of earnings this morning, it was all about Pan W. And if you were like myself, looking for a stink bid, I threw a stink bid in, I said this last night, into CrowdStrike and not Pan W, because I'm going to pick that one up on this weakness. Well, suffice to say, this bounce in Pan W has caused CrowdStrike not to hit the bid. Oops, that's CoreWeave. See, that's clearly I've been looking at more CoreWeave on the day trade. No, we don't even break support on CrowdStrike. I thought maybe you would break support in sympathy and I'd be able to pick CrowdStrike up somewhere in here. So I will be canceling my stink bid in the personal account because obviously that's not going to fill for me today. ZSL, again, just slowly creeping back up. Just showing you the trade. We showed you Wendy's. ZSL. Silver's not really doing much. It's just we trended, and Silver's trying to trend back into VWAP, so that slow trend is working. Rigetti had a strong power move. It broke trend, but one step down, not all the way into VWAP. So nothing too crazy happening with those ones. And I don't think I want to fight IBIT again, but I probably should have. Oh yeah, checks notes. I probably wrote down, if I wrote down 3880 again today, I'm going to. Did I? Oh yeah, of course I did. 38.8. What is it about IBIT that you cannot actually break out anything? So we had a short early on this, and then it goes right into yesterday's high, and there is your rejection as it continues to fall. So yeah, all that strength that was happening in the market right now, well, guess what is not at the high of the day? ETH is back under 2,000. Bitcoin has already pulled back about a point or so, and all of a sudden, we're right back to where we were before, which is on market strength. Crypto is doing nothing for you, everybody. It doesn't mean it's not having a bad day, but you'd like to see this actually sustaining the move instead of falling like an absolute rock. I should have shorted it up there. But it's 11 o'clock. We already told you got a special treat. You've got the professor himself.
Yes.
And not Joe, because we'll update that. It's Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yes.
We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Hopefully the weather isn't completely horrible and you can get to the gym. And, well,
Apparently it's bad. The wife sent me a video.
it's like really bad, eh? Yeah, well, apparently it is pretty bad. It's Toronto. It's winter. That's how it is. We'll enjoy some
Here.
fajitas, apparently. Oh, that is really bad.
Yeah, it's not so bad here. Let me just show it to you guys. It's not the greatest. How do I go
Well,
full
you can-
screen?
actually
right
not
here.
that bad.
So it's just a lot of snowing action here. That's like on top of our gazebo right there. So you can kind of see just a little bit of action. She says it's
That could be
more,
worse.
yeah, it could be a lot worse. There's our little, hey, what's up, gnome? It's nice to see you, gnome, right there. Don't try to break in. This is like a fortress, that fence right there.
Yeah, clearly.
So, just FYI on that one. Okay, guys, yeah, nice day there. It's snowing
that
here.
down.
Stay inside, stay safe, stay warm. And I got to talk to Obi because we need to get a discount. He's on way too much now. So I think it's like the GO train, you know, like when you take it 20 times, your next 5 rides are free or whatever. So Obi's not getting paid for the next little while, but he's been on so much.
At the end of the month, it's always free.
Yeah, more buying power for Obi. How about that? All right, thank you very much, everybody. We'll see you back again. We're just playing around, of course. Thanks, Obi, for coming through. And he's with Sharif right now.
Get him.
Boom.
Yo.
Greetings
What is
and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the midday show. That is your boy, Obi. He is the one, Kenobi, and I'm Sharif. And let's say hello to everybody. What a day it's been on these here markets outside. And hopefully we're going to have a good one on the show. Shout out to Ronaldo. See what happened at the Bernabeu yesterday? I said no good, racism bad. More on that later. Slow motion for me. We got Ichiro, we got Gucci Trader, Buffalo Soldier, we got Usher, Green Day. Who else, man? Mike PD right up. We got PD. We got Oichiro, Sit, Spin, Strobe, Christ, God, Son, One. Shout out to Macro, Morales, Oslam, Jal, Press, Death God. He's in the house as well. Shout out to Nihuya. And we got Pizza Gang 187. Yay! Shout out to Ganin Patel. Probably butchered that. I do apologize. Jay Bronson, Kalua, Miko, and then Mohammed Saladin. Mohammed Saladin, not Mo Salah. You know, bit different person there. Ryan Davis. We got Roops, Bata, Filter Trade 67. We got Ronaldo Wilberto. Shout out to Cheese Wizard. We got, who else, man? Michael Baldwin, Manford Man, Mendo Quazan. Oh boy, these are hard names. Damian Tarza, Hinsey, Green Saber, Anil Bilo, Sell High. That is my dream as well. Good morning, Obi, and how's it going? I'm gonna have to actually wait
for sure. No
till
worries.
you
No worries.
wait on that, Obi. Wait and tell us how you're doing when we get back from the big desk.
I'll be brief, but I have to mention this pop in Snapchat here. Nice push up for SNAP heading into this midday session. Snapchat announcing that it surpassed 25 million subscribers and it now exceeds a $1 billion annualized revenue run rate. So as we get that announcement, SNAP pushes to the upside. Back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, that thing's definitely snapping to the upside. But I got myself a little snapped this morning on some Pan W. So that's how my morning was going. Didn't really pan out there, the short. But yeah, it was kind of interesting, gapping down on some earnings and you know some forward looks not really looking too good there, and some selling off, market not really taking it too well. But yeah, this was the idea here. I can kind of full screen this, I guess. But this was the idea. I was just looking for a hold underneath this 150. 150, again, it's SSR, Sharif. So, you know, sellers might have some trouble getting
That's what
in.
happens with hot garbage.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm
Sometimes
I'm
thinking like, okay, there's definitely a lot of longs on this. If the market's not taking the news too well, I'm looking for a hold below this 150 to get involved. But no, those swipes up into the ask were absolutely wild. Again, an SSR mechanic, it's definitely gonna play some part in some of the price action that's taking place here. But I knew I was absolutely wrong above that 150 to 151. 151 was actually opening range high.
14.
And I was talking to someone else who loves to trade spready tickers, and they were telling me that that 151 long has been working out quite nicely. And I was like, yeah, absolutely. This is exactly where everybody who was short off of the open, and maybe some of pre-market as well, is definitely taking a stop out there. And since that 151 broke out, you can see clean trend all the way up to 154 halves. Doesn't necessarily look back, and you definitely have that market tailwind on your side as well. We finally got back above 25,000 here, Sharif,
yes, sir,
on the NASDAQ. And again, when the market's kind of selling off pretty aggressively like it has been, I usually have eyes on the VIX, and the VIX has a higher probability of reversion than anything else. So the VIX was kind of elevated over the past couple of days, as you know, back up into 20s, maybe some 22s, 23s last week as well. And we're finally taking a little bit of a pullback back down below that $20 level. I have this 19 halves roughly marked out. I just use it as a bit of a threshold for where I like to look for certain types of things, but back below that 18 halves here on the VIX. So we can definitely see some of that VIX, I guess if you want to call it weakness, reflected in the market strength today. And I was talking to Neil as well. I really got to look into more of this. Now we have weekly expiring options there as well, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Today is a Wednesday, and some of the action that was going on here on the NASDAQ did seem like some aggressive, unnatural buying. So I was just like, all right, cool. I want to look more into it. I have no idea what's going on, obviously. So we'll try to figure that out as well. We'll be right back from Adara.
I just want to let you guys know we're getting our, at this point, near daily 11 a.m. update from Google's blog. Now, I've said this before. Google really likes to post news updates on their blog around or at 11 a.m. today. They're announcing that their Gemini app now features their most advanced music generation model, which is Lyria 3. It'll be available in the US, and they're now rolling out to YouTube creators in other countries. So once again, the Google blog as a catalyst strikes. Be aware here, guys, GeoOGL not moving too much yet on this, but the Gemini app will now be featuring their advanced music generation model. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you're a big fan. You were a big fan of Gemini. Are you still using?
So I wasn't. Remember,
Gemini?
I was talking crap about it because anytime I put any article with President Trump's name, it refused to review it. It was highly political. I say it was because it no longer does that.
Okay. Yeah. Things are definitely much better. Like things are changing exponentially every week.
Let's cut the crap.
Right?
Okay.
All right.
So
What's
the two best ones right now, if you want live, like up-to-date information on a developing story, are going to be Gemini and Grok. And the answers are quite simple. Gemini parses Google's index, and the indexing of their search is a little bit slower than X, whereas that brings me to my next one. Grok goes right to X. For better or for worse, the quality of the information on X, I think reasonable people can disagree on the quality. The point, though, is it's very good for current information.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. No, I 100% agree with you. Like there's a few accounts. So my X is very very catered. Sorry, is that the? I think so. It's X is very. I'm just curated. So that's what I mean. It's very curated to specific accounts. Because over time, I've figured out which are the accounts that give me the fastest news when I need it, because that's what I need as if I'm day trading. I'm just like, if something shows up, I want to see if it's moving, or if something is moving, I want to see if it shows up as some news, one way or the other. And X is the best place to find that.
It is.
Nowhere else is faster, unless of course you have a Bloomberg terminal, which not everybody's got that either. And again, that informational edge has also been kind of narrowing as well. X is there are some sources that are pretty much just as fast, right? And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter whether you have a Bloomberg terminal or using X or whatever, it's your decision making and your execution that is going to make the difference.
Well said.
Right?
Well said.
So regardless of it, but yeah, X definitely very powerful tool in terms of news and getting it exactly as it comes out. In terms of Gemini, I've been looking more into Nano Banana.
Interesting. Well, I use it every morning for the morning for the morning notes thumbnail, but I really haven't dived into it all
Yeah.
that much to use it on a more advanced level. But yeah, we'll get to all that. All right, guys, let's get right down to work here. Here's what we're looking at in the world of small cap gappers. As you can see on the position board, I'm already long here. Adam. So this is a day 2 play. There goes Adam into an area high. We're waiting for the beak to get wet there at 48. It doesn't let me in. We're in at 31s. Good. So my perception of Adam here is an ascending wedge, possible flat top break candidate. I'm alive to the fact that it was already above these levels, but it spent almost no time there. It comes back down. It gets into one more predictable pattern where we're getting higher lows. I think it's better shown here on the black charts, a little bit easier to see. So you get higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, all the while you're struggling at this 630, 635 area. Looks like we may have cleared that, and I use the word may here because this candle still hasn't closed. We've got another 4 minutes for this candle, but we haven't been up here in quite some time. So what I'm looking for is another move into 675. You know, ideally, of course, we clear that 650 before we start looking at 675, but it's up 12.5%, and as you can see, Adam has been, you know, very, very strong. I'm sure there's a joke in there somewhere, but it's the 3rd day play. Started out its life as a strong small cap gapper on Friday, and there it goes again into 660. It's taking out all my orders, and if we're in 60, you already know where I'm waiting. Now we're posting at 69, and we're looking for the continuation into 69. ATOM up 14.5, and it's been quite good to me these past few days. Continuing to watch here, looking for where the sellers are coming in. Current bar high. Current bar high is 60 on the dot. That's where the selling is. There's a seller at 60. We can't shake him, and he's a hidden seller. Nothing posted of note on any of the gateways. And trust me, bro, I got all of them. All right, so watching for a 669 move, but a nice flat top break on ATOM, and we're looking to do some more damage here. Only 3 out so far, looking for the 4th at 69. But that's not the end of the matter. So what I'm looking for, let me, yeah, no, I'm not wetting the beak here. What I'm also looking for is another entry on, I don't know how to say this, rime, whatever, RIME. What I did see was this candle here that disappointed me. The 11 o'clock candle ended up being a doji candle that closed green, most notably above the 10 EMA on the 5. So I said, look, Sharif, if this clears, if the next bar, meaning the 11:05 bar, clears the 11 o'clock bar, with the 11 o'clock bar having closed as a doji, green doji candle, I'm getting long a couple of shekels above prior bar high. Didn't happen. In fact, what the next candle was an engulfed red candle, which ended up making a lower high, not necessarily a lower low, but that lower low, trust me, bro, it came in. Subsequent candle, now we have lower highs, lower lows on our AME. That displeases me greatly. There goes Adam taking out my order into 69. It's a 75 penny high. That's a new official high of the day. ATOM is on that good stuff. Let's see if we can touch 7. Let's get to lucky number 7. So we got a 675 high. The buyers are stepping in at 60. It's all sunshine and rainbows on this side over here. Where are we going to wet the beak? You know where we're going to wet the beak, Obi? We're going to go up to 88s. And the reason we're going to go up to 88 is because we want to get that profit love right ahead of that whole dollar area. As we know, the sellers tend to step in at around that whole dollar as a psychological area of resistance. Continuing to watch. Price action back up into 72. High day 75. Looking for a move into 88s. Seller here at 72 that we can't shake. We're going to have to continue to watch to see if we can move this guy out of the way. Can we make a new area high? And by definition, it'll be a new day high. Okay, so we'll continue to watch that, and we'll see if that gets printed. I'm also watching VVPR. I had this one on my side chart, as you can see by the ticker yesterday. Look at the difference in the volume, though. I'm not putting any disrespect on VVPR's name. It's up another 34.5%, but I got to tell you, I'm displeased with the volume over here. We had ample amount of volume. We were doing, like, say on average, 170,000, 200,000 shares a pop over here. We're not even touching that, man. We're doing 13,000, 8,000, 7,000. What the hell is this? 50,000, 47. It's just not good enough. And as a result, the spread ain't what it used to be. So I'm going to continue to watch VVPR. If I like what I see, I'll get in. But other than that, we're going to have to steer clear. FJet, I've got plans here for FJet. Okay, let's talk about this one. This is a pretty aggressive uptrend. It's more of a shadowing here on the 10 EMA. What I did like about FJet is that you didn't have that, staunchy area of resistance at 9 more than once. You got it once. You got it on the 10 o'clock and the 10:05 candle. It dropped back down, held VWAP, generally held the 10 EMA, and then you blew through 9. And you've been holding the price action above 9. In fact, you actually tested 9 as a level of support. So I do like that. I'm trying to base my entry on the lower end of the range. So if you draw a trend line or you want to use a 10 EMA, currently it's showing about 910 to 905 for an entry. That's what I'm packing my patience on here on FJet, looking for a move possibly into that, but not really, gung-ho or anything like that. MLEC, we've been talking about MLEC for a period of days. Hey?
Said Mulek.
Mulek, yeah. But this one was going. It was going Friday, and then it did bupkis yesterday on a Tuesday. Today, it's back. It's bad. It's dangerous. It's doing volume. It's got about 100,000 shares per 5-minute candle. However, that's where kind of the good news does end. And that's because it has lost the volume weighted average price, and it is essentially an unbroken downtrend since that 1040 candle that made the intraday high of 950, and we can't seem to catch a break over here. So we're going to keep an eye on MLEC as well. AEWD is going to be on Uncle Sheriff's shit list in a moment over here because it is losing the bid and losing it quite quickly. And then last but not least, there goes FJet, man. FJet intraday high. Last but not least, SNSE. This is another one where I think we're suffering from the same affliction as some others over here, where it can't seem to make any higher highs. It is still struggling below that lower trend line, despite the fact that you could make the argument of a compression pattern here. I'm not going to start, going into compression patterns, resolving the direction of the trend. What I want is proof that we break above that trend line and hold above it on SNSE. Alas, it's a bit more expensive of a name. It is up ridiculous amounts, though, guys. It's up 206%. So a clear, huge gap up. You can't even see yesterday's price action. So irrelevant is the price action relative to today's. It is up big, and, because it is up big, it's likely going to be on a lot of people's radars. So I'm going to keep SNSE in focus. It's a bit more expensive of a name, $27, $30. So sizing in here, it could be a bit of a, tougher thing for those with smaller accounts. So those are the 8 that I'm keeping my eye on, Ob. MLEC is halted to the downside. It is losing the bid. It is losing it in a hurry. It is halted down at 14.59. It is bleeding its own blood with a topping tail candle that probably, sadly, lured in a lot of people. Look at this. Below VWAP, rocket above VWAP, clearing it by like 60 pennies, drop back down, halt. So that is part and parcel of trading these small cap. Gappers are around for a good time, not a long time, and they'll break your heart, so don't fall in love, baby.
Yes, sir. So I did get a little bit involved here on the hood. And yeah, a bit of a break of that aggressive trend that we were getting. The market's also taking a bit of a turn here as well. But so you can see, I didn't get involved where ideally I should be involved here on the initial trend break and maybe on failure to follow through of this prior high breakout as well. Maybe the break of this structure. There's so many places that this short idea can be executed on. But I was just like, all right, cool. I'm a little bit late to the party. But why not just take a structure break of that 77 or looking at this trend going into that 77 as the market also turns back in. You can see here on the NASDAQ, maybe it's not the first one, but it's starting off a little bit here with about 11 minutes left as a bit of a red candle here, just above 25.50 or 25.100 is where we're testing right now. But hood pulling back into VWAP. Another name that I was involved in earlier was Palantir. Palantir here. I did take some scalps off of this thing earlier, and on the initial break of that trend there, 140s was nice. This was a nice aggressive opening, not really opening drive, but opening range break that happened into 137s, and then 138s held up really well as well. And it was aggressively strong. Sure, the market was bidding up as well, but you didn't see a lot of this kind of strength across the board. Palantir was one of the names that kept on kind of going, held that 140, but when that 140 half pulled back in. I was like, all right, cool. I want to take a stab at this. Quick little scalps here. Didn't really get involved for the second or third lower high here, but it seems like we are doing a bit of a lower high, bouncy ball, whatever you want to call it, back towards this VWAP flat bottom potentially on here at 139. Let's see if that'll potentially come in here. Hood, wow, definitely could be taking a lot more here, but we'll wait and see. We'll see if the market reverts as well. Maybe this does get back below VWAP at the same time. But yeah, if you're taking it on the initial push here, which if I'm sitting at my desk, I was talking to Neil about this as well. I was like, I should be short Hood right now, and it was kind of right here in the 78, 77, 80s. It did come right back up. Maybe would have stopped me up, but guess what? Never broke that high of day. When it finally does break down this 77 halves right here, you can see strong hold here for about 10.50 all the way to about 11.10, so about a 20-minute hold after a trend both ways. You can see never does it really hold a level for too long. It's either trending up or trending down, but you can see here just knocking on the door of that 77.40, and when that bid finally lets off, okay, cool. We're coming right back into VWAP. Market tailwind definitely helping us out at the same time as well. It seems like Palantir taking that similar kind of route, but much further away from VWAP as of right now. Will I get involved? Will I not? I have no idea, but you guys let me know where you're looking in this here market. A lot of things happening. Aggressive bid. I want to know if you guys participated in the long. That's interesting right here.
What?
Yeah,
I noticed that Grok's not on there.
Well, yeah, Grok's not on there, but
broke my heart a little
interesting
bit.
that people are using Claude the least. And GPT makes sense. I still use GPT as well, but Claude people using the least. Gemini's up there as well, but it's interesting, with the whole Open Claw it's called now. They've changed names a few times.
Yes.
From Claudebot
yeah, exactly.
to
wasn't it called Moltbot or something?
Moltbot, and then Clawbot, and now Open Claw. Fun stuff for sure.
Yeah.
I was talking to Joe about this yesterday, and I was like, have you dabbled in any of the agentic AIs and any of the agents yet? Have you?
I personally haven't, no.
Okay.
But I do want to set up a remote, what do they call it? Open Claw, sorry.
Yeah.
I want to run it on Cloudflare, and I want to train it
Yeah.
on some of the stuff that I do for my morning routines.
Yeah.
And I want to observe to see how efficient and accurate it is, or if it's not.
It's
So
all
we're
going to
gonna
be
give it a
about
try.
prompting, right? It's all going to be about prompting. In this day and age, the people who are going to, if you're looking for careers, it's basically going to be, do you know how to prompt effectively, right? And if you don't, then
There's a bunch of courses that teach you how to prompt.
yeah, of course. I mean, people who are putting in the time to kind of get to know this this new market will definitely benefit. And I've had talks with a bunch of friends about this. It's like this era is kind of just like when computers became a thing. Those who could adapt, were much better off.
Yep.
Than those who could not, and it's just more of the same now, and it is new technology. It's fairly fresh, and it's moving at an exponential speed.
It is,
right?
And miss it out at your own peril.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Are you going to have the required skills to be employable if you're not really doing any of this stuff? Anyway,
Exactly.
Besides the point, guys, Adam is coming back down into the 10 EMA, and I'm looking at getting more. Okay, so we have one out left, and I want to get a little bit more over here. So I'm actually waiting at 41. So it should be giving it to me soon. I'm not going to wait. There we go. We got it. Now it's the move. What if it loses the bid here? So I got 38s. It's losing the bid quite aggressively. If it loses the $0.25, I'm out. Let's go ahead and just, it's already lost the $0.25. That's pretty aggressive. So we'll give back some there. That sucks. It doesn't hold up at all at the breakout spot. So let's watch here. Does it catch a bit of a bid? Was that, just a squeeze down, a liquidity grab down? I'm going to continue to watch. Let's see if it can work its way back above 30 in a hurry. It is. It's moving its way back above 30 in a hurry. Let's see if we catch a bit of a bid, or is this just short covering? Continuing to watch here, zigging and zagging with a third to $0.25. Still below that $0.33 though. ATOM, it's not a big on the day, but it's been good to me lately, and that flat top break was a good one. So let's just See exactly what we get over here. I have other things to say. I want to talk about RCAT. Shout out to Amir. And thank you for pointing out RCAT. That is doing a nice little pattern as well. All right, continuing to watch Atom as it zigs and zags here with the $0.25. Let me give you some levels. Current bar low on Atom, 19s. Okay, that is current bar low. We're going to get in. It's not giving it. There we go. And then now let's give it to, yeah, current bar low. Give me 1 sec to set up over here and see if we can catch a bit of a bid there. So we got 25s on. Let's see if we can get something in the 30s, and then if we can get a nice price spike up, we'll see what we can do. But I want to talk about RCAT because RCAT is also presenting some opportunities. Again, much like Atom, it's not big up. It's not up big on the day. It was doing a good amount of volume to start 140, 150,000 shares per 5-minute candle. Now it's dropped off a little bit. I want to say about 50,000, and while the prior bar did like 16, 17. So it really is dropping off. But what I did like about this is the kind of the curling pattern. And holding above the 10 EMA. To me, though, there's been a whole lot of selling just south of that 12.5. It'll have to clear that 12.5 for me to get interested. Otherwise, I think I'm just going to steer clear of this one. Fluffsters pointing out what I was seeing as well. She loves FJet, and then more in agreement with her I could not be. I'm lamenting not having gotten in at the $0.25 because that's where we were looking at this. In fact, it was just around more around a fifth rather than a quarter, and then it rockets up into 985. It's up 34.5% on the day. It is a good look right now for FJet, and it's just a matter of how I weasel into this one. So ATOM finding a little bit of support now. We're in at 25s. It's showing me 34s. We're going to be looking at making some money back. Or we already got the print. What am I saying? We're waiting now at 39s. Okay, pardon me. Let's go ahead and wait a little bit higher over here. I want to wait around about $0.50 to see if we can get something here on FJet. Otherwise, I'll stop out below current bar low. Simple as that. VVPR continues to go, though. Again, very light on volume, but I want to take a gander and see what the spread is like. Light volume or not, it's got a 1 penny spread. Tight spread here, not too bad at all. And trading into the day high, 335. It's showing me 331, 330. So this is not bad. I would be looking at getting some in here at 320 where the 10 EMA on the 5 is. VVPR has been quite respectful of that trend line on the day, at least on the day. Nary a breach, in fact, no breaches since the reclaim of the level, the 10 EMA on the 5 at 935. So right after that opening bell, 320 would be where I would look to get in. In fact, let's go ahead and do that. And then quite frankly, if it loses 315, we're gonzino. So we're going to risk about, 5 or 6 pennies. Let's go ahead and wait. And wait at 320. I mean, tip true to form. I'm going to front run it by a couple of shekels to make sure I get the fill. And so that's what I'm looking for there. A dip trade in the VVPR. And then also, goes without saying, watching Atom, looking for the crossing here. I'm waiting at 38. It's showing me 38s, but it's not crossing as a result of the 2 penny spread. So we won't get the fill until and if it gets right above that level. So we'll pack the patience there. Okay, so now let's talk about RXT, because RXT could be changing its tune here. The tape is picking up. It may be breaking the downtrend. So this one was suffering from many, or the same affliction that many of these suffer from, which is that unbroken downtrend. Always really hard, especially if you're drawing the trend line freehand, to know if it's cleared it. But I want to see a decisive close above this lower trend line here, which we haven't gotten. This is the biggest green candle we've gotten in a while here on RXT, and it's doing volume, bro. It's got 867,000 shares here. On average, it's doing about 1 million shares per 5-minute candle. That's ample. It's taking out the level. RXT could be on the way into that 145 high of day. There's that 137 print. Good strength here on RXT. Is this a false breakout? Are they just trapping the longs? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to get in here and we're going to give it the current bar low. Current bar low is a 10 penny risk. So we're going to go just like that. And we'll give it a little bit of room. We got in at 38s, which is not good. We'll put at 42s, just below high day. There's a seller here at 49 of note that we can't shake, so be on the lookout there. Monster seller at 39. Look at the tape. The tape is just printing, and nothing is coming off the gateway. In fact, you can make the argument more shares are coming on the gateway than are being taken off, despite the umpteen amount of print. So we'll see how this one does, but it does look like a decent breakout. Maybe look to add on the dips into 30. I'm going to keep my eye out on that one. How's the other one doing over here? Atom. We're still going printless. below 38. It keeps hanging around at 38, right back into 38. No new prints, no new prints. So we'll pack the patience there, and we'll pack the patience on RXT. Looking for that continuation, OB, into 145. And then if we clear that, I'm looking for 150.
Yes, sir. Yeah, no, definitely got to continue looking for the next trade here. I'm still watching this hood. We got down to VWAP here, and nothing too crazy, Sharif. Since then, we've just been kind of consolidating, not really doing anything too much. So I'm just being patient, waiting for any sort of information to kind of give me the next move there. If we kind of break down, the market still holding near that 25,100 as of right now. So watching that one closely as well. So I want to know in the chat, what are you guys up to? RXT hit $1.40. What was that one from yesterday that we were watching? It was about $1. It was kind of knocking on the door of $1, and then finally later on it moved past $1. I think, was it GLO maybe?
I don't remember, brother.
GOL, something like that. I'm trying to remember. Remind me in the chat if you guys know what I'm talking about. It was like $1. It was $1 stock. It was a small cap, right? Was it, let me check if it was GLO here. No, it was not GLO. OJB, maybe? Is that what
possibly
Rock Doc's saying? OJB? I don't think it was OJB. No, that's not what it was here. But yeah, no, I'll keep on. Let me make it the live chat so I can see what everybody's saying here. OLB, maybe? Yeah, OLB. Yes. Yeah, that was the one here, Sharif. Did you participate in this one
Let me have a look. You know how I'll know, OB, the price action? I forget the names of the tickers. Yes, I do have trend lines drawn over here. Yes, I did.
Nice. Yeah, no, this one was crazy because I was talking about this while I was here on the midday for the first hour, and I was like, yeah, this had only spent like 20 minutes above $1, and it was struggling to get above $1.
Yeah.
What I really liked though was that it was holding VWAP and making higher lows. That bit of a compression that was happening here underneath this pre-market high, and I was like, yeah, if this holds up really well, this has the potential of going. Sure, the probabilities could change with every kind of tick, every candle that's being drawn, but you can see here the push past that $1. Once we finally get past that $1 mark, we almost never look back. We continue to push. $1.30 all the way to 178. So yeah, I was definitely watching this one going into the end of the day, bit of a flush and a pullback back into that $1 level in the after hours, as well as the pre-market session, just still, as of right now, still holding that $1 level, 90 pennies on the day lows, but not as crazy of price action that we were seeing yesterday, right? Last trading session. So
I have a very important question for you.
What's up?
Vis-a-vis Gavin Ross. What everybody wants to know.
Okay.
Did you trade OBAI?
Oh, I heard about that one. I don't know if I traded OBAI yesterday.
Come on,
both yesterday. Wow, look at that one. Straight to the downside. TG17A.
Got your name all over it, literally and figuratively too. You know.
So right here, all the way. Wow, look at this one, man. What is the float on this one? I want to take a quick look at this. 1.7 million, almost 1.8 million shares float on this one here. So interesting stuff. Kind of flushed all the way down and pulled into the day's lows and pretty much closed in and around there as well, and not really doing too much. So it seems like the force is definitely not with this one today. Definitely was yesterday to the short side, Steve. So.
It's like Bovin trading BHVN. Yes, Mike, exactly. But I want to say something. There goes Adam right back up. We got 25s. There's 52s. There's the ad. So we had to give back a little bit on that initial trade. If you're not taking risks, well, then what are you doing here, right? So let's go ahead and watch here as Adam dances with the $0.50. Part of it is part of the price action is above the $0.50. Part of it is below. 52 on the ask, 42 on the bid. Let's see if it can weasel its way above it. There it goes, into 56, 59s, 60. You know where we're gonna wait.
Gotta have that patience.
You know where I'm waiting, Obi.
Yes.
We're waiting at 69, showing 59,
nice.
60, looking for the continuation again, zigging and zagging here above the $0.50. The Assassino telling me there is 20 Norwegian kroners. Thank you very much for the super chat. Ori, UWU, oh, you versus you. Okay, so that's ORI. Let's take a look at it there. ORI, yeah, but that's bleeding. That's bleeding pretty bad, man. Let's take a look at ORI. It's no good. You know, I was thinking about doing the introduction into the midday show today in Mandarin.
Really?
I was actually quite close to doing it. There was one thing that I wasn't sure about, so I chose not to do it, but I promise you, it's going to be done this week.
Okay.
I'm going to do the
All right.
entire opening segment in Mandarin.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
No, if you guys don't know, Sharif has been practicing. He's been on that Duolingo.
Oh, and everybody in the back office, anybody who I suspect speaks Mandarin, will have to hear from me. I'm telling you, bro. It's hilarious.
Nice.
Anyway, we're having a good time. ORI. I'm being asked here about ORI, and it doesn't look very good over here. It definitely gapped up yesterday, bleeding its own blood today. It looks like that closing print 42.56 down to 41.80. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see about that. But, guys, I'm involved in a couple of names. Atom looks like it wants to take out 675. It's got the higher lows working for it. And then we're also involved in RXT. This one's been a lot harder. It's showing me a good chart pattern, but the shorts are quite convicted here. You have selling literally at every penny. It is some trouble. So be careful with RXT. I'm keeping a close eye on this one. I'm kind of unsure about it. And yeah, Gong Hei Fa Choi, yeah, thank you. That means Happy New Year. Shout out to Yummy Thai Foods. Appreciate you there, brother. But we don't want to keep Adara waiting with the crypto segment.
What I'm going to talk about here is Bitcoin. There really isn't that much to say. Like, we're still pretty choppy here. We had, of course, that low made on February 6th. That was a Friday where we got just below 60,000. Since then, on the daily chart, we've had some lower highs. And as of right now, potentially higher lows. So a bit of a flag action. But again, nothing really resulting from that flag as of right now. So now that we've gone over the technicals, I want to share a really interesting crypto catalyst for you guys. There is a U.S. cryptocurrency lending business by the name of Milo. And what they do is they specialize in crypto-backed mortgages. And guys, they announced that they have originated over $100 million worth of home loans as of today. Now, it's worth noting, like, over 10% of that comes from a $12 million crypto mortgage, which is their largest transaction to date. But either way, interesting stuff here for Milo. So maybe we'll get more crypto-backed mortgages in the future. But either way, one company certainly with an interesting milestone to be aware of. BTC, as mentioned, just chopping here. Let's take a look at Ethereum on the daily chart, which as of late has been mirroring Bitcoin. And again, we do see that mirroring Bitcoin once again here as well. Right now, Ethereum below that 2,000 mark, trading around 1970. Back to you.
So there was misspelled. Ori was misspelled, but look at sounds. Long since December. Do you want to look at sound for the OG there?
Sure, yeah, let's take a look at some sound here. This one I was trading a little bit more. I think, this was one of NVIDIA's holdings at one point, perhaps, right?
Yeah, I think they're
out. And then are they still, or I think they let them go, right?
They're out.
They sold them, I'm pretty sure, but correct me if I'm wrong on that one there. But yeah, strong push off of the open. Wow, kind of maybe in line with the rest of the market here. Let's see where that bid finally kind of steps off. That's around 10.06. See where that is, around 11.15. Okay, maybe a little bit earlier than the rest of the market here. Not really doing a lot of relative volume either, but I do like that maybe, if you are kind of watching this one for whatever reason, the break of prior day's highs and the opening range high break right here is looking quite nice. You can see the opening range high. I have this on a 3-minute. It was all the way down here at 737, pulls back into it, holds VWAP. What is that low on that candle? Goes to a low of 735. So only about a couple pennies below that opening range high. The bid steps in. So that breakout was pretty clean here. If you wanted to take this one as well, that was pretty clean. What is that high there? 38s. 38s? No, 42s, the answer to the universe right there.
Oh.
And that was definitely the answer to the long this morning. There are 742s pushing all the way to 764s here, back into some of the ranges from Friday here. But yeah, I guess a decent look if you were watching, and there's no reason why I would be watching this one. Not really doing relative volume, doesn't necessarily have a catalyst unless I don't know something here. 2 days ago, maybe it showed up in a couple of articles here. 6 days ago, SoundHound's 140 billion total addressable market. How much is reachable? And that's a post by Zax. So. Don't really follow those guys too closely. But let's take a look at what else is moving and what else is in play today. GLBE was something that I was watching, and it's had earnings. That's the reason why I was watching it. It was doing about 150,000 on the initial candles there. when it comes to relative volume. So definitely doing above normal volume. Coming in off of the open, strong flush, but since then, just chopping sideways, so nothing crazy happening on this one. Pan W, we already talked about. Another one was SEDG, Solar Edge. And there was definitely some edge in this one today. If you took the pre-market low break, if you took this consolidation break as well, pre-market low break came in pretty decently. 37 breakdown. Sure, you got to hold through some chop, but when it does come in and follow through that opening range low at 36s, comes in quite cleanly back into some previous levels here. I don't know where this anchored VWAP is coming from, but let's follow it a little bit back and see where that is anchored to. Okay, so yeah, once you go up on a higher time frame, it kind of corrects itself right there. That's the thing. That's the thing with this platform. Sometimes where that's all the way back there. So that not really coming into effect as of today. So dismiss that line on the chart as of right now. So not really doing anything. But in terms of horizontal support and resistance, take a look at where it does find some sort of relief. Is in yesterday's day low as well as prior week's low right here, coming in at 33 halves, 34s. You can see a strong flush all the way from 42s in the pre-market, opens at 40s clean, and then flushing about $6 to the downside here. Jeez. Since then, volume has been kind of decreasing pretty aggressively and a sideways chop, but this was the opening drive trade here and a slow, steady flush. And I don't know if this thing is SSR as of right now, but let's take a quick look at SEDG and see if it does fulfill the SSR mechanic right now. SEDG. That's on the NASDAQ. So we'll go back to the NASDAQ right here. It is not SSR. So yeah, that makes some sense. See, prior day's close was 37.20s. Okay, so it's only about 8% down. So close, but not there just yet. On SEDG, it's actually catching a bit of a curl here as well. Market doesn't seem like it wants to pull back. That was the first red 15-minute candle since when is this? Since about 9:15, I guess, 9:30 actually, 9:30. We caught that bid from 9:30. First red candle happening here at 11:15, but not really following through for the backside. So got to be more patient. Sometimes you just got to be patient. Sometimes you know the setup is potentially coming.
Yes,
you just got to be patient for that backside if it even comes in here. But Robinhood,
What is it doing?
definitely backside in the hood here.
I know you like the backside.
When it's coming into prior day's high though. That's one of my issues here. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Prior day's highs right here, strong chop, chop, chop. You can see aggressive flush last week. You can see right here, I already marked out this consolidation that we had going into the end of Thursday, coming into Friday, aggressive bid. So that support did hold pretty well on the next day after a strong flush. This was a flush of about 10% roughly, I guess,
So stupid.
pretty aggressive. And then now sideways chop here, bid coming right back in all the way up to 78s. But now you can see what I mean right here. It is holding that prior day high as of right now, and that is confluenced with a little bit of VWAP right here. You can see the VWAP on this chart coming in a little bit closer, and that's the P8 VWAP, and I guess this platform here, the VWAP's coming in at 76 halves. So different data points there. I think this one only has the BATS data, which is most of the time it's pretty decent, but we got all of the data.
You got all the data.
Got all the data.
I'm in the waiting room now. I'm trying to get tickets for Tame Impala.
What is that?
Yeah, it's a band.
Okay.
They're Australian. I know. It's okay. It's okay. We don't have to be mean.
Okay.
Calm down, Ram, and Sia ganging up on.
Don't make me start asking you guys questions about the market, okay?
Okay. All right. What? Neil's like,
Get it, Obi.
oh my God. All right. Good luck. Yeah, they're coming to Toronto, bro. They're coming. I'm just trying to look at where the date is.
I mean, that's cool.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not
July
gonna know
25th, Scotiabank Korea. It's one of my favorite bands. They're
Okay,
Australian.
cool.
Obi, remember what I was saying about RXT? Give me my money, man. Give me my money. Let's go. RXT taking out highs. We're holding RXT. We're holding FJet. We're holding Atom. And guess what? They're all in the money. We're looking now for a move above that $0.50 on RXT. It is a 150 high. We just went the beak twice at 48. So we're looking for a little bit more. Now we're going to go up into that 158 area. So we want a decisive clearing of the 158. I am a little concerned with Atom, though. It does feel like it's finding a bit of a top at 60 pennies. How many shares do I have left of Atom? I just got into VVPR. More on that in a second. Atom looking, okay, we're fine with that one. Let's go to FJet. Several outs on FJet so far. We have 37.25 cost. It's showing me 56s. We're looking for a move in the 69. The high of the day is 85. There's 57 showing up again. So trying to pack the patience here on FJet. Somebody, I think it was Hangry Wife, and somebody else in the chat was asking me, Sharif, why are you in FJet? Isn't this a short now? I said, guys, we just touched the 10 EMA on the 5 for the first time like in an hour. Why is it a short, right? So, you know, maybe it is a short, but for me, it's a short below the volume weighted average price at 875. That's a different story. There goes RXT into another area high. It is $1.54. We're waiting at 58, so we're not going to get the print there. Aggressive selling at 53. Can't shake the seller despite the fact we were just at 54s. Be on the lookout now for a reversion. We know that $0.50 and the whole dollar are areas of psychological resistance and support. It's obviously used by both sellers and buyers, so watch out here. Look for continuation, right? But also look for the dip below 50 and then a quick price spike up back above 50. That seems to be kind of, this is kind of their modus operandi. There's 54 again, looking for to see if we can print 55s, not immediately apparent if we can. All right, let's talk about VVPR, because I got in here, what'd I get? I got 21s, and I don't like it. I'm out. And the reason I say that is because it broke trend. So to me, an entry on VVPR is no longer valid at that level. It's more valid at 310 to 305. We'll see. And maybe I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, that's fine. I'll live with the consequences of that. FJet continuing to go up. We got 37s. There's 70 showing up. We're waiting for that 69 to cross. It's showing me 70, but the spread is what it is, so we're not going to get the print unless it moves up a little bit more. Good look here on FJET. This is an Amex stock, by the way, so you know by default it's under suspicion. Until, you know, we see a little bit more and see how this one is trading on the day. I'm not going to wait because I feel like this one is going to leave without me, so we'll take it there at 67s, and then we'll move up the next order into 88. So we're looking for continuation here on FJet. We're looking for it on Atom, and we're looking for it on RXT. We'll see what these guys do. But so far, not a bad day so far. 4 for 4 to start the day. Super. Yeah. Thank you. Shout out to the OG Darwin. Appreciate you, brother. Frederick, $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Fred. Or Frederick. Some people don't like to be called that. Good morning, gents. HYMC is looking like it quit school all because of recess. It ain't playing no games today. Why are you saying that? That's funny. Let's look at HYMC for the OG. I'm just trying to make sure my positions are all kosher before I start doing all this whole thing over here. HYMC.
You're looking up HYMC?
HYMC, yeah. Let's take a quick look. Okay, this is very nice. This is very, very nice.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
How come I don't have eyes on this? What's wrong with me?
What's going
I
on?
see it there, so it's my mistake. I should have had that on there. We're taking off SNSE and we're putting HYMC. Thank you very much for this.
Boom.
This is a fantastic looking name. Whoa. It's very directional and very respectful, Obi, especially.
Mining.
Yeah, well, there you go. You never really know.
Stocks running like that?
Things surprise you. HYMC looks fantastic. Immediately apparent to me is the respect that it has for the 10 EMA on the 5. You get the first little glance there at 10.10, rockets up. You get another little glance there at 11.15, rockets up. Now, I'm not going to say that it's going to do it every time, but, you know, you're trying to put the odds on your side here as an intraday trader. I think that, you know, looking at what it's been very, very clearly working on the day does help, you know, put some odds on your side there. So we're going to to be looking for that 41 and a quarter to 41 and a half to come in. That's about 50 to 75 pennies away from where we are right now. That comes in, I'm interested. If it doesn't, I don't feel like, you know, punching in at highs, but this is a fantastic one, Fred, and thank you very much for pointing it out. And then I heard there's another super from JKL XK8BW. Okay. $10 super chat. Looking for a short on Palantir in day today. What are your thoughts, boys? Thanks as always. Thank you very much, and thank you for the kind words. I'm going to have to pass that off to the guy who actually trades that kind of name. It ain't me, baby.
Yeah, no, honestly, I've been watching. So I did take a short in Palantir earlier this morning when I was just like, okay, well, you know, this is an aggressive bid, and you know, some of my buddies were definitely in the long here. So shout out to them for smashing that long there all the way up into 140s. And I had close eyes on it, as well as the rest of the market, as well as a few other stocks as well, like Hood. But when we got that aggressive selling and it looked distinctly different, and I was just like, okay, cool, I'm going to scalp this out here into 140, take some inventory into and through 140. That was the idea. Okay. I did add a little bit here incrementally as we got lower, but again, it started changing a little bit. The bid started stepping up, and I was like, I just got to go with the flow. I'm not really going to give it more than I really want to, and took roughly a break even on that one. Nothing too crazy. I didn't necessarily hold enough here from that 140 all the way down to 139s and some change. But you can see here lower highs, lower lows, kind of holding this flat, potentially flat bottom here on top of 139, and kind of doing that. I mentioned earlier a little bit of a bouncy ball here with some lower highs, flat bottom. So yeah, if that line can break, then maybe we could have some more selling. I have no idea, but you can see that the lower highs do indicate that the buyers are definitely struggling to keep this one up on the day today. The buyers were definitely winning in the morning. But as of right now, that buying has definitely dissipated with some significance. You can see here the swipes off of the opening range break. 136 has got you all the way to 139s. A little bit of a pullback. Couldn't even, I thought about, honestly, Sharif, I thought about shorting it right here, 138.80s, as soon as that bid left. But I was like, no, not yet. The market is still strong. Right? So glad I didn't make that decision here, because it continued to hold a higher low, stepped up once again. Look at this structure hold. That prior high holds on the pullback of this lower high here as well. This did not happen here, where you kind of flush right through these prior highs, flushes back down to 140s, and then you can see that I have a little bit of confidence to take that potentially for some lower levels, and that did come in and follow through. But you can see I didn't necessarily want to hold for this chop. But if I stayed aggressive and I stayed involved, same place where I was like, okay, I feel comfortable getting short here. It came once again, and it came another time here with a lower high. So the risk becoming tighter. Sure, if you want to slap it here and be like, okay, what is real risk? Probably all the way up to 141s, but I'm not giving it that on this entry. I'm being like, okay, this is slamming down into the bid. This better go right away, and if it doesn't, I don't want to stay involved. Right? But here it's a little bit different, because here now we're kind of, you know, we talk about active versus passive participation. This was very active selling, but you can see here this is more you know, methodical. It's kind of, you know, there's more ebbs and flows to the price action here as it makes that lower high and kind of flat lows. You can also argue that we are making lower lows as well, just by a hair. This one was 139.30s. This is 139.20s. This area here, 139.05s with a wick low at 139. We're coming into that 139 as of right now as we're speaking as well, and VWAP not too far away. VWAP's right here, and there it goes, breaking through that 139. So now the question that I would ask is that, are we breaking with any sort of significant volume? Now I'm going to pull up a shorter time frame chart here on the side for me and see if there's actual volume that's really ramping up on this. Here, I want that chart, not this chart. Okay, and there was some volume on that break, so that gives me a little bit of confluence for that flush, and there goes the flush right there. So I didn't necessarily take it. We talked through it, and there it is. 139 breakdown as of right now gives you about 20 pennies without looking back at all, Sharif. So
yes,
seems like the short was
ready.
Nice.
I just went to get my credit card so that I could, because there's 6 minutes left.
Oh boy.
For the thing. I'm very excited about this whole thing. But you know what, I got something to say.
Let me know.
There goes Adam into $7. I got 99s on this monster. It immediately retraced down, though. Watch out now. Let's watch. You like that one, though, eh? Do you like Tame Impala?
You know who's opening?
Who?
Joe, the DJO.
Oh, nice.
The guy that,
I don't know who that is.
He's the Steve Harrington in
Steve Harrington.
Stranger Things.
In Stranger Things. Very cool. 5 minutes left, Fabian. I'm quite excited about this whole thing. We got the credit card. We're ready to go. All right, don't zoom in on the credit card, SSC. You know, you never really know, right? So, I'm just kidding. All right, we're having a good time. All right, 5 more minutes. I'm in the lobby right now on the Ticketmaster website. Hopefully, I don't get rinsed on some prices over here. But there goes RXT into another high day. It's showing 55s. Your boy's waiting at 58s. There is selling at almost every level. There it is, 57. One more. Let's go, RXT. Let's go, bro. You know what? We're going to... Oh, come on. Come on, RXT. No, we're not taking it out here. Look, if it reverts on me, it reverts on me. We got 38s. I want 58s here on a dollar name. It's up 270%. It's hat selling at every penny. Let's see if we can take out some of those sellers. Showing 56s again. We can't shake the seller at 56. There's 57, and that's the end of the trade for me into 57 there. Happy with the trade. Looking to do some more damage, though. How am I going to do more damage? I like that 145. I want to say high 140s for a possible entry in and around there. We're going to pack the patience. We're going to see if it comes in to that level. Oh, that's what I need to do. I need to put that screen on all the windows so that it shows up everywhere. Hangry Wife, thank you. I appreciate you, Hangry Wife. We'll see if I get good tickets or not. Not like I've really bought concert tickets from Ticketmaster before. Typically, I just get them from resale. So I don't know how this whole song and dance works, but we'll try to do it here. I was saying RXT, says DJ 2AM. Yeah, brother, I'm all up in RXT's business, as you could just see there. We took out, the high of the day into 57, but it does look like it has more in the tank. This one could be a $2 toucher. Sounds like you might end up locked up if you do that. But no, seriously, this one could make a move into 2. Right, 157, it's got 265% under its wings. If it can really squeeze some shorts here and hold above the $0.50, I think we could have a good move here. We'll have to wait and see. We'll pack the patience, and we'll see what we can get there. Adam, again, I know I see it, brother. Adam is making another move here. It pulled back in for a couple of 1-minute candles, and now the 1-minute chart is showing higher lows and higher highs as it makes a move back into the high 680s. I don't know what my move is going to be on Adam at these levels. I didn't have a plan here for the retracement back into 7. I had a bit of a bias, bless you, Ram, that this was going to move down into 660, 650. I was wrong, and as a result, I'm planless here about what to do here with Adam into that mid-690s. Now, it looks like it's on its way right back into 7. So we'll pack the patience over here. We got about a few more minutes until we send you to Happening Now and Neil's Lesson of the Day, and then that will be the exact time that I will be able to get said tickets over here, Obi, so I'm quite excited about this whole thing.
Oh, that's solid, man. Okay, so I was searching up some different mining stocks because we talked about HYMC and other miners kind of potentially running here, and mining is an index here, so potential indicator here. So funny how they named this, mining stocks, digging for profit. Interesting. I want to know what the constituents of this index is here, but this is about 9:30. This is a 3-minute chart. I know it's a line chart, and I think they only allow lines on this one, kind of like the Wilshire. Wilshire? Is that,
yeah.
I think the Wilshire 5,000.
Jack Wilshire.
Here we go.
Say Wilshire.
Yeah. So Wilshire 5,000 index. Again, it's not really give it to me on the 3-minute. Is it going to give us to us on the daily? Potentially here, yeah. There's shorter time frames that this thing doesn't necessarily follow, but this is not all 5,000, but 5,000 a stock index here. So indices are interesting to look at, interesting indicators here. But you can see here mining stocks definitely to the upside, very strong here. Maybe taking a little bit of a pullback. Market's also pulling back, but HYMC is something that I'm keeping my eyes on because it is a little bit overextended. But if it's going to be a sector move, I got to figure out what the news potentially is here. You can see here when I just searched up mining, and there's Cipher mining, there's Helica mining, there's CDE, which is Coeur mining, and HYMC right there as well. So just taking a look at some of these, some of them are showing some strength, some of them are not. You can see here Cipher mining. I know a lot of people talk about this one, holding above VWAP, holding its the upper quartile of its price action as well. But HYMC, Sharif, seems like it is the strongest one. So I don't know if this one specifically has news, but guess what? It definitely has a little bit of relative volume here on the day, 1.4. And here you go. Hycroft completes updated Hycroft mine initial assessment and TRS effective January, and I guess that January 21st of 2026. That came out 5 hours ago. Board member departure was on February 6th. But let's take a quick look at this, if there's anything here that's interesting. Drilling through March 17th, but this seems like old kind of news here. They're just reiterating some of the stuff that they've done. And I guess, what is this saying here? The original SEC filing, they filed an 8K on February 18th. So yeah, relatively fresh. So this is what they did on Jan 21st, I guess. So interesting stuff. Definitely doing some volume and holding the highs there. So it's probably not going to be, in line with the market. It's probably doing its own thing, but I don't know what is going on. So I'm going to keep my patience here and just wait to see if there's any sort of pullback or for any sort of a significant change in behavior. And I'm still waiting for the same here on Hood, and Hood got through that 77. I did not add here on this VWAP at 76.80s, but that was a great place to start engaging a little bit more for that continuation. And from those 76.70s or 80s, Sharif, we got all the way down to 76.20s, and I did start to cover a little bit there on that 76.20s, just taking off just shy of a dollar. I don't know how much in terms of percentage of ATR that is, but let's take a quick look, because that's what I like to kind of talk in. You can talk about like pennies or dollars, but at the end of the day, $1 on a $100 stock versus a $50 stock versus a $10 stock means totally different things, right? So when it comes to the ATR on Hood, let's take a quick look at what that is as of right now. It is, let's see here, ATR. Where am I looking? Okay, hold on. I gotta. You know what? Well, I'll get back to you with the ATR.
I want to show you guys.
After we're back.
Is this a lot, guys? The fact that there's 6,574 people ahead of me? I'm not talking about Taylor Swift levels, but is this typically a lot of people ahead of you? Am I out of luck for good tickets, or what's the situation over here? So
there's a way to skip the queue.
There's a way to skip the queue?
How do you skip the queue?
You just got to go into the code and just remove.
Oh, in the URL?
You remove the buffer.
You're kidding.
I think, but Ticketmaster would have definitely patched that for sure.
You never know, man.
It's hard because this is a terminal base, it's client base.
He's saying that we can bypass the lineup by changing a part of the script in the URL. I don't know. I don't want to. I'll copy and paste the URL in another browser and then mess with it, but I don't.
Ticketmaster makes way too much money to have that loophole in my opinion.
Oh man! All right. Okay. So, in any event, we are going to have to take a pause. First of all, we want to let you know that there's a lot of people working, guys. We've got construction. Again, as you know, we're creating a new podcast room in the back. The construction is not done here, so we really do appreciate your patience and your understanding about the noise in the background. And also, Sean is filming. Neil was filming earlier. We're doing it live for the campus program, so just want to thank you guys for your patience and your understanding. And with that, we're going to send you to Adair with Happening Now, and then Neil has his lesson of the day.
Time to take a look at what's happening now and what's going to be happening later today, because I think one of the biggest things that's kind of been on the market's mind, for lack of a better term, is that 2 p.m. FOMC minute release. Now, this is going to give us a sense of how the 19 members of the Fed, which also, of course, include the 12 Fed voting members, felt about that FOMC decision to hold rates. Now, we already know there were 2 dissenting votes, so it'll be interesting to get a sense of what the consensus was at that meeting. Now, an hour before that, at 1 p.m. Eastern, we're going to hear from U.S. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. She'll be holding a press briefing. Says it's going to start at 1 p.m. They usually start a little closer to 1:10 or 1:20, though she's not late to the extent that U.S. President Trump often is, so we could expect roughly 1 p.m. Speaking of Trump, I saw, at least on his calendar, though I'm not seeing it on this calendar I'm seeing now, we might get a Trump appearance around 3 p.m. today. We're going to wait and see if that is, in fact, a thing. If I get more updates, I'll keep you posted. But either way here, certainly some events on watch heading into the afternoon. I want to talk about SNAP because Snap just snapped to the upside, to use a pun Obi already used. Right at 11 a.m., we have Bloomberg reporting that the company's revenue business reaching $1 billion in annualized revenue run rate, with their subscription community surpassing 25 million users. Now, let's look into the future, because tonight after the bell, we have not 1, not 2, but 3 pretty significant earnings, and I do have earnings preview infographics for all of them. They're either out in the case of 2 of them, and the third is coming out in the next couple hours. But let's start with Carvana. We do have an infographic here on this for the earnings preview. We also have one for DoorDash out as well. But Carvana here, this visual, which I posted a little bit earlier today, shows the growth year in the retail units sold and the overall retail units sold per quarter. Now, as you can see, this has been expanding on a sequential basis and pretty nicely on a year-over-year basis for the last couple quarters. Let's see if CVNA can continue that growth, because their stock has not really grown to the same degree since joining the S&P 500 at the end of last year. Lots to keep an eye on. That's why I'm here with you guys behind this desk. Any and all updates I will keep you posted for. But in the meantime, Neil is going to keep you posted with lessons in knowledge. Always important, always exciting. Neil, what's today's lesson?
Thank you, Dara. To trade or not to trade? That is the question. The stock comes to your key level, the price that you had in your plan of action. Do you like it? Do you not like it? Do you make that trade? Context matters. Sometimes you can have a situation where you get a retracement or you get a second chance at a price that was on your list. It could be a breakout, it could be a dip into support, but it looks a little bit different, and there are reasons not to take it. I'm going to start with the other, because one of the reasons why I'm doing this lesson is because I'm no longer in ONDS, and I probably should be, because this was an example of a stock that, hey, big run yesterday, break out a local high, we're looking for some continuation and be able to try to fill in some of this gap. So when I'm in it early, simple break of the pre-market high, open range break, scalp it, it breaks trend, and I'm out. But it does come right back into the breakout price. Now, why is this put it in the category of a reload or get back in? Because it's on trend. The theme of what you're looking for here is simply rounded bottom, breakout, fill in that gap. We're still holding that support. We're looking for a long, a pullback into prior high, a pullback into prior breakout, and re-engage with the trade is part of the structure of a breakout long. So there's nothing wrong with that trade. On top of that, you also have the fact that the market is going with the trend. So in the moment that it's pulling back, we still have an upward trending market. If you're looking at the small caps, IWM was looking just as good as well. So everything about it was still setting up for long. No reason not to be in that trade again. But it's not always going to be true. I'll use the example of IBIT. Bitcoin, early, tried to break this lower high. We shorted it on the first 15-minute candle to the low. It came back. It retested the same support. It got into yesterday's low. But look at the difference when it comes back into this price. At this point, we're now looking at 10 o'clock, which, remember what I just showed you with the futures. You were upward trending in the market. You have held this double bottom from the prior day, right? Like, you bounce off the lows, you snap back up, and don't find any lower high resistance. As a matter of fact, we clean break through that resistance level. There was never any check up or slow down. We just blast through it. Is the short look like a reload there? Well, take stock. That is a pullback into resistance, but it didn't put up much resistance. And when it tried to, what was the market doing? Blasting to the upside. At this point, I've got to think about the opening range trade. That first 30 minutes of the market has set a range, and now it's trying to break out. So it's starting to join the market in a breakout. I don't want to jump back into an automatic short there. Context matters. Is it the level that worked before? Is it the level that I liked? Yes. Does it look the same, or are there reasons to jump back in? Maybe, but there's a lot of reasons to stay away from it, at least until it looks like a short, which probably would have been at this high, but I missed it. It is what it is. That's going to be part of the game. But you have to have that mentality in your trading, and I'll use one more that I didn't even get into, and I'll go to the 3-minute chart, because this is where FOMO can be a bit of an issue. I liked Intel short, and I wanted to try to play into this off of VWAP, like right away. Like, it was trending down. Every time this is trending down off the volume weighted average price, like, I'm sort of thinking short. And then I remember this is where it was rejecting yesterday in the morning when I shorted it. But I missed this entire move while obviously looking at IBIT in the moment and not catching that first short. When it comes back to that price, here's the test. At this point, what's going on here? This is where it's retesting that prior level, specific candle at about 957. There's the bottom, there's a higher low, there's another higher low. It's holding an uptrend. So this short would be shorting as it's holding the uptrend. Instead, I can't just look at that level. If it's in an uptrend, I have to switch my strategy. Either I don't take the short or I wait for it to break the trend. Simply having a stock that you like in a particular direction, that you like at a particular price, is not enough. When it gets there the second time or the third time, the situation might have changed, and you have to be able to change with it. Just because support and resistance matters and key price levels are fantastic and a good way to start your plan, you don't want to get married to the notion, especially if the market is doing something opposite or the stock has changed its behavior. So be flexible, be nimble, know that when you set up your plan in the morning, that's based on the charts, and once the market opens up, it is allowed to change its behavior, and you are allowed to adapt your plan accordingly. Sometimes in an uptrend, that pullback into the key level stays on pattern. Great, go back into the long. Other times when you get that V-shaped recovery, you're shorting into a continuing uptrend, and you don't have an entry outside of a random price that you liked before. So make sure you're adaptable along with the markets, because they are never changing, and they don't care that you might have missed that price level earlier. They don't care whether that short worked at that particular price half an hour ago. None of that matters. It's about projecting into the future, and being nimble is a part of the plan. And I'll tell you right now, we've got the at the lunch out. It's already on the plate. I haven't had a bite of this, but it looks very, very tasty. And I can smell the delicious flavor that we got going on here. It's not really not really fajita. It's like the insides of a fajita without any kind of thing to put it in. But it looks delicious. I'm gonna enjoy my lunch. You guys enjoy the midday. Go get them, Obi. Go get them, Sharif. Make sure you stay flexible in your trading, guys.
Thank you very much, Neil. Wise words, an excellent lesson as always. I think we've all come to kind of expect that from Neil Roberts. So if you like what you heard, you like what you've been hearing for the past couple of years, you need to join us at noon, because that's when Neil drops. Yes, Neilage. Shout out to the man. We appreciate Neil. Very, very nice look there. I want to get to Cloud King. I see your question, Cloud King, but I want to get to RXT, because RXT is absolutely taking off. It is at that $1.70, so on its way to $1 3/4, 171 high. I was, of the opinion that this could hit $2. I don't think that's beyond the realm of possibility. Despite all that, there's still aggressive selling at almost every level. And you're seeing that right now. Very thick tape, as is normal with these $1 stocks. That is typically the case, okay? Watching here for Adam. Now, an entry for Adam, to me, is in the mid-150s, perhaps, depending on when the price drops, even low 160s. We're going to have to wait, keep an eye here on RXT. Sorry, I was saying Adam. I apologize. I didn't mean Adam. I meant RXT, the one that you're looking at on the screen there. So up 303%. It's done 358.5 million shares on the day, so it's got ample amount of volume. I'm very interested in getting back into this one, but it's got to be at the right level. The levels are as follows. Resistance, price action resistance was very obviously at $1.40. You had multiple topping tail candles on the 5 into that $1.40. You lost it. You dropped back to $1.25, and then all hell broke loose to the high side. Now, that doesn't mean that this is going to be, you know, a guaranteed move back into 140. 155 right now is the 10 EMA on the 5. And I don't want to say it's been very respectful of the 10 EMA on the 5. It's been respectful, but there have been times when it breached it. I'm talking most notably on the 5-minute chart between 11 o'clock and when it regained it at 11:25. It found support at the 20. So let's keep an eye here on what our RXT is going to do. It's going to be on a lot of people's radars now that it's above 300% on the day, looking real good. Dropping back down aggressively into 60 here. Is that the opportunity to pick some up? I'm going to wait for the mid-50s. Well, I said low 60s, mid-50s. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to get in tiny share size right here so that it gives me the opportunity to DCA, and I will add into the 10 EMA on the 5. For the exact same amount of shares, let's go ahead. I'm going to front run the level like I always do, and we're going to see if we can get something here. So we got 63s. It's showing me 63s. So let's go ahead and post just in case it gets a price spike up. There's 623 people ahead of me now. So fantastic. It was 6,000. Now it's 623. So hopefully we'll get the tickets sooner rather than later. And as soon as
what's the total number of tickets?
I don't even know, bro.
Like, you're saying almost 6,000 people in front of you.
We're ahead of me. We're ahead of me. Limit down. This is gonna halt. No, Scotiabank. Yeah, Scotiabank.
Okay.
35,000, yeah, at least, right? Okay, so there was a false halt right there on RXT, 152 limit down. Be careful with this one. So I give back a little bit there on RXT because I didn't want to get caught in a halt. But it is holding up at the 10 EMA. So I'd like to get in here now that the price action has kind of developed a little bit. I'm going to send it to you because there's only one person ahead of me now.
Yes, yes, sir. So 600 got swiped real quick, eh? So the market did attempt to pull up. And then we got the second red candle there on the 15 on the day, and then followed by a top wick right there. So interesting, some selling definitely coming in here. Let's see if we can get any sort of a continuation here. We got about I guess 14 minutes left for this 15-minute candle to finish. Right here, 76 halves here on Robinhood. So I did cover, I guess, most of that when it came into the 76s, pops back up into VWAP, and I'm like, all right, cool. Let's see how much further these buyers can really take it. Starts to stall a little bit, get involved with a little bit more, and it's pulling back in. Let's see if we can break this 76.20s now. Palantir, though, is definitely coming into its VWAP. So that was, I mean, it's been a great short if you've been patient and waiting for these pops, waiting for those buyers to kind of dissipate every single time, lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, and even this prior high, as of most recent, 39.40s, 139.40s brings you all the way back down into VWAP. So beautiful, beautiful action happening here on Palantir after that aggressive, strong bid dissipates from the morning session, right? Where it was very, very active buying, and then now we're getting some maybe not so active selling happening here, and maybe taking out some of those morning and even pre-market longs as it kind of chops to the downside. Market tailwind definitely on the side of shorts here, maybe a little bit more than buyers, but we'll see how that kind of pans out. Another stock, and Neil messaged me about this one earlier as well. Wendy's was interesting. And I was just like, okay, cool, Wendy's, what's going on here? And yeah, no real sign of selling. It is doing relative volume. I don't know what the news on this one necessarily is, but today is earnings day 3. Right? So earnings day 3, on day 1, it was doing roughly, I guess, about 5 to 3 times relative volume. So in a 5 period, day 2 was doing roughly 2 to 3 times. Yes.
So Nelson Peltz got involved with this, or at least it looks like he was maybe already involved in it, but he was just basically saying that he believes it's undervalued. That is Trian management, and also, again, run by Nelson Peltz, who is, the fun fact, the father-in-law of Brooklyn Beckham. So nice look there for WEN with that Nelson Peltz thumbs up.
Thank you very much. So I guess being bought up here by a significant person potentially, and catching a strong bid on the day today. So day 3, you can see here, earnings day 1 high was just shy of $8. We bid back above that, and now continuing higher here as well. So thank you, Adara, for bringing us that piece of news there. That could definitely add some confluence here for that bid, and definitely for that relative volume at the same time. But I do have eyes on it as of right now. So yeah, no, we're talking about those mining stocks as well. So HYMC, no real selling happening here. What else do I have here? Walmart, WMT. Let's see what Walmart's up to. It's coming into its lows here. Some of these staples were doing some interesting action over the past couple of weeks, but strong selling here on Walmart yesterday, and now breaking down and continuing a little bit further here on Walmart. So caught a bid into yesterday's end of day range, and those sellers stepped right back in. Let me know what you guys are trading, what you guys are looking at. I know people have been talking about Mulek. And this was a name from 2 days ago. I still remember this, and I was just like, okay, well, this is interesting. And we were kind of laughing about, the Mulek, and how it was kind of funny post-split runner. I think that was maybe last week as well. It's been kind of chopping around, no real follow through to the downside. Yesterday, or I guess two trading sessions ago on Friday, you can see here it did some significant volume, and then the next day we talk about liquidity traps. The next day, barely any volume at all. There's some music. So barely any volume at all. Coming into today, starts off the day straight up with some halts, halting up and getting those shorts running for the fences there. So $13 was that prior high. And now today, high a day is coming in at 19.5, so pretty aggressive there. But I think some of that pressure to play off of was definitely in the morning session, as it did halt up and continue pretty decently at the same time. So Mulek giving us some opportunities over the past couple of weeks. But let me know, CVX saying Danny Diaz. Let's see how CVX and some of our oil friends are doing.
Man, I got the best tickets, bro.
You got the best tickets? Where'd you get them?
Row 1. Row 1 in like the center, right where the stage is, man. I got the best tickets.
Nice.
Bro. 119, row 2, sorry, I lied. Row 2. Yeah. Row 2, seat 115. Look at that, Obi.
Nice.
Uno.
One of them. Yeah.
No, bro, it's I would say bad words, but there we go. You want to, continue there.
It's all good.
Apologize for that.
Shout out to Sharif for locking in that ticket. What was the band called again? Tame Impala.
Yeah.
There you go.
They're Australian.
Congrats. A crazy Civic. That's funny. CVX though, just in a sideways range, guys. Nothing too crazy here today. I guess they did their dividend yesterday here, coming in with some strong selling, but today just chopping around in opening ranges. We got some news.
We got news.
What's up, Adara?
Little spike here for CRWD. It's going to be in watch here after Microsoft and CrowdStrike announced that the Falcon platform from CrowdStrike is now available on Microsoft Marketplace. So CRWD and MSFT working together. CrowdStrike, of course, was also in watch with Palo Alto earnings. So certainly cybersecurity names continue to be in play this Wednesday session. Back to you.
Clearly, it was very much there. All right, you wanna finish up? Or should I?
CVX, I was done with CVX, but we can take a look at what else you guys are talking about. I'm done with this hood there. Thank you. Markets bidding right back up again towards those highs, so we'll see if we can get any sort of other continuation trades here potentially. I actually want to see if this can get through 76, and I don't care about leaving 50 pennies on the table for that. Let's see if we can get through this prior low and actually catch a real sell here. But the selling definitely came in 77 halves all the way to 76s and some change. I think the low of this that consolidation or this VWAP chop here was 76 and 9 teens. So just still holding that VWAP as of right now. But let me know what you guys are up to and what you guys are trading as well, so we can take a look at the same time. So CVX was the last one I saw. Let's see, KGC and GFI saying grandmother's garden. Okay, cool. Let's see. Let's take a look at those. And apparently those are both mining stocks as well. So KGC. Kinross Gold, okay, I've definitely heard the name before. And okay, so I guess we got to check out what some of these precious metals are up to today as well, and see if there's any sort of relative move or confluence on that one. But Kinross Gold, strength definitely on the day, consolidating and trading within the upper quartile of the day's range as of right now. So looking good. $35. I like that. $35. Just in general, I like that as a price. And it's knocking on the door of $35 here on KGC. What was the other one there? Let me see, I forgot the other one. I gotta scroll back up. There's a lot of people dropping those stocks in the chat. GFI. Let's take a look at this one. Goldfields. Okay, I definitely have to check out gold after this one. Okay, gold not really doing too much. Still kind of chopping around within some recent ranges, but let's see what it looks like on the daily and the bigger picture. Get that VWAP out of here and see. Wow. Okay. Cool. Is this an ADR? Because it seems like these gaps are all over the place here on these Goldfields Limited. I want to take a quick look at gold before I pass it back to Sharif. Taking a look at gold by the ounce, this is what the daily looks like, and I guess, yeah, we have been bidding up pretty decently here on the intraday at the same time. So 5,010.9 is the day highs as of right now, so we dropped all the way down to 4.8s there over the past couple of days, and now bidding right back up to that 5K mark. SLV or silver was definitely on a lot of people's radar. So let's take a look at that one here as well. So 77s, 78s here coming in. But I mentioned this one earlier as well. On the weekly, this thing did its 50% retracement. $50, in my opinion, was that key breakout level. 35s if you were really early, but that was December, January, I guess June of last year, and then we got this $50 breakout as well, roughly in and around that area. 54s, 55s, and then off to the races here. 85s all the way up to an all-time high of $121.64. If you're measuring this leg here, we definitely had more than a 50% pullback from those highs there and retracing back into that $80 level here on silver. But on the day, yeah, it is catching a bit of a bid, but within the range of the past couple of months or weeks, it would seem here on silver. So it seems like the miners and some of these commodities that are related are definitely running on the day today.
That looks worrisome, that area, because look at the pre-consolidation or the pre-breakout area, the consolidation area. Yeah, you're right back into that range.
Yep.
That could be that could be a head and shoulders pattern in the formation at the moment.
For sure, yeah.
If I was to enter the head and shoulders pattern, I know some people like to get really aggressive, they like to get aggressive and give it to the head.
Yeah.
I personally wouldn't. I give it to the high of the right shoulder.
Yeah.
And if I'm wrong, what's that green candle on the right shoulder right there? No, the one before.
This one?
Yep, that's the one.
That's
I give
about
it to there
92s?
personally.
Yeah.
And if it broke out above that, then I'd get out. But that does look
I was watching
quite
these
ominous.
for the reversion, and I was just like, this is aggressive. Like, this kind of move commodities have not seen maybe in a potentially long time, definitely not in my lifetime.
Well said.
But a simple trend break would have given you 100s, maybe 110s if you're a little bit early. If you're looking at bar breaks, you're looking at maybe 106s. But that 100 back through was definitely a place to slap it in and maybe look for some SLV puts and things of the sort, because those have definitely been paying.
Well said, Ob. All right, guys, back into RXT as it's shown some support here at the $0.50. My current out is prior bar low, which is lower than the $0.50. It's at 48, so I've given it to a little bit below that. I'm looking for a move back up into 60. Look, I don't think this is going to rocket up. because it was a thick trade to begin with, and we're going to risk very, very little here, again, to prior bar low, and we'll see what's good with that one. I'm also keeping an eye on Atom because that one really did reject 7 quite aggressively and has now kind of, well, I don't know, man. Maybe it's still holding that uptrend. You can adjust the trend line here if you'd like. It still does jive. This is the area for me, though, that 640 area, because we were talking about that area being a staunchy area of resistance basically all morning. It's there right now, showing you 645, current bar low, 640.5 on the dot. Now, if you were to get in, I personally would give it a little bit of room so that you're not subject to the stop hunt, right? You know, oftentimes when things are volatile, they're moving and or because people are hunting your stops, it does break that key technical level of resistance or support, only to make its way right back up and, you know, leave without you, so to speak. So be on the lookout for that, but I don't mind this entry here on Atom. So let's go ahead and have a quick look at Atom. I am worried, though, because it is at times illiquid. In fact, since that candle at 11:10, we've been putting some declining volume profiles. So what we're going to do is we're going to get in small share size here. It's not letting me in, obviously, because of the spread. So we're going to have to move up a little bit more. What do you want, Ram Ram? Small share size on Atom. Get it, Ram Ram. Okay, you could interrupt for that one. That was good. No. So we'll put the stop, you know, a little bit below that 640. So let's go ahead and do just that. Let's see what we get with this. We got 44s, show me 45s. Let's see if we can take out some just south of the $0.50, and then obviously we'll wait north of that and we'll see what the situation is. But I'm seeing that RXT is dropping right back into that $0.50 area. It still hasn't breached prior bar low, but if it loses 48, I am out. I'm not going to DCA into this. It has an aggressive move down with that 171 area basically being the area high, and we haven't seen any higher highs on the 5-minute charts at least. So there we go, it got stopped out. So we will give back some here on RXT. Sucks to be me, but I had to take a shot there because it was at that 50 penny level as well as the 10 EM on the 5, which I liked. So we're gonna focus now on Atom and see what the situation is with that one. Oh my days, look at that drop, bro, holy cow. It dropped all the way into 6 1/4, but I got way out earlier. I got 634s, so we ended up losing 10 pennies on that one. This has become quite volatile. It's lost trend completely here. I would say look for a VWAP hold, but I don't know. You're not going to find me holding here at VWAP. That's 617, 615, but I just don't like the way this one is retracing, breaking down below technical levels and not really holding up at all. So let's look for something else, and immediately apparent to me is HYMC. Shout out to the OG who brought us this earlier, and since he brought us this at around, I think, 11:30, the last time this touched the 10 EMA on the 5 is 11:15. It just has been so directional. It's given you dollars. We were talking about this at 39, almost 40 bucks. Now it's up to 43.5. So HYMC, a nice looker. Definitely, you see this a lot. Price action, volume divergence, where the volume is making lower highs, all the while the price is making higher highs. That is kind of normal for the midday where the volume does dry up. But as you can see here, buyers are outdoing sellers. And you're able to tell that immediately by the price action. So keep an eye here on HYMC for a possible entry. I'm not exactly sure how I would even get into this. You know, all my usual moves here are not coming into play, and that it is basically to get in. Ram at the 10 EMA on the 5, or around 42.80, give or take. That's about $1, almost $1 removed from the current price action. Pardon me. So I'm not really sure how I would get into HYMC, but it keeps taking out highs. 43.66, there it goes into another area high. It's very strong, very directional. Let's see what we get with this one. I'm not going to be waiting at the 10 EMA. I just don't think it gives you that many opportunities, so we'll see if I can spot something on the tape there, Ope.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely looking out for more opportunities. And I see here in the chat that John Womack calling out Micron here, MU. Yeah, absolute strength here on Micron. Definitely some aggressive relative strength when compared to the rest of the chip names here. We can go through some of those as well and see how this one's actually standing against them. But definitely, look at this. It broke out of its opening range. The only pullback that it's shown was down into 417s, 418s, breaking back through that 420, nice, and then 424 consolidating at the highs just shy of this 427.85 high of day. So yeah, Micron longs are definitely winning today, and market tailwind definitely on the side as well, looking very similar to this market chart. But let's take a quick look at NVIDIA. You can see here NVIDIA not really looking the same, but when it comes to Micron, maybe it's better to compare it to SNDK, SanDisk here. So SanDisk, another one with some relative volume in the pre-market session and bidding right back up into this 616.97 is the day high here on SNDK. And the beautiful thing about this chart, Sharif, was that it is starting to catch a little bit of a sell. When I go to the weekly chart, you can see here that the strength that was there, I guess on the weekly, still kind of there, but we did start to get a little bit of a chop over the past few days. This is what I'm talking about. Yeah, not necessarily on the weekly. I guess on the weekly we'll look perfectly fine, and we're consolidating here, and this could definitely trend a little bit higher, but this bid that we got all the way from January coming into the end of January and the beginning of February, that bid has definitely started to dissipate a little bit, and we're getting sideways action. So this could definitely be maybe a little bit of price acceptance and some continuation overhead here. But I'm watching this consolidation very, very closely. That consolidation low coming in at 545s, and then these highs coming in just shy of, I guess, 725 exactly. We got a super chat here by
for you, brother.
Katindri, blessed through...
Katinder, I think.
Blessed through Christ. Katindri, blessed through Christ. Okay, thank you very much for the super chat. Hey, Obi, love your clarity on reading the charts. Please look at IWM, looking to get into some calls. Pulled back from this morning. Thank you very much. Hey man, listen, at the end of the day, I'm just giving my opinions here. I want to reiterate that they mean absolutely nothing, and if you find some clarity through them, then you know all the power to you. But sure, we can take a look at IWM. Again, that is the iShares Russell 2000 ETF here. Pull back from this morning. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, man. Look at the daily chart. We're sideways in this kind of range here since about January, since about mid-January. So all I really see here in terms of maybe price action and technicals is nothing too much, other than we have been trending up quite nicely since April. Right? This was when the president was basically like, "Hey, it's a great time to buy stocks," you know. That was since then we've been catching a bid pretty aggressively on a lot of names, IWM included here. Higher highs and higher lows is what I'm saying here. So higher highs and higher lows. The thing is, this time frame is much higher. You can see here since then, how many trading sessions have we had? All of these candles amount to about 218 roughly from April. And you can see some of these pullbacks as well on the way have pulled back about, what, 5%, 6%, this pullback right here, even though technically we're making higher highs and higher lows, a 10% pullback. So the question really becomes, like, what time frame are you trying to take this move on, right? So the chart kind of speaks for itself here. Shorter time frame, definitely very choppy, but bigger time frame, you can even hop up to like the weekly or the monthly here, and you can see kind of the range and gauge some ideas based off of that. But the bid definitely coming in. The breakout happened here, I guess, at 241.60s with a nice little chop there as well. We got some more super chats here. Shout out from the LBC saying Tim Dog. I don't know if that's a
Holy cow,
I guess that's not a stock, but I don't know what the LBC stands for. But thank you from the LBC, Tim Dog. And Frederick Vaughn, Yummy Pants, nice. Thank you for the super chat as well.
Thank you,
The thing you need to know about HYMC is that they have zero debt. They're already permitted with all infrastructure already in place, and Eric Sprott owns 40% of the company. This continues tomorrow.
I like it.
Saying yummy pants. Well, we'll see if the price action is just as yummy on HYMC
It looks good,
tomorrow.
Obi. I think you might like this.
We'll see. I mean, look. Okay, right away, I'm looking at the monthly, man. Oh boy, talk about a rounded bottom with an aggressive
Get it, Ob.
bid there, expanding volume. Hello, we should have picked one of these as one of the picks coming into the year, because this is absolutely beautiful here as a long. And look at this, from January of this year, I guess that was just this candle. So we already start to break out here, 84% with a high all the way up to 58s in January. So looking absolutely beautiful here. So bigger picture is definitely on your side on HYMC as it bids a little bit higher. But you can see since that 58 high, we did kind of pull back coming into February, but we'll see how the month ends. We still have a few days left until the month end, and we're catching that strong bid back into some of these prior levels from January. So yeah, maybe I'll be watching that 45, maybe 50 level as well. And yeah, zero debt always kind of
Always good.
always pretty decent there as well, and that expanding volume on the much higher time frame looking absolutely beautiful as well. And we kind of talked about what I like to look at when it comes to actual like longer term swings is maybe a higher time frame monthly chart. So I've been looking more at like a multi-month charts here, like a 3-month, a 6-month. Some of you guys have even seen me look at 12-month charts on some of these things, because again, what time frame are you really trying to push, right? If you're trying to look at something for the next couple of weeks, does it make sense to look at a monthly chart? Maybe if it's in a significant area, right? But if you're looking for something for a much longer term swing, say for like a whole year or a couple of years, or maybe a long term thing, maybe you definitely want to cut out all the noise. Just like how, a day trader that trades maybe on the hourly doesn't really care what's happening on the minute chart. Right? A trader that trades on the 30-minute doesn't care what's happening on the second chart. Weekly trader or a monthly trader probably doesn't really care what's happening on the daily chart either. So again, when it comes to trade plan, I think time frame is very, very key. And you can see here HYMC looking absolutely beautiful in terms of a higher time frame push, and it's trying to break out of some of these prior levels as well. Post split, this was a very long time ago. I don't know what kind of market regime or kind of area we were in here, but as of recent, the past 3 candles here on the 3-month, expanding volume, decent push. Interesting stuff nonetheless.
Absolutely, yeah. It's gold and silver. That's
been pushing up as well. But you got to remember, silver's been pushing. Maybe this is the delayed reaction on some of these miners, right?
Good point.
I have no idea.
Guys, I'm looking at IBRX here. It's not the biggest mover on the day, but it's up 31 3/4, and it looks like it's on its way to 793 showing up. I feel like maybe I caught this one a little too late. It wasn't readily apparent on my scanner when we started the show, and then I haven't really had an opportunity to look at the scanner until now. But it's looking real good over here, and it is one of those ones that you can see that consistent pattern of respect that it seems to have for the 10 EMA on the 5. A couple of breaches here exclusively on a wick basis, no closing prints below that 10 EMA. The largest of those breaches was at 1050, and it was immediately bought up. So a nice looking upward channel here after a big price spike up right at 930. We consolidate, I want to say, from about 1030 until about that 1125, 1130. So almost an hour of lower highs, and then that's since broken. So you can see the higher lows, the higher highs are operative now. My only concern is kind of what I started this whole spiel with, the proximity to 796 high dropping down into 789. It is one to keep an eye out on, though, especially if it clears 8 and clears it quite decisively. RXT is continuing to put in lower highs. It keeps defending that $0.5, and that could off-put some people who could be looking to use that $0.5 as support. And then that I completely get. But what I'll insist upon is the decisive clearing of that lower high, and even more, I want to say less aggressive, but more, cautious entry would be above this prior high at 1220. So like 160, 161 could lure me into the trade. That would make it 10 pennies off the day's high. But if you're thinking we're going to hit 171, we're going to clear it, well, then we could be destined for 2. So that one will be in focus for me, as well as FJET. I know I got no positions on right now. I don't like anything currently. FJET also finding itself caught within a bit of a range for the better part of an hour and 20 minutes now. Ever since we got up to that area high at 985, that was around, what time was that? That was 20 after 11. So it's now almost 1:45, and we've been kind of stuck within the same, I want to say, 30 to 40 penny range. It looks a little bit, though, like it might be rounded bottoming. It's not a bottom, obviously, that rounding shape. Now, that rounding shape is kind of bullish, right? Because it's not rocketing up like it did at the open, but it's showing you incrementally, or the buyers are picking this up at higher and higher levels every single time. And moreover, that buying pressure from the lows is pushing the price higher and higher and higher relative to its predecessor. You can see that very easily. Look at these area highs relative to the middle of that kind of half U shape where we couldn't really clear 950. So FJET certainly in focus for me, and I'll be looking at executing on there if the price is right, so to speak. VVPR is kind of lost the bid into the volume weighted average price. That's no longer of interest to me. MLEC hasn't really been of interest to me at all. It's been putting lower highs and lower highs. It's really HYMC, RXT, and IBRX and FJET. So those four, right? VVPR, ATOM, RCAT, MLEC, not really. Not really at all. So that's what I'll keep my eye on there. Some people are saying Works. I did have a quick look at that. You know, if I can stay away from these sub $1 stocks, especially the ones that are really sub $1 like Works, which is, I think, trading at 30 pennies. Let's take a look at it here. Yeah, 38 pennies. It's got a good looking chart, man. Popped off basically at the open. 940 is when it got a price spike up, about 950,000 shares, more 960,000 shares exchanging hands there. But then you have a chasm of volume right there. There's nothing between that monster candle at 940 and then again at 1145, and it barely did anything. 234,000 shares for a 38 penny name. I mean, come on. All that said, it is almost at the day high. In fact, I think the day high is that 940 price spike up, which got to 40 and a third pennies. It's showing 39 and a third pennies, so it's 1 penny off the day high. And in case you're wondering what the hell I'm talking about, why is this guy's charts devoid of any tickers? Well, there you go, WORX. That's the one I'm talking about right now. I'd like to stay away from this if I can, but if there aren't really anything else to trade, we're going to look to build a position. I don't want to say around 36 and a half, maybe even 37 pennies. That is where the VWAP, the volume weighted average price, is hanging out. But if we get a price spike up, we take out prior level highs by like 5-6 pennies, then I'll use prior level high as support. So that's my look there on WORX. It's not my favorite, and you guys already know for exactly why. RXT is losing the bid in a frickin' hurry over here. And now it's unbroken in that lower high setup that we've basically been in since 1210. That is the high of the day. That's when it printed that 171 high, and it's been bleeding its own blood. Shout out to my boy Joey Opsh, whose dog is not feeling well today. In case you were wondering where Joey Options is, he had to take the dog to the vet. Milo, he's not feeling that well. So we're gonna shout out Joey Option. We're gonna hope Milo feels a bit better. But my boy Joey Option would say this one's bleeding its own blood, making lower lows and lower highs. It is coming into that 140 level. That 140 level is of interest to me because it was originally an area of resistance. So I don't necessarily want to pick it up off that level, even though it's shown a couple of times here that the buyers are stepping into the low 140s. I'd rather it find support at 140 and then change its tune. How does it change its tune? It starts putting in incrementally higher lows and higher highs, at least on the 5, and then you can work your way down the time frame there and go to the 1 or the 3 so you can refine your entries. But it's got to show it to me on the 5 initially, and then we can have a conversation there. So there are some running here. I don't want to make it sound like there's nothing running. It's HYMC, it's IBRX, it's FJET, and possibly we'll have a look at RXT if it does find some support there. Mr. Easy Street. Stop kicking the dog, Joe. Mr. Easy Street, do you remember that prank call, Kick My Dog, from like 30 years ago? Yes. So I already knew. Yeah, you laughed immediately, so that means you know all about it.
That's a classic.
That is a classic, bro.
Classic.
And I think it was Am I far off in saying I think it was Brampton?
Yeah,
was
I think the story took place in Brampton.
But that thing went worldwide. It was kind of like
it was definitely very popular in Toronto and the GTA for sure.
That's so good.
But,
remember downloading that off LimeWire and Napster because like there were actually prank calls you could download in MP3 format.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I used LimeWire for like for a little bit there initially for a lot of music, and then what was that other one? ShareBear. I think.
That one.
You remember that one? ShareBear or something like that. That's mainly what I started using, and then Pirate Bay never really looked back from
Pirate Bay. You needed an FTP downloader though, obviously, because it was not that I ever downloaded anything off it. Of course, I don't want anyone to get that wrong idea, but you know, I had to. You got to be informed, right? Right. So. You gotta inform yourself.
Yes, there you go. Yeah,
people know
Bear Share. There you go. People. Kaza. I remember Kaza. Kaza was.
I don't remember that one.
uTorrent for sure. Yeah.
Ichiro, torrents are 100% legal. Of course they are. Ichiro.
P2P information sharing. Why not?
Yeah, of course. I mean, nothing is wrong there. Everything is absolutely fine. Nobody need worry. I never got any emails from Rogers telling me to stop downloading certain things. That never happened. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Nobody ever reported anything and saying this IP address was downloading stuff.
You could always just say, be like, my neighbor kind of came onto my Wi-Fi and I have no idea what you're talking about.
But God bless the Canadian regulator. They wouldn't give your name to the company. So they would just send you a message said stop, but they wouldn't disclose your information because they wanted to sue you civilly, right? Yeah. Delete the files.
Yeah. All right, guys, customer retention as well from Rogers, right? They do anything and everything to retain their customers.
Exactly.
So,
they were motivated there.
Yeah, definitely.
Guys, IBRX took out 8. Here we go. So we were worried about $8 being a bit of a resistance level on IBRX. Well, it is up into 809 now. Great look here for IBRX. I like it possibly. Look, into 790, it had a lot of resistance. I'm probably going to look for some dips below 8 to see if I can get some money fills here on IBRX, but it's a good looker right now when a lot of these ones are bleeding their own blood to the downside. FJet, to be fair, though, is making a move back into the high of the day. Where's the jet at? There it is, right back in. I think we're about 4 or 5 pennies away from that high of day off FJet. IBRX and FJet, very similar, 34%, 37%. One's at $8, one's at $9. Very similar chart patterns as well. I'm not saying trade them the same, but they're looking awfully similar here. So FJet and IBRX are going to be in focus for me. I think those are the two that I'm going to try to weasel into. MLEC consolidated at 15. Says Nurse stock rocks 50.75. Yeah, I don't like the look of MLEC's jib for the reason that it keeps putting in lower highs, and that ain't the move. Maybe for Luis Barbados, shout out to him. He'd probably be getting in here. What the hell day is it? Do we have Luis today? Assassino? Okay. Well, no, if he comes in, just let me know, because typically we do have him. Yeah, I appreciate that, Assassino, because that's probably in 10 minutes or so, if he's going to come on. So let's just go ahead and say Luis Barbados is going to be on. I don't know, is he in the calendar, Katina, man? I appreciate you, brother. Let me just have a look. I got the calendar up here. Luis, where is he? I don't see him. Yeah, I don't see him here. He's here? Okay, so Luis is here. Thank you very much. So, guys, get your questions for Luis into the chat now. You got to tag Obi or myself. Otherwise, we're not going to see it. So, Luis obviously is a fantastic small cap gapper trader, but his moat here, his focus is on shorting these bad boys.
Yeah.
I know you love that. So if you are interested in, refining your small cap gapper short game and you have some questions for Luis, throw them in. Tag myself or OB so we can see them. Obviously, as Luis is talking, should you get any more questions or you have any other, you want some refining on what he's saying, tag myself as well. Cloud King wants him to look at BNAI. I'll copy that, and we'll have the OG Luis take a look at that. But keep it, keep in mind that he is focused on one specific thing, right? So try to keep it within that sort of purview. But yeah, tag myself or Obi, if you have any questions for Luis Barbado. I know I certainly do. There's a whole lot that's running that is probably going to be on his purview. Most notably, MLEC, which is now halted down. MLEC is halted down, unbroken. Look at that, unbroken from that lower high chain. It is halted down 1362, guys. It is losing a lot of different areas of support, most notably that candle at 1120, the low of which was 1398. So it's lost $14. That's a bit of a tough one there. So be careful trading MLEC, especially to the long side. I'm going to ask him about RXT. And I want to see how he feels about the setup here on RXT, especially since we're about, well, we're almost 40 pennies off the area high. We're still above VWAP though, and I know that was one of his things. He didn't really like shorting these things above VWAP, so we'll ask him about that, Obi.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely want to ask him a couple questions about MLEC and does he think that was like a liquidity trap, and what kind of does he often look at liquidity traps as well? Because I'm definitely, like I said before to you, I definitely want to look into trading some of those a little bit more, because a lot of intraday traders that I'm talking to, a lot of their capital coming in, a lot of their P&L is reflected just based off of just shorting small caps. So,
absolutely.
Especially when you're working at for a prop firm, you do have the kind of market access and the tools to do that effectively and efficiently at the same time. So it was Charlie Taff in the chat saying, Obi, can you please peep Tesla as it's hovering around high of day? So yeah, sure, we can take a quick look at Tesla here. I was watching it as well, coming into this 416.5 level here. But again, bigger picture, kind of just chopping around here. Nothing too crazy, higher highs. Sorry, not really higher highs, but higher lows pushing up into this 416 level. So Charlie Taff, it doesn't really look like it's kind of breaking any sort of levels, but it did recover yesterday pretty decently from some aggressive selling off of the open. And now we're kind of churning above that as of right now. But right now, I think we're ready.
We are. We've got the OG himself, Luis Barbado, from the Real Trading Office in Barcelona, Spain. Luis, good to see you again, my friend, and thank you for coming on.
What's up? What's up?
Thank you, Tarif.
Obi saying hi as well. So let's just get right down to it, Luis. I want to ask you about MLEC, because this one is halted down. It's an aggressive move down, Luis. Here's my chart, and this is kind of what I was looking at there, Luis. That big, huge candle to make a new high, 1950 high. That's a 1040 candle on the 5. It loses VWAP there, Luis, after that sell-off, unbroken to the low side. You get another attempt at VWAP, but that also fails. And moreover, it continues to make lower highs. And so, is this one that you were looking at getting short? And if you were, what would be your methodology here?
We didn't sort this one. I have to say it went out of radar. We didn't find this stock. It has some history from a couple of weeks ago. I think it went pretty crazy, and the movement was a pump and dump. So it was not very bad to go short there, but never front sight in this one because it was very, very tricky. Also, take into account this stock is it's very hard to borrow. It was around $13 per 100 shares. So it is not a lot since it moves very volatile. So we didn't take the short. If you short this one, wait for confirmation, never front side against this stock. Also because we have a criminal situation yesterday with this PLYX movement. You remember PLYX moving from $4 to 60. So, you know, the air is very thin when something like this happens the next day. So be very careful sorting front side this kind of a stock.
Oh, do you have a question? Or I have more here.
Yeah, sure. So I want to ask you, Luis, thank you once again for coming on. When it comes to these small caps, how often are you looking at like liquidity traps? And something like a MLEC today, it came up on one of my scanners, and I did see it was running last week. It ran a couple days ago, and then yesterday, no volume, failure to break down. But today, the breakout of that prior day level from Friday never looks back. So are you looking at some of that stuff as well? Sharif was saying that you mainly like to short the small caps, but when something like that does set up, are you willing to take the long through that level as well?
Yeah, sometimes we're looking for the longs as well. It has to have some check to go long, like lower float. If it's Chinese company or Israeli company or something like that, it's even better because the volatility is higher. and news, of course, and breaking, as you say, high of other days or previous highs, daily highs, 180 highs, or whatever like that. And lower volume in the pre-market at least. If it has a lot of volume and the market has open and half an hour after the open, it's more unlikely that it will keep going higher.
Yeah. So you're looking for that squeeze if you are looking for the long there. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, we're looking for a squeeze and a nice pullback and some very, very tight consolidation to go long. In this case, was very, very difficult to go long because the movement was very sharp, right, and the retracement were very, very fast against the VWAP, but not so easy with that very, very thin level 2.
Okay. All right.
Luis, I have a question for you with respect to volume at the time of the day. What I've noticed a lot is the ones that end up making a good move towards the high usually will hold VWAP in a general sense during the slow time of the day. I mean kind of like from 11 to 2-ish in around that area. If they hold VWAP in that area, I typically like to take them long, possibly for a move into the high of the day. If they fail VWAP at that level during the illiquid time of the day, and you can kind of see the volume drying up, so you have volume price action convergence where they're both dropping down, is that a setup that you're looking at as well?
Yeah, absolutely. If you're looking for long, you look for lunchtime to hold VWAP and hold supports and hold even volume if possible, although it's very difficult that it holds volume. And then you might see another run, another race towards the end of the day. But again, I think you are fighting against the statistics. As long as the day goes, the lower probability that the stock keeps going up. If you're looking for longs, it is better pre-market open or first half an hour. The more the time the day pass, the lower probability that the stock will go up again.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, no. I was just running a couple of. I was curious. What are you trading today? Because I'm looking at like RXT. I know Sharif was dabbling with FJET. IBRX is kind of moving around as well. So I'm curious. What were you trading today, and how did you execute?
Let's check a couple of trades that I think were interesting. This one was the first one with the SNSE. Okay. The stock went up very, very sharp pre-market. We went short against this 30 area. After this spike of $32, $33, we went short there, took the profit, and then you wait again. You don't go front side, wait for a new highs, new fresh air here, short again, and out against the VWAP. We took another short here, as you can see, the VWAP rejection, we call short against the VWAP, stop out because of the halted, and the rest down here. And now we have the backside, we have fighting VWAP and below, so we're taking shorts, more shorts, adding into the short, adding into the short. I am holding this with a stop 27, 28, 29 until the end of the day. This was one of the nicest stock today. We also have this.
Hold on, Luis. I just want to ask you. I want to ask you about that because that's a really good one right there. So it looked like you were consistently looking for VWAP failures there. Every time it attempted to reclaim VWAP, it failed, and that was your short entry.
Yes, absolutely. Short against the VWAP, try to avoid front side, tight stop in previous highs during the day, not daily highs, but relative highs.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Luis.
Yeah, we go with another one. Is this ATOM, very interesting as well. First, what you have to do when you trade a stock like this is check from the previous day. What we are looking for here is the first red day. We call the first red day. This stock has moved up several days, very sharp on the upside, as you can see here, from 250 to 4, from 4 to 6, and today we are expecting the first red day. So the movement to turns from the green to the red. That would be close below 6,580 if possible. So we were very patient on this first movement, okay, waiting for some supports to break or something like that. As you can see, I took the first short here against these highs. I had to stop out on this pullback, and then I add again against this 7 round number. And now it's working. So now it's working. We are holding, adding more on the pop, and holding, and we really expect this 620 to break below VWAP, and then 580, 550, 5. Never know. Even if it looks like it has gone down a lot, it can go much lower. Look at the chart, and it can go to $5. Look, $5.80, $5.50, $5. Who knows?
One refining question there. One of the trade that you were speaking about there, first red day. So I'm assuming you're looking for it to turn red today because it's still up, I think, 9.25%. But what's your formula, Luis, for that first red day? Because you're not the first person I've heard talk specifically about that type of trade.
Well, you wait for 1, 2, or 3 green days with a lot of volume, and then when the interest start to disappear from this stock because we have another runners with a lot of volume, like today, RXT, SNSE, and something like that, the traders stop looking this stock. So if it has gone up like 300% like this stock, it's very likely that it goes down. You have to be patient on the entry, of course, but once you are there and the setup start to work, you have to let it run. If possible, end of day is the best choice. It's the first red day after a few green days. Sometimes it's only one very, very aggressive green day, and the second day you start to looking for red.
Amazing. That's good information there. Did you have anything you want to ask, Mo?
So for something like that, you're looking for that flush. Do you ever look into like the SEC filings to see if they have like a shelf lined up or any offerings? And does that give you stronger conviction after it's up like 300-400%?
Absolutely. Check dilution tracker if it's likely to do an offering, ATM or warrants or something like that. We are more convinced, or it goes to A+ setup if it has something like that. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Luis, for coming on. I appreciate it. I know you're still holding a couple of positions, so good luck on. I hope Adam breaks that volume-weighted average price. We were taking the same trade, you to the short side, myself to the long side. You caught the top there at 7, good on you. I got out at 7, so ironically enough there.
You had one very good setup today in RXT, holding VWAP with a lot of volume, so it was a nice long there. I took few shorts, as you can see here, but again, on the pullbacks, I also went long. You see, not very good holding these longs. It's not my specialty, but we also took some longs here. It's holding, the most clear trade was here, holding one round dollar, holding VWAP, and just before the open. As you can see, before the open, we are trading above VWAP, near to pre-market highs, and just when it opens, it goes over pre-market highs, nice retracement to the VWAP, and then you have a very nice uptrend. But now after this, we call this death candle. You see this death candle, the movement is done. Probably it will go down the rest of the day.
Yeah, it does look like it is bleeding there. Unbroken downtrend, Luis. Since that 171 high, can't seem to make any new highs. So I agree with you there. 125 on the VWAP for everybody looking at RXT. Great double-sided trade there, Luis. Long, short, thank you so much for coming on, brother.
Thank you, guys.
Awesome, some great.
He's always very specific with the details of how he gets in, why he gets in. So excellent guest to have on. Shout out to Luis Barbado, giving us a different picture there. It's 5 after 1. Oh, we typically, as you know, start the news around here. Do you want to cover anything before we start?
I think I'm okay for now. I think people were talking about that Tesla and Apple. Tesla, I guess Apple was the one that I didn't really cover, and I think I forget who it was in the chat, kind of talking about Apple. I didn't really see too much here. The thing is, even yesterday, I didn't really see too much when it came to some of the stocks in play, but I was like, yeah, let's take a look at some of the market here, and Apple was relatively strong as well today, just kind of consolidating on top of its opening range. I guess it finally did get above that at around 10 o'clock, but prior day's high couldn't really get past that either. So you can see market absolute strength. Apple not really showing a similar kind of move there. When it comes to the Mag 7s, I guess we can take a look at Meta, because I don't really watch Meta too closely. I guess Meta, nice little bid here, but the strongest one I see out of the Mag 7 today, Sharif, is Amazon. Amazon is one of the more extended ones to the upside. Interestingly enough, one of the few ones that did have pre-market relative volume of over 2.5 to 2.6, and then holding those prior day highs like a champ, and then catching that bid off of the open, and that bid definitely sustaining. And relative strength, I guess, on this one, a little bit more, I guess, roughly Google's in and around the same area, Tesla as well, but I see that Amazon did quite nicely today as well.
Yeah, and Adam just lost view up. Great trade there, Louise. If you're still listening, what a move down into 6. I hope it continues to bleed its own blood through 6. But we're going to pause for a second before we go to see if for the news segment we're going to Adara for news.
Yes, we are. I want to mention here, guys, as the NASDAQ waffles here around a high of day ahead of the FOMC minutes, Fed's Bowman just started speaking, and she said that she finds the latest job report to be, quote, a bit strange, noting that apparently most others indicators are not showing as strong of a labor market as that job report indicated. So again, Fed's Bowman, maybe not raising alarms, but certainly, putting up a bit of a question mark here for the most recent jobs report in her comments. Again, just under 1 hour now until the FOMC minutes for the January meeting. And at any moment, we could be having that White House press conference, or press briefing rather, with Caroline Leavitt. You guys know, I'll let you know, probably in that chat when that briefing begins. Back to you.
Get crapped on by Mulpud. I love that. All right. All right. Thank you very much for that. All right. Sia, what are we doing first?
Sharif, we're talking about how NVIDIA is expanding its AI base into India, and it's increasing its footprint in India as we speak, partnering with major venture capital firms, including Peak XV, Z47, Elevation Capital, Nexus Venture Partners, and Excel India to fund its AI startups and to identify them. And over 4,000 AI startups have already signed up with NVIDIA for their AI program, the Global Startup Program. So the details about this is that NVIDIA is collaborating with government agencies, research institutions, domestic cloud providers like Yotta, Larsen & Toubro, and E2E networks to deploy certain AI chip clusters. And India is expecting up to $200 billion in data center investments. You can see on my screen here, Adani is a billionaire in India, owner of the Adani Group, chairman of the Adani Group. Right here says that he's pledged $100 billion towards renewable-powered AI-ready data centers. And this push by NVIDIA is aligned with India's AI mission. Again, you can see this on my screen. Something called AI Kosh is something that India has launched to push its AI presence in the space. And New Delhi has approved $18 billion in semiconductor products to build a domestic chip supply.
So I like this for a number of reasons. We know India is booming right now in terms of being a tech hub. Not only are we seeing some jobs move away from China for political reasons, finding their way into India, but they also have a ton of engineers. So they have a lot of talent, an untapped talent there that I think NVIDIA is kind of wise to, and they're looking to take advantage of. What concerns me a little bit about India is they have been protectionist at times. Case in point, Teslas. Modi, when he met with Musk, I think like a couple of years ago in New York, at around the UN time there, and he's basically, the crux of the meeting was, you want to sell them here tariff-free, you got to build them. So I think that may rear its head again when it comes to these NVIDIA chips. If they want to start building these data centers and taking advantage of Indian talent, is there going to sort of be a requirement that some or part of the supply chain for NVIDIA, be shifted or produced in India? Now, obviously a lot of investments there for data centers specifically. Not clear, though, whether that money is being allocated for production or just for actual use once the data centers are up and running, and then just trying to basically monetize them. So I like the push into India specifically for geopolitical reasons to kind of move away a little bit from the concentration in China, but I worry that India has had protectionist policies in the past. What's your view?
Yeah, no, I think it's a great move there. We definitely need more data centers to kind of the demand that's happening with a lot of this AI expansion, and I like it. I think that NVIDIA is again doing what they need to do, and I guess that the support from Indian businesses and especially. What was it? The Adani Group.
Adani, yep.
Definitely will be a positive catalyst here. But we saw that yesterday. NVIDIA did catch a bit of a bid after hours on some news where it was like Meta's choosing them over AMD. Any sort of catalyst that this thing is getting, this thing's just consolidating and holding a higher low here. So that's what I really like as well. Again, confluenced with positive outlook with how NVIDIA hopes to expand there in India. This chart looks like it's wanting to expand even higher off of these ranges that are stepping up higher and higher as well. So NVIDIA looking quite nice.
This is INDL. This is, I think, an India ETF. 200 of the MSCI India, the India index. This has kind of been the price action lately. So it looks like, you know, caught that spike late 24, right before the election. And it seems like it's been a sell since that time. So that's interesting here to kind of just get an idea of how the market is gauging Indian stocks or Indian economy. So this is INDL for anybody who's wondering. I guess highs there at 77 back before the election in September of 24. Canada won. What was the score, Katina, man? 4-3 in overtime. So we beat the Americans? No, it's quarterfinals. That's quarterfinals. Check. Okay, thank you, Katina, man, there. All right, so that's INDL. Sia, what do we have next?
Next up, we're talking about Meta expanding NVIDIA AI partnership, and it's deploying millions of NVIDIA chips across its AI data centers, including standalone Grace CPUs and next-gen Vera Rubin systems. So financial terms weren't disclosed for this. However, analysts are estimating the agreement is worth tens of billions of dollars, Sharif, and a significant portion of Meta's capex flowing into NVIDIA. Meta also had previously announced its plans to spend up to $135 billion on AI in 2026, broader commitments by $600 billion in U.S. infrastructure by 2028. The company is also building 30 data centers. Sorry, I'm just going to scroll down here for more information. Yeah. As you can see on my screen here, they're going to build 30 data centers globally, including massive U.S. facilities. And Meta has become the first hyperscaler to deploy NVIDIA's Grace CPUs just as standalone chips.
So I like the amount of money that they're going to spend. I don't think the market does. $135 billion on AI capex in 26. I think what, you know, a lot of people are rightfully concerned about is the immediate monetization of that $135 billion. As I said many times, I don't feel they have the same runway for monetization as some of their competitors. I'm specifically talking about Amazon, specifically talking about Google, who have cloud, and Microsoft, but Microsoft's seen better days, obviously, who have that runway with their cloud services to offer Neo Cloud, aka AI embedded with the cloud services. So that's an immediate method or immediate runway to monetization, whereas Meta either has to do it from the product side, like we've seen them do there with their wearables, or there has to be a reflection there in the advertising revenue, because 97% of their money, of their revenue, is coming from advertising. So it has to be tied in with that. They don't have a cloud service to monetize. So that's my immediate thought there. The other thought that I'm getting is when we go down here, Assassino, on the competitive and strategic context in my morning note, it says Meta continues diversifying chip supply. It builds it in-house, and we're going to see a lot more of that, I promise you, as well as using AMD hardware, and they've explored Google's TPUs for 2027 deployment. So what is this in-house build? As we've been talking about, ad nauseum, custom or application-specific integrated circuits. Who stands to benefit from these ASICs? You got the Marvells, you got the Broadcoms, others, and a lot has been made by analysts about actually bringing that whole design department in-house. Oh, who does that? Apple. Right? We know that Apple makes their own M series. We know the designs, made by Taiwan Semi. We know that they make their own A series, and now we're seeing Google doing it. We're seeing Amazon doing it with Trainium. So TPUs for Google, Trainium for Amazon. And I think Microsoft threw their hat into the ring. I don't remember the name of theirs as well, but they're also making custom ASICs as well. So that has concerned me, and it's concerned me for a while, that it's going to eat into NVIDIA's margins. They are 70-some-odd% gross margins. That's insane for a physical product. You typically see that for SaaS or software or something not a physical product. So that continues to concern me for NVIDIA, not Meta specific, obviously. Oh, your view.
You know, I think when I saw the news coming in last night, the first thing that I saw was, why is AMD tanking? right? So I was like, okay, well, something's definitely going on with AMD, but then I noticed that NVIDIA also kind of popping around as well. So I think this, as much as, you know, Meta didn't really quite move, but AMD might be in a little bit of trouble here as, you know, more and more companies go towards NVIDIA, even though we saw some adoption for AMD chips, they're just not there yet. We see that NVIDIA continues to stay the leader when it comes to some of this cutting edge, bleeding edge technology for some of these centers and everything that these guys need. So Meta, interesting stuff here, but didn't really move anything like anything crazy on that. You can see here on the 15-minute yesterday, we did catch a bit of a pop here, but that got taken right back out. We go here to the weekly chart, you can see that Meta's been kind of sideways. It's in a consolidation. This range right here is what I'm looking at. So we had a strong bid, again, all the way from 2022. This was a beautiful V-shaped recovery that I did cover multiple times, I think, last year as well. This is almost textbook, and look at the breakout of this right here. That happened in January of 2024. This bid that kind of broke down once again off of April. You can see that bid right here broke down aggressively in October of 25. And since then, we're struggling to kind of retake some of those highs. So that's what I'm watching here on Meta. This is the range that I'm more concerned with, 750s roughly, all the way down to 500s. We attempted to push that 750, got all the way to 795s, but since then, this just sideways chop. So bigger picture, kind of, it just looks like no man's land here in Meta. So I don't know what's going to cause them to break out, but technically they are making higher highs and not necessarily higher lows, not necessarily higher highs, but that 750 should be interesting. And I know you like those head and shoulders.
Oh.
This is a little bit of a shoulder here, maybe a potential head, aggressive selling, and another potential shoulder coming in, but only time will tell. I have no idea, but Meta looking interesting, but nothing too crazy on my radar.
Okay, we're going to talk a little bit more about Meta, aren't we, Sia?
Yes, we are, Sharif. So CEO Mark Zuckerberg is set to testify in the Meta trial. And the lawsuit, as we know, it was filed by the 20-year-old plaintiff whose initials are KGM. She claims that social media use has worsened her depression and suicidal thoughts. Meta and YouTube are remaining plaintiffs, whereas, as we know it, Snapchat and TikTok have already settled. Zuckerberg is expected to face detailed questioning, right here as you can see it, about Instagram's design and what changes the firm made over the years to attract users. And Meta is also simultaneously, right here on my screen, you can see it, is facing a similar situation, a separate trial in New Mexico, compounding legal uncertainty. And Meta strongly disputing the allegations, saying that it is confident and it can show evidence that it has no wrongdoings.
So this is interesting because this infinite scroll mechanism, the specific algorithm that Meta is using, and these appearance-altering filters that is kind of making its way into this argument here. Zuck's going to have to answer questions on all those, and he can't be dodgy here, right? This is cross-examination, right? He'll probably, you know, be on for the entire day. And so I really want to hear what comes out of his examination here with respect to those issues, right? I mean, there's probably going to be some proprietary stuff that he can get away with not mentioning, but really, what is he going to have to say on those issues? So that's one. The first thing is, like I mentioned on the morning show, there are so many different lawsuits that are pending that, you know, center around this issue, but addiction and mental health, especially for youth, that really could be a legal overhang here for Meta. Now, we saw that Snapchat, I think it was Snapchat that you mentioned, TikTok and Snapchat, they've already made deals. Yeah, they made a deal for this case, but that doesn't mean that binds them for the other, I don't know how many lawsuits that they're mentioned in that, you know, could make their way into courts. They'll maybe strike deals for that, or they may litigate. So to me, I think Meta is trying to get ahead of this whole thing and use this as a possible test case to put the kibosh on some of the other pending lawsuits that may be making their way through the system. So that does kind of concern me. That was one of the reasons specifically I got out of my Meta position, because I didn't want this legal overhang. It's not just the quantum of money that they're going to have to pay out. I don't think it'd be substantial enough to hurt Meta. I just wonder what the winds of change will bring for social media if, you know, this case ends up making it to the fore and really people get their people, people are already changing their opinion on social media.
Yeah, no, I think this is a kind of a a little touchy topic. I do have strong opinions on this. Listen, no one is really forcing you to use these apps. These apps are obviously going to work in their personal interests, right? That dopamine, that free scroll, that continuously gives you hits of dopamine. You know what else does?
What?
Drugs. Right, and they're also pretty much relatively available in today's world.
Yeah.
Right. I went to high school.
You went to high school,
of course. You know what I mean? Like it really matters. Like, what are the life choices people are making? I understand that people love to kind of sue and these big firms to maybe catch a bit of a paycheck. But at the end of the day, the decisions that you make are basically your own.
Do you feel that
it's like I don't have TikTok on my phone.
I respect that, but you're an adult. Do you feel, I'm not arguing with you, but do you feel that same standard applies to youth?
Of course, why not?
That's fair. I'm just asking a question.
Why not? Okay. Again, I understand. Like growing up with Instagram and like Snapchat and all of that. Sure, it gives you that good feel. It gives you all of that as well. But you just like in anything in life, you have to kind of have a diversified attention, diversified hobbies.
Fair.
If you're always on something, there's obviously some sort of a problem. Now think about it this way: if that one thing is going to continuously give you dopamine and you move away from it, of course you're not going to feel so good. Yeah. That's like your dopamine drip. So obviously getting over that will take time. There's rehabilitation for this kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, like it's people forget how much in control they are of their own lives.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say.
With respect to the youth issue, I think that there should be more onus on the parents, but that's just kind of my take there. Like, because I feel that, adolescents, youth, you get a pass because you're not in adulthood yet, but somebody's got to bear the burden of that responsibility. And I feel like there might be a little bit more. To be fair to some of these social media companies, haven't they included some filters and stuff like that, like to limit the amount of time? That you can go on
it's definitely there. It's definitely there. Like some of the apps, like, hey man, I'm not immune to this either. Some of the apps, maybe I'm like scrolling and it just like, oh, you've been on for this amount of time, and I'm like, okay, fine. It makes sense. It makes sense that I should kind of take a break, go touch some grass and do something
I've banned
else with my
myself on
life.
TikTok during the week. I don't go on TikTok during the week. That's reserved for Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, because there's a chance I may not be able to put the phone down. No.
Yeah.
Right?
No,
I'm
it
kidding.
definitely happens, man. But again, don't forget that you are in control of your life. That's my main emphasis there. And if you are struggling with app addiction. There are ways. There are people out there to help you. There are other things out there that can definitely mitigate some of those issues. So.
All right, let's talk about the next topic, Sia.
Obi, I agree. I feel like addiction is it's called addiction for a reason, right? And it's in your hands. Anyways, well, let's move on to our next story. Tesla, California DMV suspension. So the California DMV has confirmed that Tesla has successfully avoided the 30-day suspension of its sales and manufacturing license after dropping the term autopilot and from its marketing materials and states. So what had happened was that the suspension came from a DMV lawsuit which alleged that Tesla had misled consumers about the capabilities of its autopilot and FSD systems. The DMV director, Steve Gordon, also stated that the department is satisfied that Tesla has taken the required corrective action to comply with consumer protection laws. And so now the suit was originally filed in July of 2025, seeking the suspension of Tesla's license after probing the company's ADAS marketing claims. And regulators argue that Tesla mischaracterized autopilot and FSD, like I mentioned, in consumer-facing markets. So Tesla has faced scrutiny after reporting 5 additional robotaxi-related crashes in Austin, Texas last month, bringing a total of reported incidents to 14. Now, Tesla had closed at 410.63, which is down 1.63% on Tuesday, and it also slipped another 0.36% after hours, which made it to 409.15.
I see this as highly political, especially since it's basically one jurisdiction doing this. And give me a break. Do you really think that autopilot, you know, the word you can just go in and sit down and it's going to do everything for you. Well, then, I mean, isn't the autopilot on the airplane called autopilot as well? Should they be sued? Because it's not going to land the plane for you. It just holds it level and then basically directs it to the you know, the setting on the compass that you put it on. I mean, this is so stupid, right? And it says FSD supervised. I think that this is highly political in a state where he's been moving jobs away from Fairmont to Nevada to Texas, now even in New York, believe it or not, he's hiring people in Buffalo. So I think that this is just political backlash, and I don't see it as any more than that. What's your take, Obi?
You know, I think I'm not really following along with some of the developments that that Tesla's doing too closely as much as you guys are. But I do think that we're kind of, you know, headed in somewhat of the right direction. There's going to be hiccups along the way. That is a given, especially when we're transitioning to a phase where, you know, you're going to have driverless vehicles. We're transitioning to a world where, you know, AI will be making a lot of decisions for a lot of businesses as well. And the question becomes how, you know, the adoption and the adaption from people is going to be you know, riddled with these speed bumps. Okay. No pun intended. But you know, I think we have to go through these things over time to kind of iron those kinks to kind of enter into a better future. And I think this is just more of that.
Okay, fair enough. Adara.
Know here, U.S. according to, I guess, Marco Rubio with the U.S. Department of State, they're going to be imposing visa restrictions against Iranian officials. So keep an eye here, potentially in some of these oil names, some Iran news. It's also worth noting that U.S. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt just began her briefing. So Iran on watch, and this press briefing also on watch. If there's anything of note and market related from that press briefing, you guys know I'll give you immediate coverage. Back to you.
I think that's a Venezuela pump there because they could be really, and besides, it's a physical product pump as well. A lot of money's been moving in to all the physical product because of the disruption of OpenClaw. And
I was just telling Sharif, like, have you seen XOM over the past couple of weeks on that? I know a lot of people are kind of,
if we can go to the,
you know, they're like, you know, there's obviously tensions rising around the world, and if tensions do rise and things do come into fruition, then oil is definitely going to be on watch. Yeah, 100%. And guess what? There are definitely people who are already front running that trade.
When you send a bunch of carriers, you know, into the Middle East, I told you, if the Strait of Hormuz gets blocked, we're going to be paying like $2 a liter here. All right, let's go on to the next story, Sia.
So Microsoft has committed $50 billion to global AI expansions. Microsoft has announced that it is on pace to invest $50 billion by the end of the decade to accelerate AI adoption across countries in the global south. And a core pillar of the plan is focusing on on building out digital infrastructure required for AI deployment. And this also supports Azure's long-term growth narrative. Microsoft is aiming to empower schools, nonprofits, and local communities with AI training and technology tools.
All right, so this is a very, very nice headline for Microsoft. It looks, you know, they're investing in the global south. They're trying to, you know, bring up the standard of living by employing people in those locations. The way I look at this is completely different. And the reason is we got hit here in Canada by this very same story. Let me explain. So one of the questions put to one of the government officials on a news segment was, okay, let's build out these data centers in Alberta. Who's going to own the data? If President Trump goes to Microsoft, Satya Nadella, whoever, and says, I need all the data that went through Azure, does Canadian data get included in that? Or is there going to be some sort of legal protection that kind of excludes the data that's offshore, but under Microsoft's purview? Because we know that they're doing this in the Middle East, because they won't sell any of these NVIDIA GPUs to any Middle Easterners, companies, of course, G42 included, unless they have an American partner. So who owns the data here as they open up more data centers all across the world? This concerns me big time, right? I don't really have a problem, obviously, with President Trump or the Americans at all. That's not my point. The point is there's going to be people who ask these type of questions, as our government was asking. So that's kind of the way that I take the expansion of data centers in what they're calling here the global south. What's your take?
When it comes to Microsoft, I think my biggest concern with Softy right now is what's happening here on the weekly chart. So you can see, I mentioned this yesterday as well. Look at these volume bars, Sharif.
Sir.
The past 3 weeks, the volume bars here have been higher than any sort of average volume that we've seen since 2023, maybe even 2022, with the aggressive selling coming in. And that selling comes in on the break of structure of that 470, 475 area. And I keep pointing out this, whatever you want to call this pattern here, the break of trend, we attempted to push, just simple price action here. Attempted to push 550 a couple of times. Slammed down here the week of July 28th. Slammed down once again the week of October 27th. And then we start to slowly kind of trickle off, bleed out, and then aggressive volume over the past 3 weeks, ripping right back down, almost making a beeline towards previous structure here on Microsoft. So that is my biggest concern in terms of how am I going to exercise a potential higher time frame trade on this one if it continues to show more of the same here. But those aggressive volume bars are definitely saying something.
Yeah, good call out on those volume bars because they stand out like a sore thumb. What's Ackman up to, Sia?
So Bill Ackman's Pershing Square has increased its Amazon stake by more than $865 million, which has expanded the stake by 65% in Q4 alone. And the total holding now exceeds $2.2 billion. Despite the Q4 gains, Amazon has fallen more than 12% in Q1 in 2026, which is reflecting a broader mega cap pressure, and a 9-day losing streak has wiped out more than $450 billion in market cap, Sharif.
So what I like about this, Sia, is that he was not buying when we had the huge drop. I'm talking about Bill Ackman and Pershing Square, obviously. It doesn't look like he was, bargain hunting because he picked this up, I think, at higher levels. So let me just see here exactly. Yeah. So the buying came during a period where Amazon gained roughly about 5%. That was back in Q4 of last year, suggesting that he had conviction as opposed to bottom fishing. But we know exactly what this transaction here has entailed. Berkshire Hathaway all but gets out of their entire position on Amazon. And Ackman, he's been buying. But he's not just buying Amazon, he's buying Meta as well. So he's quite aggressive here in his views, and I respect him. Obviously, he's very successful. I feel that, number one, with the Meta purchase, again, like we talked about, I feel that there is a contingent liability with these lawsuits. And then with Amazon, I think that the street is really making them pay for having that enormous CapEx. I like Amazon's kind of pathway to monetization a lot better than Meta's for the exact reason I articulated earlier, is that they have AWS where they can monetize NeoCloud. And so you can kind of see some near to intermediate term returns on those CapEx. But I don't think that 200 some odd billion that they were forecasting for CapEx is lost on the market at all. It'll be you used to be known as the Amazonian.
Yes.
Tell us.
I mean, that was mainly because I was kind of, attempting to learn, some maybe order flow or price action, just basically solely off of Amazon. But, long gone are those days, and I don't necessarily swing on those vines very often anymore. Only when it's very much in play. But
swinging, eh?
I mean, definitely, I'm swinging some other names, but not this one for sure. I do like that it is holding its own here amidst all the rest of the Mag 7s. You can see here that a bit of a trend. Now, again, I know you guys get a little crazy when I throw on some of my indicators.
Show 'em.
Boom.
Oh,
right here.
my
So
days.
what's interesting to me here is more of these, forget about these horizontal lines. Those are just lines that I haven't really edited out. These are a lot of anchored VWAPs from the past couple of years, which I thought were significant, maybe earnings events or other events that Amazon did have. Interestingly enough, we've gotten below these anchors a couple of times here in July of 24, and that's going to be March, April of 25, right? When the whole market caught a bid. And it seems like we're catching a little bit of a bid every time we get below these levels. So what's interesting to me right now is that we're entering that zone once again. So the question becomes, will Amazon be able to hold this 170, 180 area if we do kind of continue to make these higher highs and higher lows here with aggressive sells to the upside? The range of this upward trend is definitely expanding. You can see that very easily here. Last time we went from 240s all the way down to 160s. Now we're going from 270s to 260s. We're currently at 205. So that's the only question I'm asking. If I'm looking for a higher low to be made, it's going to be above this prior low of 161s. We're currently at 205. So I'm just going to continue watching this, see how certain things develop. You can see here from the past 187 prior highs as well. We did kind of violate those, but this little chop from April, that I think for a lot of these stocks on these pullbacks, I'm going to be looking for in and around that range that we bid up from April, because that's where that real bid came in last year.
For sure,
and
we know that.
What do we do with that? Do we hold above it? I like that. Do we come in and test it and hold once again? Do we kind of wash it and then hold it? I like that. Do we actually break down? I'll be watching for all of that here on Amazon as well as some of the others. But I think when it comes to the Mag 7s, as I mentioned before, Softy is definitely saying something, and that could be one of the leaders that brings us into some of these levels from before. So
that's fair. I wanted to mention those tariff tantrum lows actually took us back to periods in 23. So, you know, that was a definite test. So I like those tariff tantrum lows as, you know, a really, really rock solid base. Now, I'm not saying it's the end all and be all, but those took us back almost 2 years. So if those levels.
That was panic. That was panic selling. And like the smart buyers, the smarter buyers, like, as you know how the saying goes, you have to buy, you have to be comfortable buying when everybody else is panicking. Exactly. And that panic was absolutely crazy. And those buyers kind of were the reason why we kind of, you know, built that base and built back up. So basically come back to that, I'm just like, if we get into those areas, do those buyers start stopping out?
I would assume so. I mean, if they were doing that in the face of tariffs, and we'll see. We'll pause the news segment for a second. We're going to Adara with news.
Yeah, this will be brief, but I think it is worth mentioning given the situation here with oil and Iran. We did just have White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt asked if Trump is considering striking in Iran. She said diplomacy is always his first option, and he's hoping for a deal. So she wasn't ruling it out, though she did say the goal here is to strike a deal so that a strike in Iran is not necessary. Again, oil and some of these names that move, I guess, in antipathy with oil, that would be the cruise lines and airlines are going to be on watch as we do have Iran strikes in focus. Again, back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, David, for that. Great question, David. I responded to you in the chat, but I want to read it out loud because I think a lot of people could have different opinions on this. Sharif, if the oil thing happens, what is the safest play to get ahead of price moves? Straight out of HU mentioned. What does that mean? I don't... the Strait of Hormuz. Thank you. The Strait of Hormuz that you mentioned. Personally, for me, you could look at USO, look to trade the barrel because we know the barrel will respond. If you don't want to trade a futures contract, which is the CL Henry Hub, you don't want to do that. You don't have access to it. Obviously, you need a lot of leverage or a lot of money in order to trade those contracts. USO, I'm thinking CVX, XOM, but there are many other derivative plays that will be affected. Think of airlines that, you know, will have to pay more at least, you know. I don't want to say they're going to pay more because a lot of them have futures contracts that guarantee the price of jet fuel like 6 to 8 months in the future, but they typically react anyway. Anything that is really using oil for plastics, anything like that, what would be your move?
So here's the thing. You're asking this question now.
Yes.
Trust me, people on the street have already been answering this question. And the move has already happened. It's happening right now. I pointed it out earlier. XOM through that 120. Continuous back-to-back week bid with expanding volume. It's already happening. You want to take a look at USO. I haven't really looked at it yet, but XOM I'm definitely keeping eyes on as well. USO may be lagging behind here, but from the lower end of its range, also getting bought up over the past few weeks. XOM actually had a technical breakout as well, and that's giving it more of an umph, but still bidding has already been started on these names with, look at that, with expanding volume over the past few weeks. The trade is already on.
And that's a hell of a flat top if that manifests.
If this actually breaks out, then yeah, maybe USO could be something as well. And from a technical perspective, if we really break through this 84 with some strength and some volume, yeah, that breakout can definitely come in there as well. But just to reiterate, the trade is definitely already on.
All right, fair enough. Let's go back to Sia.
Sharif, NVIDIA has fully exited its ARM stake, and it's unloading roughly 1.1 million shares, which are valued at $155.8 million as at the end of Q3. And the position is dated back to ARM's 2023 IPO, where NVIDIA had participated as a strategic investor group, part of a $735 million strategic investor group. And NVIDIA has failed $40 billion takeover of ARM collapsed in 2022, only due to regulatory pressure, but the companies did remain commercially tied. I also want to mention that ARM has reported a fiscal Q3 revenue of $1.24 billion, which is up 26% year over year and above expectation. And ARM currently carries a market cap of nearing $135 billion, reflecting premium AI exposure.
So that failed takeover obviously was during the wrath of Lina Khan, where basically nobody could, amalgamate, buyouts, mergers, acquisitions. They all basically took a break during that 4-year period that obviously has ended. But what really sticks out to me is that they're maintaining that 20-year ARM architecture license. They're using it with grace, and it's built on ARM technology. We know ARM obviously really specializes more in mobile chips, but clearly here being used by NVIDIA for Grace, which is their CPU that comes with, I think, it comes with, what's it called, Blackwell. But Jensen said this specifically, I think, in a previous interview. He emphasized that the long-term partnership and support that he has for ARM, and he reinforced that, any selling by NVIDIA of ARM shares would be basically for portfolio management and not as a result of operations. So I don't look at this any negatively. But I do recall the report saying that there were issues with the licensing. There's licensing and then there's another one. I think they have 2 arms of revenue. I forget the other one, licensing and something else, royalties or whatever. There was some stress in that business. So what's your take here? I mean, I've never owned ARM. Have you?
No, I think I've only day traded it, and what a beautiful day trading vehicle as well. Just want to mention the market is taking a pretty decent, significant pullback here. We were consolidating for, I guess, was it 11 o'clock to about almost. We'll say about 1 there roughly for a couple of hours there, and then now breaking those lows, breaking those structures. So I'm seeing that Apple that I was watching back into VWAP, Softy back into VWAP, Amazon back into VWAP. We were talking about how Amazon was relatively strong as well. So yeah, a lot of things pulling right back in, as well as SPY kind of breaking below VWAP. TQ is not there just yet, but on its way for sure. ARM was interesting to me again last night. I was wondering why ARM would move with that NVIDIA news as well. It had a bit of a sympathy push as well, and then right back down. It corrected itself. I was just like, well, that makes no sense, and then kind of comes right back in. So the market kind of balancing itself. But today, sideways consolidation happening here. I'm not too familiar with what's been going on there, but I guess NVIDIA kind of putting them to the side and being like, okay, we don't really necessarily want to hold them anymore. So that's a bit of news to me. So thank you for bringing that. But when it comes to ARM on a higher time frame, you can see it's just been choppy, straight chop. This is the consolidation that we've been having pretty much since its IPO. Now, these were some of the beautiful days here when it finally broke out. This was when I was day trading it quite often here. You can see the ranges in some of those weeks. The volatility was quite nice as well. But since then, we've been kind of just chopping around in this range from 87s to 182s, 183s at the same time. So maybe more of the same. Maybe we got some expanding volume or increasing volume coming into earnings, with earnings being the strongest volume as of recent. Here, even kind of surpassing this bar here in January of 25, but maybe we are taking a trek back to the higher end of the range. So that's what I'm watching ARM for here.
We have to go to Adara at the big desk with news.
Yeah, I'll be quick here, but I just want to mention, as we get that move, as Obi mentioned, down in the market kind of came around the same time we get this post from an Axios reporter on X saying that the Iran talks in Geneva were, and I quote, a hamburger stuffed with nothing. And this reporter also saying that that's one of the reasons why Trump is going to be making a decision very soon on whether or not he will be, quote, going to war with Iran. Now we do have, actually, as I say this, Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary, saying that there, quote, was a little bit of progress made in Iran. So echoing the idea that there was some progress in Iran, but not a huge amount. Again, this is relevant because of oil, guys. Back to you.
You can't look at them as rational actors. You know what I mean? Like, if you're
that just
not
goes for
basing it
governments
on
in
dollars
general.
and cents, and your decision making is based on something other than that, you know, on security or money, it's hard to predict. All right, Sia, we're talking about PanDub.
Yep, we're talking about Palo Alto. Palo Alto has reported a fiscal Q2 EPS of 1.03 versus 94 cents that was expected. The revenue came in at $2.59 billion, narrowly beating the $2.58 billion consensus. And the revenue has grown 15% year over year from a $2.3 billion, which while net income has jumped to $432 million from $267 million as of last year, and a fiscal Q3 EPS guidance of 78 to 80 cents per share, which is well below the 92 cent street estimate, but the revenue guidance $2.94 billion to $2.9 billion, which has topped expectations of $2.6 billion. And now Palo Alto has also announced that it is acquiring an Israeli cybersecurity startup, Koi, to secure AI agents as AI-driven threats are growing more sophisticated. And the company has recently closed its largest ever deal, which is a $25 billion acquisition of CyberArk. And it's also finalized a $3 billion plus purchase of, Chronosphere in January.
Okay, I got 4 things here I want to talk about when it comes to PanDub. The first one is basically a great segue from what Sia was talking about, CyberArk. That's their biggest acquisition ever, $25 billion. The concern here by analysts is that the integration costs with the acquisition of CyberArk is going to eat into the margins a lot faster than the CEO had, basically thought platformization was going to expand margins. So you have near-term margin contraction with a view to having long-term or intermediate-term margin expansion. I'll see it. I'll believe it when I see it. That's my first concern. $25 billion is not a small sum of money. Number 2, they actually raised their full-year revenue outlook to about $11.3 billion, but they cut their annual profit forecast. So what's the whisper here being talked about? Believe it or not, people are actually saying that they're offering deep discounts to some of their customers to lure them away or keep them away from CrowdStrike and Zscaler. What does that have the effect of doing? Oh, I know, margin compression, you're offering discounts. Yes. That's trouble, okay? I don't like that. Thirdly, this next generation security, NGS that they're calling it, which has annual recurring revenue, ARR, grew significantly, fantastic. But the actual private chatter here is that there's a deceleration in that top line number. I believe it's the 7th consecutive quarter that top number for ARR drops year over year. That's not good. It's not good when you get that top number dropping in any event. And then the last one is here. They want to be known as sort of a software company, but they still have a lot of firewall business. And they're not seeing they're not seeing nearly as much renewal in that hardware firewall business than they typically, or they thought they would. And the reason is because people are kind of being a little stingy with their IT budgets and their cybersecurity budgets, believe it or not. It's not an area that I would look to cut spending on, but that's what's happening. So those are the 4 key areas specifically that make me worry about my PanDub position. And, it's something that I haven't quite reconciled in my mind yet. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think some of that margin compression that you mentioned was definitely that's kind of what was my perspective this morning, and I was like, the market definitely reacted to that, even with some decent numbers in other places of their report. We can see that aggressive selling and coming in off of the open. I did have a very strong short bias on this one. I was just like, okay, 150 over under. You can see a little bit of a struggle on that 150 on this pullback. Another thing, Sharif, was this thing was on SSR this morning. Now, SSR, it can be a little difficult for something on SSR to sell off, especially if it's not just prior longs doing some of the selling here. In the pre-market session, this thing did over 13 to 10 times relative volume. So a lot of volume being done in the pre-market session, can't really get past that 150 off of the open. So I did stop out a couple of times. I think I mentioned this. I showed you guys the trade that I had here on PanW, getting stopped out a couple of times. But you can see here when it does finally break through that 151, which was opening range high, it still has not been able to look back. Still kind of struggling on the sell side. Every single pullback gets kind of bought right back up and consolidating near some of these pre-market highs. So maybe a day 2 move, maybe we accumulate some shorter term longs here so we can finally get a proper sell pressure coming in on an SSR name. This is going to be SSR tomorrow as well. So I definitely will have eyes on this. I liked the earnings report in terms of from a trading perspective for a potential downside move, but that move already came in the after hours. It came in the pre-market. I think pre-market involvement was definitely necessary if I want to, I'm talking to myself here, if I want to take advantage of some of this move here, where we traded all the way from 154s, 153s down to 147s, their opening range low coming in exactly at 147.13, but we did catch a bid. We're catching a bit of a curl here, but again, this is maybe more market related than anything as the market continues to push a little bit lower here after a strong bid in the morning. But PanW going to continue to stay on watch for that very reason, that margin compression that you're talking about here.
All right, let's go to Adara. And Adara, while we're there, give us your take on ARM and PanW, please.
Yeah, 100% I can talk about that. So with our friends here at the Fed, I want to let you guys know, I'm seeing some people in the chat asking, what are the Fed minutes? The Fed minutes are coming out at 2 p.m. Eastern. That is 8 minutes from now. Now, again, we're not going to get specific. It's not like a he said, she said rundown. We're not going to know exactly what Fed got what thing at what time. What we're going to get, though, is a look at, of the 19 Fed members, what was the general consensus? Were most feeling this way? Were some feeling that way? Were more people than before feeling this way? And I'm using that language because that's the language the meeting minutes are going to use. It's very vague. It's very kind of sometimes, often, always, never type talk. So that's what we're going to be getting here again in about 10 minutes. We are expecting, though, some disagreement given the dissenting vote. Palo Alto Networks, the main thing I just wanted to mention was I find it kind of interesting they have the EPS guiding lower, like they're missing estimates for the next quarter, but they also cut their guidance for fiscal 2026 for EPS while raising for sales. So I find like that earnings to EPS discrepancy to be interesting for Palo Alto. That's really the only thing I had to say about that report. The ARM thing, though, I think I really, really want to highlight this. Like, ARM was not the only position NVIDIA revealed that they sold during that 13F for Q4 2025. They also cut Applied Digital. They cut WeRide. They cut Recursion Pharmaceuticals. Now, all three of those stocks were down heavy. Why wasn't ARM? That is very likely because, and I am citing Sherwood here, which is a news agency. They also do some fun little infographics as well. I like infographics over here. But Sherwood is basically saying that they think the reason ARM didn't drop when the other three stocks that NVIDIA sold did drop was because that NVIDIA pact extension with Meta that we already spoke about ad nauseum will likely benefit ARM as well, because ARM-based CPUs are likely to be used in that deal, and that's going to be likely a more prominent role in data center environments as a whole. So it's the CPU emphasis that is why ARM was up. I did want to address that as we send you back over to Obi and Sharif.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. With a few more minutes left, what are we talking about next, Sia?
Sorry, we're talking about WBD. Warner Brothers Discovery has received a 7-day waiver from Netflix, allowing renewed talks with PSKY. And the waiver runs through the 23rd of February, which gives Paramount time to clarify about the deficiency and submit a final best offer. Paramount has also launched, sorry about that here, Paramount has also launched a hostile $30 per share all-cash tender offer after losing to Netflix in a prior bidding war. But certain sources tell us that a senior Paramount rep has indicated willingness to go to $31 per share if the talks formally reopen. So now Netflix currently has a $27.75 per share all-cash deal for WBD's streaming and audio assets.
want to show you something over here.
Yes.
This actually took me by surprise.
Ooh, okay.
I
like
was
this.
really surprised by this. I hadn't thought to look at Polymarket to see.
You got to look at Polymarket.
Well, I know, right? Stupid of me to do that. But who will close the Warner Brothers acquisition? It isn't who you think. I thought it was Netflix. I thought Netflix definitely had the lead here, even though President Trump, initially said he might block it. He came back later. He said he's not going to get involved. He's going to let it go through the DOJ. But Paramount has a 52% chance, and that's up 11%. I don't know from when. We can look at the chart. This is the chart right here.
When was that? Just right there. Look, it crosses over. Look at the the crossover.
The crossover happened on, does that tell, February 17th. That's yesterday. So that's because they invited them to do this new bid. I'm assuming it has something to do with that. Netflix dropping 32%. Netflix has been in the lead since the get-go. We're save and accept for this over here. Back on, what day was that? Oh, June 30th. No, what the hell? What day is that? I can't see the date. How come it showed me the date earlier and I couldn't see
January.
Oh, it's up here, sorry. December 15th. The December 14th, that's when it flipped. So, I mean, I really don't have much to add, obviously, because we've talked about the story ad nauseum. But look at this, None. None is also catching a bit of a bid, up 18%. This is interesting here from...
No, I think it's a good look to kind of look into the prediction markets because again I was looking into some things there as well. It is probably the more granular I guess, funnel of information because people will definitely put money onto something that they believe or something that they know. So the rumor mill or maybe some insider information or whatever it is, people are probably putting money on the line of that, and prediction markets can definitely be pretty decent at that. Yeah, you should probably check.
I'm checking as well. We're going to do it now.
Same bet as well. But something that I did notice was that the difference, the dollar volume difference between those two was only 25K. So I think that also kind of plays a factor for me as well, where that dollar volume coming in, 20K more on some of those bets may not be as big of a difference as some of the other discrepancies that we've seen on in prediction markets. So
Paramount with a decided lead here on Kalshi as well, but it's interesting where it flipped. So on I think Polymarket we saw the 17th, which was yesterday. This one flipped on the 15th. I'm pretty sure more on the 16th, but it looks like it flipped on the 15th. In any event, guys, these things are not, obviously 100% accurate, nor are you vouching for them. It's interesting to see what the markets and the prediction markets specifically are saying. We will know when we know. Adira, give us your take on this latest development.
I will try to be brief here because of minutes. I have a lot of thoughts. Here's the thing. If I was betting on Polymarket or Kalshi, I'd be going Netflix or nobody. Why? Because Netflix made a cute little statement here, and I say cute because it's hilarious. After they basically said they're going to be allowing this conversation, they said that Paramount's guidance antics, quote unquote, are causing, quote unquote, distractions. So they just basically want PSKY to deal with it. I don't think we're going to get any changes from this because Warner Brothers still wants Netflix, Netflix still wants Warner Brothers, and they just need to shut Paramount up and have an excuse to tell the regulators, we let them talk. No one wants this deal, though. So I actually think this is a really good move for Netflix and Netflix alone because it's very clear from the language of both Warner Brothers and Netflix. Paramount is still the little outsider, the little sister who's never going to be able to borrow the car from the, the bigger sister or whatever. They just need to give an excuse to look like they're being unbiased. That's why this is happening. I think Netflix wins or nobody wins based on how that whole Senate thing with Ted Sarandos went. But either way, we have FOMC minutes in a minute. You don't want to hear from me anymore. Back to the guys.
Thank you. All right, Adam, thank you very much, brother, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate you, Adam. I'm sorry I missed it. Go to the Q's daily and draw a line through 608. Oh, he's dunking.
Hey, arbitrary
and get back to me. We haven't moved in over 4 months. If anything, I see a double top on the Q's daily. Say less, Adam. I don't think the big boys are going to mind too much if we have a couple of minutes here to take a look at the Q's for the prickly one, I like to call him. But he's a great guy, by the way. All right, let's draw as he instructed us to draw. That line through 608, there it is. Let's go right there. Where we got? There we go. So that's a 608 line right there. So we haven't moved in. Yeah, absolutely. The 608 line, Adam, looks like a line of best fit. quite frankly. You obviously see bounces off the 600 as you're going to, right? Because it's that psychological area of resistance and support. But I completely agree with you. The Qs really haven't been on the uptrend, but I don't see us selling off either. So we could be working into valuations as we had, an aggressive move after the tariff tantrum. You ever look at, price action subsequent to earnings or after a big move? There's that accumulation phase, right? Where the price starts resolving and catching up with the fundamentals, right? The projections come to reality. And then, the price action will develop subsequent to that. So I don't look at this as bearish, Adam. I just, it's not the greatest, especially if you're picking some up at the highs. I mean, I buy the Qs now, and I've tried to develop this strategy of buying on red days and then percentage red days. We talked about this, I think, on a previous segment. It's a strategy that I think a lot of us are employing, trying to add to our portfolios strategically on certain days. Oh, but I think we have to go back to Adara. She's got breaking news, but do you want to leave him with anything?
I think I'm good. I'll see you guys around. Trade well and stay safe.
Big boys that way. They're that way.
Yeah, I just want to mention the minutes here. I'm not seeing too many recaps of this so far. I'll likely post something on X once I see a lot more. But basically, several feds said they would have supported two-sided language on the rate path. So basically recognizing the idea that rates don't necessarily have to fall. They could actually continue to go higher, or they could stagnate. Furthermore, apparently several of the feds saw more cuts if inflation declines as expected. However, most caution that disinflation could be slower than expected. So basically, this is a whole very mixed bag of a little bit of hawkishness, a little bit of dovishness, and a little bit of nothing at all. I wish it was more exciting for you guys. That's really all I have to say here as of yet, though. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Adara. Yeah, a little bit of up, a little bit of down there. So I don't know. The market's trending down, so that's good.
It is trending down.
I just got long into Robinhood.
You know what's trending up?
What?
What's trending up is the anticipation for Trader TV Academy is what's trending up, because there's only 6 days. We are 6 days away from the launch of Trader TV Academy. We took our time with this one, everybody, because we didn't want to just give you a course. We wanted to give you a modernized version of the step-by-step learning platform that we've all actually used. We're finally getting close to the launch of this exciting project, and we're going to continue the countdown toward the launch, which is 6 days away. That's right, February 24th, everybody. Right. We're going to be opening the doors and showing you exactly how we learn to trade. Be sure to turn on your notifications so you don't miss the launch.
You're not missing.
I was going to try to tie that in with, you ever seen the thing where it's like it's I don't know, X number of days till training camp, and then they'll be like whatever guy's jersey number is.
Or whatever.
But I don't know. I couldn't think of an athlete or like a ball player who was famous number 6 off the top of my head. And like, who is a famous number 6? The Yankees are single numbers easy because Mickey Mantle's 7.
Forget
4 is Gehrig.
About football.
5, I think 6 is DiMaggio. You know what? Like, is there even a famous number 6 in sports? Maybe that's the one number that you just can't come up with anybody. It doesn't really matter, but I'd like to think I'm a sports fan. Is it Yogi Berra? Yeah, DiMaggio's 5, Berra will be 6, Mantle 7. Because the Yankees, if you had a single-digit Yankee number, like you're the ish, basically. But nobody knows Yogi Berra. Dr. J.
What was Jeter?
Dr. J. That's it. The chat's undefeated. No, end of story. It's Dr. J. Julius Erving.
I mean, LeBron went to 6.
Yeah, but I'm like,
Yeah. Well, LeBron.
Jordan also wore 45, and that doesn't mean.
Yeah, no one would go with that one. So we're gonna watch out for a potential move down. I'm gonna stop out of this Robinhood if it breaks 75.80s. So
how did you know we had a super chat about Robinhood?
That little lows there. I didn't know anything. What's your take on Robinhood? Oh, the venture funds. I don't know anything about that. What they were doing something with that yesterday, wasn't there? And
they're getting a launch so you can get into private names like a SpaceX.
Yeah.
Look, I think
it's a good idea.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. There's a huge appetite to open up this market for the average investor.
I just don't know enough about it. Like, do you get Anthropic early? Like, what is that all? Because there's big IPOs coming this year.
I would.
Do you get SpaceX early? Do you get guaranteed allotment at some point? Is there a fee associated with it? I don't know enough about it. So
it's got to be better than the Destiny DXYZ, where you're usually paying a solid premium. That's the best way to think about it. A solid premium for what they end up holding. Like it's usually somewhere in the 70 to 80%, whatever, almost twice as much as the value of their underlying holdings based on recent funding rounds. But this is your option. It's an option for people, and it goes like meme crazy every now and then. But there's got to be better options for everybody out there. We're gonna get to the rundown when a little bit later on, because I know Sharif is getting locked and loaded and getting ready. Good midday.
Team Canada almost lost to Team Czechia, so they won 4-3 in overtime. Like
Wow.
Mitch Marner obviously left the Leafs, but he's Canadian hero today. As we win in overtime in the 8th minute, and it was just the 2nd minute of overtime.
Been a weird Olympics for Canada.
Yeah, we only have like 2 or 3 gold medals. It hasn't been a great one there. We're using like our bobsled is like 20 years old, and apparently we don't fund our own athletes. So there's lots of problems.
No, never have.
Going on.
That's Summer and Winter Olympics. We don't. Yeah, athletes don't get funded. And it's you hear those stories and you talk to people that have gone, and it's like you got to be kidding. But that kind of is what it is. What's weird to me, I forgot to ask you about there was another controversy in curling.
What now?
A guy nicked a rock.
Yeah.
And then was like, no, and then he was like, no, I didn't touch it.
Oh, well,
and then like on camera, it's like, I'm like, bro, when you were sweeping, you easily hit it.
That's
The
the thing,
Canadians called him out on it, which they should. And
you know, it's called burning a rock. You're not allowed to burn the rock.
no, but it wasn't the one that was being thrown. It was the one that was about to get hit. But like, it was so obvious that he hit it. I'm like, how could he not know that he hit? You know how heavy those things are?
I don't. Yeah, I do know. I remember.
You can't. Like, I guess I'm saying, like, if you touch that thing, you know,
it's 45 pounds, and they're glued to the ice there. So I don't really know how.
You can't not know. You trust me. You know if your broom hits one the second it happens. Those things are insane. But first of all, I just saw in the chat. Okay, YouTube has been. See, look at this. Canada finger curling. This gets blocked, but this does not get blocked. Okay, YouTube, you know what's going on. Someone can say smoke crack rocks, but like other comments which are just talking about random stuff are getting blocked. I don't know what's going on with that system. I'm in one trade. It's Intel under VWAP. I'll reload it if we get a chance. Nothing too crazy happening. I see Sharif setting up. What's wild about this market being, I mean, it's above VWAP. I don't want to say that it's up and strong.
I'm trying to buy
we are pulling back, but we're up 1% above the volume weighted average price. I just want to point out that Bitcoin still sucks. It's a 24-hour market, but it's down. It's still looking relatively weak. I don't know what's going to get this going. And if you think that it's, not like a sentiment thing, I mean, Coinbase looked like to all the world that this was breaking out this morning. Everything about this seemed like a big breakout. Look at the steady continuation down. Something is not right in this world about crypto, and it's continuing here. Got to watch out for a flat bottom break at 165 on Coinbase today or tomorrow. Not saying it happens today, but there's a couple of days worth, and there's a close on Friday as well at 165. We could have a flat bottom break here in Coinbase this afternoon.
Okay, we're starting to finally get going a little bit here on Robinhood. I'm waiting for 76.40s. See if we can get something just ahead of VWAP here for 44 actually. So a little bit of a move higher. The stop's going to be just under 76. So I was using this little wick there. I think it's literally at 84s. So if we could break back down below, then we'll stop out. I mean, we could change. Maybe we'll change it to 79 right there now that I see this a little bit better. 75, 79 for the stop. I mean, we're trying to go 1-to-1 here, so we need to get something up in the 40s, see if this is going to work. I just thought Robinhood, again, bouncing off right here off the 200 period moving average, trying to see if there's some strength back in Robinhood, up 1%. Market made a move down, so did Robinhood. We saw that there was buyers early, basically came back in, and we're going to test it. I know that we're underneath VWAP, so it's not the most perfect setup. I'd rather, VWAP align down here, but we'll see if we can make our move back up to said VWAP and then get hit out of that trade. So yeah, that's what we're working with right now. Went back and forth with some Palantir here trying to go long until eventually it lost. So that was to the downside there on Palantir. And wow, like as soon as it broke this shelf, man, did we ever lose the bid there on PLTR. Talk about a stock that was cruising this morning, 141, now right back to 137. And actually, we wrote down 133, so I don't know if we're getting close to that or not. But here it comes back in, 135. Maybe we wait for Palantir. Here goes Robinhood a little bit. Maybe we can get an upside drift and get our out in the 4. Comes right back. So what does it do there? It goes to 30s and right back into 20s. Okay, we just got to wait for all of this. Yeah, look, it should be good. Pan W, we'll talk about that coming up very, very soon. That might be one of the ones that's on the list that you want to talk about. We could definitely have a look at Palo Alto soon as well. Intel, AMD, NVIDIA, all these names moving around.
Live Nation just tanked here.
Live Nation, maybe there's something about... Eric Trump says he's never been more bullish on Bitcoin.
Really?
Interesting.
I find that hard to believe.
You never know. These guys just tell you whatever they want to, and you,
it's just like it's
figured out from there. But
like it's such a when people say you make extreme statements like that, it's like it's so obviously like disingenuous. Like there's always I'm sure there was a point that you were more or less bullish. Like it always happens. I like Alphabet. But like, I'm as bullish as no, that's not true. I loved Alphabet a heck of a lot more 10 years ago. I was way more bullish on Google at other points. Okay. At this moment, that's just some stuff people say when things are going to the downside. But I'm keeping ear to the ground for this Live Nation. I actually haven't seen a news story. Just a little bit of it's the biggest volume spike of the day. There's nothing that's actually hit the wire. It's only 1% overall, but that's a pretty hefty drop. Again, we'll keep our ear to the ground. I believe we are ready for the rundown.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Neil, Sean, the big boys, as they're known, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers on the Afternoon Rundown, you got to join us every day in the chat, bright and early, 8 a.m. we go live. And vote for your favorite tickers, but you've got to throw in that $ before the ticker, of course, of your choice. Keeping an eye here on the Qs, dropping below 1%. We were above into that 609 3/4 area, dropping down into 607 now, but a green day on all 4 major averages. The SPY not faring as well, 0.58 in the Ville of Green, and the DIA, the Dow Jones Industrial ETF, faring the worst out of the 4, up 0.29. The IWM Russell ETF up 0.65. Good look for all 4 major averages today. Micron, the first ticker as decided by you, up nicely here, 5 3/4, was up over that amount. Good strength today on some of the RAM names. We saw SanDisk as well, having their shares sold by Western Digital. Today, Micron shares are trading higher after Appaloosa Management filed their 13F and disclosed that they increased their stake in the company, guys, trying to break through that 430 area, but coming up short today, 427.85 high.
And by the way, I was just typing in the chat because some people are like, oh, well, maybe Trump has this reason for saying he's the most bullish ever. It's okay to be at your most bullish point on something, but like as a standalone statement, like just say why too. Like you could be, I like these technical levels, I believe blah, 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 whatever it is, like, I don't know, that would make more sense to me than I am as bullish as I have ever been. I'm as bullish as I've ever been on the Toronto Blue Jays. How about that nonsense? And then I give you guys no reason why. I'm a homer, that's why. Look, Micron, it's above 420, which is not just like a 420 thing. It has been a pretty big level. What I do like about it is, A, the relative strength is going to be good. I'm not completely convinced of this. However, when I look at the last high that we made, and I get like nitpicky about when you see this kind of a flag, like when we start making tops like this, and you get this little bit of a channel, so there's the low, and then you start like making some kind of like a wedge in here, that can break in either direction. So if every up move is met with a lower high that fails to break into a new all-time high, then there is a potential of like a downward break of that channel. So I think Micron, as it presses into this top, that would be what concerns me. But here's the good news, is SNDK did something like this all the way back here, and it ended up eventually breaking out. Like it just finally took the higher low and then broke away. But both these names, these memory names, have a very similar pattern up at this top, where it looks like a consolidation higher. But if that wedge breaks down, you could see SNDK, I think you could see 20, 25%. On Micron, it's at least primed that it wouldn't be as bad if it got to the 50 period. Like I could see the 330 level coming back in. So it needs to prove that it can make a higher high before I think you'd want to even remotely chase this one up. I mean, I had a great quarter. You can't really complain about the numbers that have been put up going into this, but it's getting a little frothy up here. And the fact that you're still technically making a lower high on the daily, as much as I want to like it, I want to break the wedge to the upside, not just get to that lower high.
I'm actually looking right now to think about, so I'm long Robinhood. We just got into a new position here with Apple. I want to give this one to 265 upside. We just closed here on your 5-minute chart right there. And I want to give it to this, basically the wick of the last close. Let's just give it to 265. We'll go short now on Apple. I mean, it broke view up. It's coming back upside. I have a little bit of a different view up on my e-signal charts. That's sort of what I was playing off of here. So let's put in the stop price right now of 265.01. If it breaks it, we can stop out right there. So short at 63. So we'll wait for 37 cents or so on the downside. See if we can get like a 2-to-1, or that would be 2-to-1. But if we can get back down into 264, then that would be our 2-to-1. So if we can get something like that, we'll wait and just be patient with this. We are still long Robinhood right now as well. But yeah, that was. You know, we talked about a little bit there of Micron and SanDisk and all that. I mean, sometimes you want to look for the plays right off the bat. And I think that when you're looking at a stock like Micron, it was a little choppy early, but we still did hold VWAP. So once you give it that first, 10 or 15 minutes, then you can start using some of the lines, right? And we've never seen VWAP since. So yeah, sometimes stocks continue to trend. I always seem to get out way too early, and you got to kind of let them work itself out. I guess a break of the 200 period looks like it makes sense there on a hold all the way. So right into there, maybe that was a good buy zone. So let it figure itself out. See it holding VWAP a little bit there, and then there's the complete hold. VWAP, the 20 period, the 200, everything, and then there it goes to the upside. So it is always risky to take. Like when this is falling down there, it's risky to sit there and take shares. But if you do it, you have your outs and you have your reward. So far so good there on Micron. Good trade today. To have been long this name is huge. I mean, Micron's been such a stud. Yeah, let's go back over and see what the next stock is. Maybe it's Robinhood.
It's NVIDIA continuing, man, but yeah. 2 1/5 today with a nice headline with Meta. They're buying, I'm sure you guys are not surprised, more GPUs from NVIDIA. The deal was not disclosed, the size of the deal was not disclosed, but what they are buying is the new GB300, that is the dual version of the B300, the Blackwell, as well as the new networking components by NVIDIA as well. So good look there. $136 billion is what Meta is looking to spend on AI this year. I don't know exactly how much of it's going to NVIDIA, guys, but looking good now.
Yeah, and we saw this in the aftermarket. There was a lot of what is going on with AMD this morning, and it was simply that NVIDIA was gapped up. Well, it was gapped up, but it was the big push here on NVIDIA in the afternoon on that headline, and then you had AMD going distinctly in the other direction in the aftermarket. But the problem with NVIDIA, it's not a problem. It's just what's happening. And nothing's really changed today, except it didn't actually press into that low 90s. Like, see what's going, like, see what's been going on. Ignore the dark pool wicks, because you didn't actually test above 190 yesterday either or the day before. But everything above 190 has been either chop or sell. There's been no actual strength above $190, and today it got to 190 and did an about face. The only trade I have on it was, believe it or not, actually, it was a trend break that I didn't get filled on, but I actually put the bid in to see if I get picked up and then put a stop order underneath VWAP. Thankfully, when I got up and didn't cancel the order, my stop order just triggered slightly under break even. That's why you should use stop orders, but it hasn't been able to do much of anything with this level. I thought maybe you could break out the 190 today, and we'd be talking about 190 into 92, 93, and then a fade up there. So I had all these plans in the note for that, or a dip into 185. Neither one happened. We got an inside day for NVIDIA, but it doesn't make a difference because at the end of the day, I'm not sure. It might take till after earnings and some like a blowout number, which they always do, to take us through whoever the seller is or whomever is selling a bunch in the 92, 93 zone, and we can't punch through it. No matter what the market tends to be doing, NVIDIA will hit a brick wall at these prices for the last 3 weeks. So I think it's going into earnings probably when you're going to have to get this breakaway. And then it'll gap through if it goes, instead of giving us the chance to trade on a breakout trade that everyone's waiting for on NVIDIA. It's like it's coiling up for something. It's like the sprinter that's in the blocks. Just kind of hope that it doesn't false start and hits it running on Wednesday, which should be, again, impressive, but impressive hasn't meant much. Ask Pan W.
Yeah, I mean, I tried. We thought about longs early, and then all of a sudden we were thinking short because it wasn't going, and then it went. And so we got stopped out on the high side, so not a great trading there. It looks like 190 has been the top, and I said I only really want to go long NVIDIA, so why going short here, don't know. But it short printed okay, and then it just got a little carried away up here at 190 before it finally broke, and we wound up getting out at 190.10. So a bunch of shorts here, 80s, 90s, things like that, just a couple like 10 cent, 20 cent hits, but adds up, right? And then you get a nice blow to the upside here. Yeah, I mean, I think we can always just look at 190 as a pretty consistent area for stop orders to be and sort of orders that are hunted and whatnot. So NVIDIA is now pulling back off VWAP. So this could be just a move down here for the rest of the day. But what are the futures doing? Okay, they're still hanging out. I'm still in this Apple short. It's not really doing anything right now. And the hood trade is not doing anything either. So we're just going to have to wait on this. But yeah, I like NVIDIA. I still like NVIDIA to the long side. If we're going to choose one downside, it would be AMD. And wow, that one had such a move higher there. It was down today. And we were like, okay, and NVIDIA's up, but AMD's down. And then all of a sudden, AMD really took off. And I think there could be more than one winner in this space. But obviously, when you're announcing something with with NVIDIA and Meta, certain names are going to get left behind, and unfortunately, it looks like that is going to be AMD for now, as it's just continuously moving a little lower right here. Still actually up on the day. Like it's down, day over day, but like the fact that we started the day at 195, it was nice to get back to 203. So we do know that there's buyers here. I'm actually just kind of looking for the long on all these chip names. This is kind of par for the course of what we've seen. And I know Adam James abroad there said something like, if you just draw a trend line at the Qs, it's been relatively flat for a very, very long time. Well, it's kind of the same thing here. Like AMD, we were just kind of in this 180 to 190 area, honestly, like back in August. And NVIDIA is the same way. If you look at their daily chart, it's literally been doing absolutely nothing since August, even longer than that. Here's the daily chart for NVIDIA. So you can go all the way back. This is July right here, so I think it's similar as August. We're actually a little up since then, but this is pretty flat. So I think if you're trying to swing trade something right now, NVIDIA does not seem like the thing for you. So I would hold off on that. Well, Apple's starting to go back up to the upside here as the market looks like it wants to take a little bit
Quickly,
of yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
We got
trying to go for a run.
If you get a super chat, we got to do it. And of course, if it's from Frederick Von Yummy Pants, then we got.
Then we for sure have to do it.
Obviously. I'm 10 for 10 buying 1,000 shares of UVIX, this is 2x leverage, by the way, of the VIX, about an hour before the FOMC meetings. It's the most consistent strategy. Well, if you did it today, it's before the release of the
FOMC minutes. So he's doing it at 1 p.m.
Meetings, though.
FOMC meetings.
This would be the minutes today.
I think that's what he means.
Yeah, well, I don't know, but either way, if you did that, this would be 1 o'clock. And here's the volume spike. It actually started going 20 minutes, call it 120 or so, big volume spike, and then started trending up. The other thing about that is, obviously anything can happen geopolitically, or there can be news, but hey, when you find an edge, go ahead and hit it. Just always remember, when you're trading leverage ETFs, it's good for trading and not investing. Because obviously decay is gonna kick your butt. That's just how it works. Now let's go see what the next symbol is on the list. I'm gonna make an educated guess. Oh, I was going to say Palantir, but I actually believe it's something. It's not. It is Palantir? I was going to guess RXT.
Next. You're pretty close, Neil. RXT's next. So they kind of go a little bit, Palantir's ahead, RXT's ahead. So I take it when I see it. So Palantir up 3.14, coming back down now into pre-market highs. A couple of headlines today on Palantir, with the first one being Rackspace. They're going to use Rackspace to enhance their AI deployment. They're going to deploy the AIP as well as the Foundry program with them, and Rackspace is going to increase its Palantir trained engineers from 30 to 250 to reflect that new partnership. Separately, they also received a nod today from Mizuho, upgrading them from neutral to outperform, guys, and $195 price target. Palantir up 3.12.
Yeah, I mean, we wrote down Palantir. We liked the long. We tried the long here on Palantir, but it really got going early. And sometimes it is just about this little setup, right? I mean, it can't figure out what it wants to do early, and then it takes off. And we were focused on the long. I mean, we wrote down all the longs for Palantir, so I was pretty okay with it off of VWAP until it lost VWAP. And then we, again, tried it a little bit. I'm wondering if it's you just give it a little bit of a wick down, and we did that and then stop out on that. And now it looks like it actually might want to break even lower right now. So a name that was up 5%, you know, with the market, I don't know, I don't know what the market's doing right now, but Palantir downside, pretty strong there. So yeah, I had said this earlier, like the short, someone asked, we got a super chat earlier and said, like, what about a short or whatever in Palantir? And I was thinking that this is like, you know, this is gonna be the 4th day up, according to our charts anyways. So that might not have been the right time in case it did go on one of its runs. I mean, we saw Amazon down 9 straight days. I still think Palantir can go on another run. I mean, if someone upgrades them tomorrow, depending on what the market looks like, you know, you could make that move. And then I think it's a short. You know, if we can get it back up to this 150 area, and then until you break through, you're almost going to get a cross right now, the 50 and the 200. So, you know, death cross imminent in the next couple of days. And then that's generally a downside look. But, you know, I think this sort of SaaS move with IGV and everything, it's a little overdone, I feel like, right now. So I don't know. I want to buy Palantir. I think it goes lower, but I think it's also a fair price where it is now. It's been hit about down $70 since earnings. So.
By the time you get that death cross, like maybe like it's such a flash signal for people to short that when like the best shorts are already in the money, 30 to 40%. Sometimes it can be a nice little entry point, I think, for a bit of a rebound because you're getting new shorts at a point where it's already been depressed. That'd be my line of thinking on the death cross. I like it when it sets up a trade in the other direction because then you kind of have an idea who your win is going against when those people get stopped out. Like this is where they're getting in on the death cross, this is where they're getting stopped out, so you can structure your trade based on that. It was just the missed target area for Palantir. Like I like to dip into this price area, 34, into the prior close. That never happened. The breakout did. I did put the breakout on the note. In my defense, ONDS and Palantir both broke out at the same time. I took ONDS and not Palantir. And now it's almost like we don't have a name for this, but like the reverse V on Palantir, which sometimes can find support at the lows. But the market's at VWAP and trying to fail. So I don't know if I'm a huge fan of this. And now we're going to go talk. Ooh, the market just took a little bit of a turn through VWAP here. Palantir just accelerated a bit. Let's go and talk about, I think, RTX.
Okay.
Yeah, guys, RXT up 222.5%, and it's very much connected with the previous story of Palantir, because that's Rackspace, RXT. They announced, as I mentioned, a strategic partnership with Palantir to deploy their Foundry as well as their AIP platform that sent the shares, as you can see, over 200%. However, for those looking at this as an investment rather than an intraday trade, you should know the following. They have severe financial distress with $2.8 billion in debt. They were trading near 52-week lows in penny stock territory at around 41 cents, and their market cap was $100 million. Let's have a look at it right now. It is now up to $322 million with this latest price action, boys. So RXT up 217.
You can tell you do a stock market show every single day when the stock is RXT, and then I literally looked at it on a visualizer and I saw the letters and just assumed it was RTX. Which, why would our viewers care about RTX? I mean, it's just a incredibly well-performing company that has done well for a very long time. Raytheon, maybe you don't like the sector, but this is not Raytheon, it's RXT, which Sharif just told you about, and I am going to pay for locates on it right now because of this. So here is the top this morning. So this is the open breakout. So at 9:30, it broke out this level. Here's your higher lows going into it. Immediately, that trend line turns into support, support, support. That tried to hold and kind of did. And now it's breaking down underneath it. So I want to play, it's above VWAP, which is not the best flex in the world. So I might try a little bit in under the trend line and then add, if it breaks, the volume weighted average price on RTX. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's hilarious. I think this actually might have been free.
RXT?
How
much is it?
I just keep saying, I just said RTX again, didn't I?
I know, yeah.
It is what it is. Raytheon's an actual company. Not that these guys aren't a company too. But anyways, trend line just broke. So just note that if I say RTX for the rest of the afternoon, there's a good chance, 99.9% chance that I am talking about RXT. It is breaking a bit of a trend that it's been holding for the majority of the day. If it loses VWAP, I think that's one breakdown, but maybe catching something off of 140 as well, and then sort of giving it to this 145 area is going to be a part of the play.
All right, Robinhood's finally starting to go, so we'll do a little bit of a hot dog cannon right now as I'm like actively trading as we're doing all of this. But so there it was. We did get, you know, that low there. We just got that high, and we've just been, you know, scalping this out at, whoa, okay, at the 21. Good thing we got that at the 21 period moving average right there. Wow, there's a dip down. But here comes Apple, out comes Apple. We'll see if we put a bid there at 49. That's me sitting there. There it is. So a nice little move down quickly there on the market as Apple tanks City. And right now we wait for Robinhood. We're going to get kicked out of this on an 80 break, but it looks like it's Apple heading to the downside right now. Crude futures are now closed. I don't know if that has anything to do with anything, but it's a nice move down right now for Apple and for Robinhood as we continue to watch out for these stocks. I wanted to, actually, I might just get a piece out here at O's if we can on Hood. I wanted to talk about another, get down Apple. I want to talk about another name, Big Bear AI. I mean, a name that many of you are familiar with because we've been talking about it for a while. It was up 4.5%. It was actually up 5%. At one point here at 422. So again, this is like one of those names we already talked about, Palantir. It's trying to hold, you know, this $384 level. But again, with SaaS and all this kind of stuff and people not really believing in the space, you got to watch out for this name. But it's starting to get interesting for me again. If I like to see about a week at least holding down here. Big Bear AI earnings, I think next week or something like that. So better to not get in position until that happens. This is not a company that makes any money. But there were some people asking about Big Bear AI, and I was just thinking like, you know, they need to prove, right? And another stock that I've mentioned liking as well is IoT, Internet of Things, Samsara right there as well. And they're having a decent day today as well. Wow, good out there. Robinhood, see, we got that O's. So now when this drips down, it's okay. We're making a little bit more money right now on our boy Apple as that one goes down. Remember, we were talking about trying to make sure that we got the right R to R there and everything. And so here comes Apple right down. We're short at 80s again, and there comes right back in for Apple. So that looks like that wants to make a little bit of a move lower here as well. So yeah, earnings, there it is. Earnings March 2nd or so after hours is what you're saying. So we had double here. Let me just double check that because
for BBAI,
I feel like it was earlier the last time I looked.
I thought they were the day.
No, it's March 2nd. Yeah, it's in 12 days. So there it is.
That's after.
There was somebody relatively.
Someone's the day after NVIDIA.
Yeah, I'm not. I'd have to try to think about who that is. But yeah, good look there. Thanks everybody in the chat. March 2nd for Big Bear AI. I think that would be something, you know.
Oh, it's SMR.
They could really surprise you to the upside there. So we'll wait to see. That's one of my plays, so biased to that. But okay, let's go back over to the desk with Sharif for one more or so.
Tesla, boys, up 1/3% off the highs and coming back down closer to that closing print. A couple of headlines today. California DMV says Tesla's taken the necessary corrective action to avoid a DMV suspension. They were possibly going to be prevented from selling their cars in the state of California. The issue here was the terms of autopilot and full self-drive and the marketing of the EVs that they sell there seem to aggravate the DMV. Separately yesterday, Elon Musk posting on X the Cybercab now, which is being produced there, guys, in Austin. So good luck. We'll have to see when that one makes its way onto the road. Tesla up 1/3.
It is up 1/3. Every once in a while, like I look back and I like to, you can review trades, but you can also review things that you weren't paying attention to because Tesla wasn't on the radar. But anytime there's this is an all-day type of trend. Like first breakout, first major pullback, probably looks way better on it looks way better on a 15-minute. Like look at the trend line on the 15-minute and look at when it breaks. Continuation, reversal short. That's a setup that you got to like. The other thing that's going on with Tesla is, back out here, is look at the rejection of our magical 420 level. I don't like when you have a liquidity grab, which is bullish. Liquidity grab, gap higher, but zero continuation. If we end up losing 410, then this little liquidity grab is not a liquidity grab. So the whole point is that you're supposed to immediately hold support. That hasn't happened. This broke trend when the market broke trend. So right now I just feel like there's not much holding Tesla up outside of the prior close here at the 410 level. So like most other things, if we were talking about this an hour ago on that trend break, that would be a setup for a good trend break. But I played something like this in the RXT, where you have a clean trend being unbroken. As far as the long term goes on Tesla, I haven't changed my, personally, I'm not a buyer of Tesla up here. I like a hold for Tesla. It's still going to be expensive. We're still going to be waiting for Optimus. People we're joking about, but joking about how it's not really showing us what it can do yet. You have to be able to ignore some of the target dates that get us really excited that Elon will throw out there, and then you have to have the bigger picture in mind. And the question is, okay, well, when it comes to a humanoid robot that could be in people's houses, who is going to be first in North America and in the West? And if you think it's somebody other than Tesla, fair enough, but I tend to think it'll be Tesla. So the timeline of that doesn't necessarily matter if you want to think 5, 10 years down the line for the stock price. Doesn't mean I want to buy any here, but certainly I think it's a hold. If we lose the 200-period moving average, then you can start thinking about like where I would want to DCA. But for now, Tesla is just following the market, and the market's headed back in.
Yeah. Okay. I was just typing some stuff into Gemini here. Like I'm downloading some things, like some charts, showing them different things, and trying to figure out plays and whatnot. But here we go, man. We had talked about this trade. This is going to be obviously a very, very big one as the bears ride again right now. So we say shout out to you, Apple, and thank you so much for giving us this trade. And there it is. There's the Apple trade. Yes. Finally, right there, we just put this on for you. It is a dollar club right there for Apple. So patience finally pays. I mean, we actually talked about, first of all, we're out of Robinhood, and that's actually fine. Able to make money on it, and was as the market was bleeding, and Neil was talking, we were just getting out of Robinhood the whole way, and to the point where we only had like 20% left, and there's the break of 80. We wanted to get out anyway, so see you later, Robinhood. But just for Apple, what we had seen here was I was looking at a break of VWAP. We had seen the futures start to go to the downside, right? Apple was weaker than the futures today to begin with, so that was fine. We went short Apple right there. Didn't work out. We will now make all of the money back. Well, Apple was actually up, but all of it back, and now obviously more, as there goes the move down. And I just think this one made a lot of sense. My stop is at 265 flat. So we have 15 cents worth of a stop, now in the money 90. And again, it was just really reloading it at the 50 period, using 265 as our out. Like it wasn't really rocket science, but I just thought it was gonna be a little weaker. So really lucky that is what wound up happening right there. I'm assuming that Palantir, yeah. Wow.
Bring it all back.
Same trade, yeah, almost all. Yeah, I was thinking about same trade there off VWAP breaking down on Palantir. I just felt like Palantir was a much stronger stock, and I would rather the longs. So we waited for that Apple trade, and it just pan-W'd out for us there so far.
Yeah,
last time I looked. Okay, this is still down 7. I was gonna say, I looked at this thing, was like only down 5% at one point. Not bad. And now all of a sudden, Palo Alto down 7% now and going a lot lower.
CrowdStrike is up, by the way, in sympathy.
Okay.
So much for the sympathy dip buy when Palo Alto reported, thinking you'd get a discount on CrowdStrike. Thinking I would get a discount on CrowdStrike. That was... If we go back 24 hours ago, it was like, yeah, well, I'm going to stink bid CrowdStrike when Palo Alto goes to the downside, and it was the wrong one. But anybody that bought the dip on PanW this morning, congratulations to you. For now, I'll say the big for now because it's not over yet. It's not really doing anything, but it's the market heading back into lows. I would be at least a little bit concerned if you lose VWAP on this bad boy. Okay, so let's see. Floristic, Meta going to sacrifice NVIDIA?
Meta going to...
I'm trying to figure out what that comment means. Is Meta going to sacrifice NVIDIA?
Maybe because they had that deal, right? So today's deal was between Meta and NVIDIA, and it was an AI partnership where they're deploying like all these GPUs and using NVIDIA. But I think that's only a good thing for NVIDIA. Right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, maybe it's like sacrificing a live chicken so they can hit a home run? That could be it. No, I think this is good for NVIDIA. What this is going to mean for Meta, which is doing absolutely nothing right now. The good news for Meta, actually in this moment, is the fact that it's not breaking lower, oddly enough. So if you find something that's big tech, that is not breaking lower, then it's stronger than the Qs, because the Qs are distinctly doing this. So if your stock that should be following the Qs is not tanking, then I don't know. Then maybe that's some kind of a long this afternoon on a bit of a bounce. So, where's my trend line? There we go. So this is the trend. This is a VWAP short on Intel, but I want to look for a place to. I thought VWAP was the place to add on this, but I think the place to add is going to be on the trend line. All that said, this is the target area. So if we bounce off this 45.5 on Intel, I play even dollars to the halves. That's just how I roll because that's how the stock moves. But I'll look for this trend line, which is back in the 3/4 mark, to try to reload this position. But if we bounce a couple times off 45.5, I'm just going to take this one out and look for the reload if we can get it. JC Money, that's the quote I was thinking about. Jobu is one of the most underrated movie characters of all time.
Yes. I mean, if you can't hit a curveball,
Exactly.
you got to.
Because you don't mess with Jobu's rum.
And when you do, you could get that pink slip there that the guy got in the locker room.
I was a huge fan. That guy, the dude Harris, was one of the more unsung. The guy that drinks Jobu's rum.
Yeah, the guy's so old too. Like, how's that guy even playing baseball?
He's like 50-something years old, but he's the team's ace pitcher. Like, he's drinking booze. He has like Vaseline in his hair and all. He's cheating in every single way possible.
That guy throwing the ball down the plate.
He's hilarious because, and he's not a name actor. I don't even know the actor. And he's one of those undercover. If you've never seen Major League, then you don't know what I'm talking about. If you haven't seen it, it is one of the funniest baseball movies ever made.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got Target on
Is the funniest.
Intel. Bull Durham's pretty funny.
Okay, well, yeah.
I'd say it's one.
Major League is Field of Dreams is a great movie.
Yeah, but Major League and Bull
Not
Durham,
funny.
1A, 1B, they're both hilarious. They're just different types of movies. Like Bull Durham is very, very good. That's very watchable. All right, so RXT, not to be mistaken with Raytheon. Not that you would, because this is a $1.25 stock. So if you mistake this with Raytheon, I question what you're doing here. So just broke down through VWAP. So this was the consolidation under the trend break. Not my best trend line drawing. I drew it way better on my black chart because that's the one I actually use. So there's the consolidation under the trend break. I will now move the stop because we've lost the volume weighted average price. So instead of stopping it at this prior bar, I now stop it at this one, which will be effectively break even. So I'm going to do that now. And you can already see I'm bidding out into $1. I would do that with any penny stock. I don't care what you are or what you do. If you're trending into $1, I just assume the dollar is going to have support because it's a psychological level. So we're going to trade this one into the dollar. We just got the 117, I think we got filled there. Looking for it to play just a couple more times into $1. If I see it hard bounce off 5 or 6, then I would take it out there as well. Oh, there is a small cap that was strong. This one's falling over. Thank you, JC Money. It was that CDIO, Cardio Diagnostics. Oh,
Okay,
my bad. Yeah, I'm like a horrible jinx, man. Anyways, it was strong. I knew there was a small capper that we weren't talking about that was strong today. And of course, by the time we look at it, this is happening. Pulling into VWAP. Look at it ride VWAP all day long, CDIO. Sharif had to have been trading this because he's all about the volume weighted average price on a small cap gapper. Pure respect for it here. So if you're looking for a bounce in CDIO, there's probably only one place to look, and that would be VWAP. I like the shorts. I
don't know. I need an update from Adara about these Fed minutes before I comment on this because I haven't really been following. So I don't know. Do you have like a Coles notes here, Adara?
I went through them and I posted some on X as well. I can just read you through my Coles notes on X. Speaking of coal, though, BTU actually on watch. New York Times reporting that the EPA is planning on loosening mercury rules for coal plants, citing specific documents. So I mean, potentially keep an eye here on coal. But yeah, in terms of the minutes, I mentioned them like briefly. Right at 2. Basically what happened here was like most feds think that there is a bit of an improvement there on the labor side of things, but they think that it will take a little bit longer than maybe expected to get inflation back down to 2%. However, if inflation shows improvements, they have no problems doing more rate cuts than expected. So it is a whole lot of nothing, more or less. It's like there is still caution. Again, as we know, the majority of the Fed supported the decision to hold rates steady. But yeah, I mean, like apparently also some of them in the rate statement thought that there could have been more of a case made for like kind of an either way statement. Like we could have better conditions, we could have worse conditions. So either way, pretty cautious across the board there, I would say, for the Fed minutes.
Thanks, Adara. Yeah, so there you have it. I mean, yeah, we got last Thursday or Friday, so we got that cooler CPI reading, which would lead to rate cuts. You know, rather than if inflation is out of control, then you raise the rates a little bit. It seems like now with inflation being under control and even lower, maybe than Fed target. I mean, it's 2.4 now? I think they're expecting 2.6. Fed's always looked at, around 2% inflation as a rate that they were focused on. I don't know what the real rate is, but that's what they're looking at. So for me on that one, I mean, we can actually, before we go too far on, let me just refresh the Fed rate tool here and just find out exactly what that looks like right now. And got this little, is that the Java thing there? Let's just refresh this right here for everybody and just to see. So, right here into March. So this is still a month. This is exactly a month today. So in 4 weeks today, you'll get no rate cut, apparently. And then in April, I think this is when it starts to descend a little bit. Yeah, so 20% chance of a rate cut in April, which now that's, 2.5 months away.
June 60.
Yeah, I know, yeah. So this is when it starts to get exciting again. Now it's 50-50 actually.
Well, no, because there's 11% that you get
this way.
Too.
Yeah, so you're
so
saying
it's like it's like 60% chance of cut.
It's more this number, right? Only 36% chance we stay.
That we stay, yeah. Actually, that's the best way to look at it.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it there. And if you just zoom all the way out to end of year, right? So right now we're at 350, 375. So it's looking like the most likely would be 2 rate cuts. So there's between 2 to 3 rate cuts is what we're looking for. The Fed's priced in right here by the end of the year. So I think that would bode well for the stock market. I was going to say the economy, but the market's different than the economy. I think if we do get those rate cuts, then I think it's full steam ahead on what we're expecting with the market. I mean, the S&P 500 is at all-time highs right now. NASDAQ's not. We've talked about the struggles in some of those names, and I'm trading one right now with Apple and Nvidia and I mean, look at Microsoft, I mean, if you're going to get rate cuts and money's going to still remain cheap, that does help for some of these AI build-outs and whatnot, restructuring any debt. We heard Oracle had to do that bond offering, so did Google as well. So, there's a lot of money flying around there, and if the money remains cheap, I think it's better for a lot of these companies right now, and especially if we get a little bit of a weaker dollar, better for this. But I was.
You roll out a 100-year bond, and like people are like, "Yay, let's."
That was Google, right?
Yeah, let's do that. There was, like, that was
100 years.
Like, what is going? Like, what are we doing here? That just from my first thought with the 100-year bond was an episode of The Simpsons with the $1 trillion bill. Like that was
you mentioned that to me. That
I was just like, not that obviously the $1 trillion bill was a complete joke, but that's what they were going with. I was just completely shocked by that. But it is what it is.
Money printer
at the end of the day, if people want to sign up for that, do your thing. All that said, Alphabet.
I mean, that was oversubscribed.
It's nibble time. It was oversubscribed. I don't know how many times over. It was definitely oversubscribed.
Loving it.
Significantly oversubscribed. But I think it's nibble time on Alphabet. Like if you. Well, I'll speak for myself because I went in and bought a little bit. It was the 300 level. And I feel like if it gets down, I want to DCA into the 200 period moving average. So the money that I want to put into this, or add to this, I should say, because I want this to move a little bit higher up the chain for myself. But I think this, if we get down to like 270, if that were the case, I would probably try another nibble or just wait a couple of quarters. I can just buy, instead of doing like a nibble here or there when it gets to a price level. The other way to DCA is just do it every single quarter. So it's kind of an either or. But either way, 300 holding out for Alphabet. Is Micron back at 420? Yes, it is. All the way back into VWAP. The thing about it is Micron's relatively strong. I'm looking for a continuation short at this point. So I said one of the places I was going to do that was here.
I took a new trade.
Which is going to be Intel back at the trend line. So it's getting close. It's almost back into this trend. Going to look to short the pop here. Short the pops. That's one way to join the trend.
I don't know if this is, we'll hit the siren. I'm not sure if this is going to work, but Palantir just dropped right into 135. So this is a level that we had thought about, and I just didn't even, we had seen this really just come through, and it actually did print up about 20 cents from our spot there. We didn't take it. But yeah, we're going to have to watch out for this move. I'm actually was going to stop out. I just put the stop there, breaking 30. I don't even really want to hold this. That's 30 right here, breaking it all the way down. I mean, that's 10s and that's O's. That's actually below O's. That's 90s. So I'm going to stop out basically on this little, I don't even want to play these wicks. I think if it drops that far, then it's easy to see that we're wrong. So we'll take a smaller spot now and then try to average it in if we get into basically where we just bounced off of. Actually, that's 50. So I don't know why I didn't put, I put it at 40. I put it at 44. Okay, we'll see if it comes back in, and then stopping at, it might not be enough. Let's put that bid, I think, on Palantir around the 50 mark. Okay, so we'll put a bid there at 135.51s or so for double the position. We'll just try to average it in to the downside right there. Palantir just fell through. Might not be, I mean, we're short Apple, which kind of is like, you know, I'm going to make on Apple and lose on Palantir here, it looks like. But here comes Apple right back in. We did get a little bit more out. I thought maybe Apple was turning again back up to the upside with this market right there, which gave me an idea for PLTR. How low is
Turning
this?
over?
Yeah, Apple turnovers. Oh yeah, did I just say that? Okay, all right, so.
Oh, I don't know.
That's funny. That's like a Freudian slip right there. I love XLE, by the way, Texas Jet fan. That was the most recent thing I bought was XLE, and we can go over that in a minute. But there's the futures right here. So yeah, 25,000. You know, that's sort of where we dropped off right there, which is what part of the reason why, you know, we shorted Apple, we got the break and everything was all good. And now Apple's really printing, but we'll lose a little bit back here on Palantir for now. But yeah, the futures may be breaking. Here, I'm gonna take another bid here on Apple just because of where it is. We'll see if we get an 18. And then I'm bidding much under that. That's me at 18. We'll see. So you could, every time you're off the one there, it's you know, it's 100 shares is the board lot. There, so you know you could have 110 shares or whatever, but the minute you put 200, like that's 300 shares there with a 3 as it goes, right? And so sometimes on some stocks, like in AT&T or something, you know you'll see way bigger, 7,000 shares, 6,000 shares, and on ETFs like the TQs, because it's so you know algorithmically traded, you'll see tons of thousands and thousands of shares at every level, and
well,
tons,
the best is if you
tons
look
going
at
through.
ZSL.
Oh
ZSL,
yeah,
ZSL is the best because not only does it have the most absurd liquidity of anything you'll ever see, most of this, and of course it's not going to move when I'm showing you this, like this is 1.5 million shares on ARCA, 1.3 million shares on NSP. When it goes through a level, most of that won't even print. Because it's just silver inverted, like this is like they're just it's like not quote stuffing, it's like market making. So see how it's already going down. A small hit and a third of the level goes because it's just pulling when it prints green. So a lot of this gets pulled. If you wanted to get into this, a lot of times as the level is breaking, half that level is pulling. So it's not nearly as liquid as you might think. But it's wild, that stock. It was so annoying because this stopped me out while I was away from my desk. I had this trend break with this low. It couldn't go. And then it runs the stops at the low of the day. And then that was the move. Like I just heard Fastly is apparently going again.
Yeah.
FSLY. This was one of the I don't know, probably maybe the biggest mover.
That stock broke out.
Yeah, like this is
like
the biggest mover actually on earnings in this earnings season. But it still hasn't broken that earnings high. So that'll be about $19 here. But relative strength is through the roof. And look at the consolidation high. Like it pulls back yesterday. So it gets 1 day of pullback and we're right back testing highs. This deserves to go back onto the list tomorrow for a breakout play. Into market weakness, this is happening on Fastly. I'm not punching any highs though. I'm favoring the short. I might have missed that curl chance on Intel. Why is this not saving? So we'll see if we can get it there. And then RXT, I was able to get another leg out. It's coming back into VWAP. I'm either going to reload this or just get right out in here. If the move is 130 to 115, so be it. Sometimes you only get a 10% move on a stock like this, and we'll just take that if that's all we get.
All right, I said, oh boy, there because we are starting to get filled all over the place right now. And, you know, obviously as Apple goes down, we like that, and there it goes. And I probably should have, going long Apple, or getting out of Apple, I did think Apple was going to turn around. I do never, ever think that you need to go. If anybody knows what that reference is besides Neil, put it in the chat.
Oh, I'm not allowed to say.
Of course you're not. That's why I said besides Neil. So we'll see if anybody else has a reference. We'll see. But anyways, yeah, so I'm long Palantir and short Apple, not a recipe for success. But Palantir just came right back in again to these levels and, you know, was looking for a stop out a little lower. Obviously, as I said, Apple's now back into the dollar club, so we're happy with that one as that just continues to come through. And I wish we only had this trade, but now I got to deal with this one over here. So we'll have to wait for Palantir. Remember where our drop spot is on this, man, 135.30. If we do break, we're out as it's trying to get back upside. I may take just a little bit out here in the mid to high 60s, 66, if we can get it, just to relieve some of this pressure because we did take some points Oh, it just missed me there at 66. Ah, well, hopefully it comes back up. But we did take some out here on Apple, so we'll appreciate the downside play. If Palantir can bounce just a little bit, then sure, we'll take some more out. But yeah, don't really love the way this is looking as the futures basically break that level. Down goes Apple, down goes Fraser, up goes Palantir, hopefully. But for right now, that's what we're hoping for. And hope is not a strategy. Oh, on that note, 6 days until Academy. So that should be a lot of fun. We're really excited to introduce that to you guys. Web-based, available to every single person, man, child, woman, whatever. No matter where you're located, you can grab that. We're going to be very excited to talk about it as the release date's coming up. So 6 days from today, we'll be releasing it. I don't know what I can show or not for this, but it's going to be really exciting. And maybe tomorrow
I don't know what we can show, but
there we go. You have sort of the website up already?
Boom, boom. No, you can't see it.
Too late.
It's too late. Whatever, I've shown it 3 times.
Okay, good.
Anyone's going to be able to get a chance. Like obviously, there's going to, and you can get a snapshot of it, there are going to be multiple portals to it. It's not just about learning market basics or just learning how your platform works or learning discipline. Like it's everything that's going to be in the journey and in all phases of it. For traders out there. I just saw someone put it, I'm chuckling because someone said the walls of Jericho. And like my first thought was my roommate, you remember, Zane?
Yeah, of course.
So my roommate at university.
No, I don't know that guy.
One of the things we did in first year is every now and then we would just be like, okay.
Palantir's gonna break.
It's just like throw like the sharpshooter on and let's see if you tap, or throw the walls of Jericho. Some of those moves are legit. Like, walls of Jericho may be a bit of a garbage one, but you slap a sharpshooter on somebody, you can make them tap. That was always a fun game. So back to VWAP. I've elected to do a reload because it respected VWAP on our XT. Really, I'm fighting with this one because in my mind it only goes to Raytheon for that name. So we got a VWAP short. It takes more out in front of 120 because we just shorted at 28 again. And then I'm going to have a really tight stop. Like if it so much as breaks 30 at this point, then this one isn't going to be it. So again, going to give it a relatively tight stop in here. What is going on? It's almost power hour. The Qs are still falling.
Nope.
Yikes, Meta just lost VWAP. Yeah, it looks like we're still headed to the downside. I didn't get that reload on Intel, though. Boo.
All right. I mean, everything's starting
Look
to
at this. This is
everything's starting to break down pretty good right now. That's too bad, man. So we'll have to slap. It's really too bad. Like, we basically just give up some of that Apple trade, obviously, with this Palantir dump. I mean, there it goes. It broke. We didn't start it too early, but we didn't start it good enough. And it's looking like it wants to get pretty red pretty soon right now. So I'm thinking about just flipping over again to that short. I mean, Apple is really printing, so we're really proud of this trade, but not proud to have gotten back in. And I said that, like, you never really wanted to get too much into Palantir there. We didn't have too many shares, but it still does suck to get that loss. Right there again as well. So, okay, we'll see if we can get a bid. Oh, we almost got a bid there, 263.61 or so. There it is. See if we can get that bid at the low right there. We're going to try to maybe flip our day around here by, not our day, but the idea of Palantir into a little bit of a short now that we've broken back down below that level of 135.70 or so, which we were trying to protect. This is what it looks like on a 5-minute chart. So it was right into there, right? Just looking at this level, it looks like we just broke into the low of the day one more time. So if Palantir loses the bid, man, I mean, what a sucky thing, because like you went all the way to 141 there. Now you're going to touch down to 135 and potentially get even lower right now. Palantir giving everything back and more right now. So we're going to go short. Like this is basically where the stock was at open at 9:30. It's 3 o'clock. So, what a good idea to get out of that long right there. Not a great idea to go long near the lows of the day, but we're trying to break lower right now. We're short at 20s. Let's see if it wants to work out. We had used this strategy up into the 25 period. So you could see that's been a good indicator for that short. So I'd like to see a clear break of that in order to get out. So I was thinking right around there. That's almost back to 136. So we'll start the short here, understanding that we may have to average in. It's pretty volatile right now as this market goes. And there still is warnings of Iran and all that kind of stuff right now.
There was just a headline.
Was there?
New NOTAM was issued by Iran showing planned rocket launches within areas across southern Iran on Thursday from 3:30 Greenwich Mean Time to, and then it just skipped away. So Yeah, it's not necessarily great at all. And you're going to see a lot of volatility spiking around. So I know oil markets are closed, obviously, at this point. We're past 230.
Didn't they already blast Iran and took out the whole nuclear situation there? So
What we said.
we'll have to figure out what's going on there.
I watch too much Homeland to comment.
We don't. Yeah, just so you guys know, like whether or not you're pro one thing or the other, we're just talking about it
It's just what's
as
happening.
far as the market is concerned, right? I mean, I don't know. Sometimes it's like when they announced they were going into Ukraine, Russia. There, the market actually rallied for a little bit off of that. So sometimes
That's the sad thing.
Yeah, you got to what?
The market doesn't care. It's if it affects a commodity. Right, like you saw, like it was.
Check out some silver.
Yeah, like when the Ukraine happened, it was all about wheat. It was the wheat market that was going to move around, and it was defense stocks that are going to go. And in this particular case, it's going to be oil. You're going to see the VIX move around because it's a little bit different sometimes in the Middle East. But yeah, yet another reason. I hate to come back to Raytheon, but yet another reason why Raytheon probably keeps on winning, for sure. All right, I'm actually looking at SoFi in here. I was looking for things that were just breaking the volume-weighted average price because we just hit power hour. So if there's a continuation.
Power hour.
Did the power hour thing happen?
I did not see it.
Okay.
It did not.
Andre said that it did. I don't remember hearing it, which is fine. I'm getting old, so I might probably just missed it a minute ago, but it is power hour. So I want things that are failing VWAP in here. So SoFi, this would fit the bill. Unfortunately for SoFi, all morning long we're talking about SoFi could break out 20. It goes exactly to $20.01 and fails the breakout. Are you kidding me, SoFi? It was set up. Still a chance. This is definitely, unless we have a cratering day today, there's still a chance at this breakout tomorrow. Like I'll probably write down SoFi and put a 20 next to it for a breakout on the 15-minute for tomorrow morning. Hopefully the market doesn't do too bad to take this trade off of the table, but I like the drop-down consolidation. It just wasn't happening today for SoFi.
We were just talking about gold and metal, and in a world of gold and silver, volatility isn't necessarily everything. It's not necessarily a hurdle, it's an opportunity. But harnessing it requires, of course, the right tools. Beta Pro by Global X delivers that edge as Canada's first and longest running suite of levered, inverse, and inverse levered ETFs. Beta Pro provides a decisive way to engage with metal markets through 2 times daily bull and 2 times daily bear exposure. These funds are built for the precision and momentum the modern markets demand. Designed for sophisticated Canadian day traders who understand the risks of leverage and the power of tactical response, Beta Pro provides the agility to navigate market moves in either direction. Just don't follow the gold and silver markets. Position yourself for what's next. Discover the suite at betapro.ca. And thank you to Beta Pro for their continued sponsorship. So of course, we're going long there on Palantir, and then we're going short. So we're just getting whipped around. Yeah, exactly. What's up to NAKUL? Look, this is, it's never, you never want to lose every trade. But you could see right here, where is it here? There it is. Yeah, what's up? I'll send this out. Yeah, now Palantir rallies. So yeah, I mean, that's... sometimes that's what happens. And now, as you mentioned, Palantir rallies. So nothing we can do about it. You just kind of stick to your strategies and hope that they work out. So we'll average that up. And, we're going to wait for a 136 break, which is right into there. Did not expect this kind of, obviously, a rally in the market. We did take the opportunity to get out of some more Apple. But like you can see, Apple's not really rallying. So as the market goes back upside, it looks like Palantir will work. It's so funny because that's part of the reason why we went long on Palantir, is we thought it was a little stronger than the rest, right? And obviously now it clearly is, as it's just blasting right back to the upside on a little bit of a futures move now. And of course, if there's more struggles with Iran or whatever, it would make a little bit of sense that Palantir would become more important to the U.S. government as a foundry play and as a defense name. So we'll wait to see where Palantir settles. But yeah, it's on a nice upside move as we speak. So hopefully it comes back in. We're short right now at 43s. I'm full. I'm not going to average more into this as we just took that trade rate. Oh, sorry.
I think part of the problem is someone just said in the chat that it's like gold and silver aren't hedges anymore. They're just moving with the market. Sentiment matters. It's like gold and silver haven't pulled back enough so they can turn back into risk off type of safe haven assets. And then Palantir, maybe that still hasn't pulled back enough for it to get credit as a defense stock anymore. It's a weird one. Like you would think in this time of when more turmoil is happening that Palantir should be stronger, but I guess it's still in this pullback from the valuation high. That could be it, but you have to understand momentum that's just how the market works, and rotation is how the market works, and that's really all it's about. And I believe like gold to me is still going to be a safe haven, but when metals do what they do, it's hard for it to keep that behavior when it's going parabolic. So RXT, seriously, I'm gonna get it right. Raytheon is like it's like an actual company. It's like, imagine if there was, remember when there was TSLA, like if you couldn't trade that stock without thinking Tesla, TSLA. Anyway, so RXT, it broke VWAP, reloaded it, but gave a pretty tight stop in there. It never got to the dollar. Effectively, the initial short was like a 130 into 115, but when you're breaking VWAP, if it's a small cap or holding VWAP, I don't want any part of it. So I wanted to break down underneath the volume weighted average price. That's gonna leave, let's see what SoFi is doing. I was gonna say that leaves Intel, which is not bouncing. It's like everything else wants to bounce so that you can get a short if you want it, with the exception of Intel to be able to get back in. And then I said SoFi potentially at VWAP. So it just challenged VWAP here and is now looking to close back underneath. So if we close underneath the volume weighted average price, I might take a shot with a 1982 or 83 stop on SoFi. And yeah, JC Money, I'll mix up symbols all the time. Like I still say to this day ZLS instead of ZSL.
There's Fabian.
Fabian's always on a ladder, by the way. He's living on ladders these days. But but by the way, Fabian, you still didn't prove that you can do pull-ups. Well, I mean, no, we didn't get 2,000 likes, but so does that apply every single day? Okay, so Fabian has said that if on only the afternoon stream, that's cold-blooded. Okay, well, he's qualifying it now that it has to be the afternoon stream, and that if the afternoon stream gets to 2,000 likes, which it's not at 2, I have to refresh this. If we ever get to 2,000 likes on the afternoon stream, Fabian, there he is, will start doing pull-ups or chin-ups, do whatever you want, on this little, like, of the rigging we have for the lights. And it is strong enough to support.
As long as the whole thing doesn't come down.
No, when they installed it, I remember the guy actually was like, man, these are so strong you could do pull-ups on it. And he was a big enough dude, and he was hanging on it.
Okay.
And he was bigger than me. So I would imagine it's certainly strong enough. That said, we are only at 416, 5,000 watching. Y'all don't want to see this dude do pull-ups? I want to see him do pull-ups. 5,200 watching and 480 likes and creeping higher. We have 1 hour. If everybody watching right now,
entertained?
or half of you just hit the like button, this man will be doing this.
All right. Bruh.
I think you could do.
Come on, bruh.
I'm gonna say.
Come on, bruh.
You do 10?
Yeah, I could do
10's
Fabian looks like he could do 10.
10 would be impressive.
But he you know, I get the feeling that probably do 10. You probably do like rock climbing and stuff.
Oh, I love climbing.
See,
Okay.
sometimes you could just tell. Because you're a lot like my brother, and you and my brother have seemingly a lot in common. And he's also in a rock. Well, I don't know if he's scrappy.
All right. Well, hopefully we can
scrappy.
get to 3,000. Hopefully we can get to 3,000 likes, man. We got 2,000 only.
Only 2.
What?
5,000 watching. We only have to get
Fabian,
to 2.
start
We're
doing the
already at
push-ups. Starting to get
750.
ready.
We're already at 750.
Get ready, Fabian.
Yeah, you better warm up, by the way.
Start getting ready. That's going to happen.
You're going to have to warm up.
Very, very soon. All right, guys, we'll check out the top traders yesterday at Real Trading when we get back from Adara.
I'll be quick. I just want to let you guys know, U.S. President Trump is set to be speaking at some point soon. It's supposed to start at 3 p.m., so only about 8 minutes. Later, Trump set to participate in a Black History Month reception. Again, not on its face, market moving or market related, but we never know. He can be saying anything at any time related to the market. And given what Caroline Leavitt kind of teased about this reception, it sounds like he's mostly just going to be talking about the market and the economy. So just be aware here, Trump will be speaking soon. I will be keeping you posted if there is anything and everything that is market moving. Also, over the next hour, I'm going to be showing you guys some infographics related to the earnings that are coming out after the bell. So please stay tuned. Back to you.
I know one of those names is reporting tonight.
Ooh, Carvana.
Think that won't move? That's a mover.
That's a mover for sure. All right, it won't be me on this list today, but let's go find out who's making all the money. All right. Yeah, we've been on this list before, but like I said, not yesterday, not today. There's 18.8. So we sit here at Real Trading. They'll be part of the discussion in the Trader TV Academy as well, learning about the software, learning about different markets, and I mean, not specifically the markets, but the opportunities that are out there, the structure of the market and whatnot. But there's NASDAQ, there's a TSX. So these are traders and the markets they traded. This is US dollars. So the TSX, I mean, we are located here in Toronto, Ontario, and there is a lot of traders that do trade the Canadian markets around these here joints. So there's Canada right there, NASDAQ again. So two big NASDAQ traders there yesterday pushing buttons. Amex and NASDAQ, Amex. So there's nothing interesting on here at all. New York, NASDAQ. So if you trade multiple markets, like this could be an SLV and an Apple trade, something like that, or multiple trades on multiple names as we go. And as we look at individual traders by market, there's someone, we talked about Blue Ocean. We've had Jeff Mendel on for Moon as well. So that all gets sort of grouped together as the after hours trading starts going. Okay, here comes Palantir to the downside. That's finally starting to hit a little bit. We're now profitable on that trade. Blue Ocean, there's TSX Venture Exchange, New York. Shout out to the Australian market, man. Great weather over there. And then Turkey, LSE, so on and so forth. There's OTC Pink at the end of that. So shout out to Jeff. I don't know if sometimes he comes on Thursdays. That's tomorrow. Okay. So we'll see if Jeff wants to come through tomorrow. We'll close that out there. Here comes Palantir.
He's literally on the calendar today.
Today?
Yes.
But it's
only because you just mentioned it.
Oh, was it Wednesdays he comes through?
It is.
What time?
Well, I mean, 30 minutes ago.
30 minutes ago. So that was Jeff Mendel today. So ladies and gentlemen, shout out to
just email this
Jeff.
guy. Be like, when are you coming on next, Jeff?
Yeah, man. I mean, I always email that guy.
He's always too busy golfing.
Yeah, man. We need a vest from him. He's going to bring us those moon hats, he had said.
Yeah.
There. Okay, man. Here we go, man. The sky is not falling, but it's falling a little bit for us here on PLTR. I like it. I like it a lot. I'm bidding 40s. There it is. We get it. So nice. Or did I get it? Yes, we did. So nice move down there for PLTR. Now really starting to pump through. And again, I take it like we get the idea that maybe it's a short. We have to stress out about it right there, and then it just comes right back in. So we go, yeah, buddy, as now the market, we starting to blow up now, baby, in this market. So let's go to the downside. Our account's starting to blow up a little bit here, so that's good. As there goes Apple downside. We're now $1.50 in the with that one there, so that continues. You know what, maybe we'll just punch out a little bit more here at 40s if we can. There it is, nice downside move here. We'll see if we get a 34 print because that was still there. And now we'll get to the downside. So here goes Apple, and all we were waiting for was sort of this. We had seen the 50-period moving average. We were waiting for VWAP right there. There's a nice move into the downside, and now we're just going to wait to see what winds up happening. I'm hearing in our ear, you did as well, that I guess they're pulling some of their troops from Syria in anticipation of Iran conflict. So as conflict hits the market, never a good thing, but I'm short basically. Yes.
Yeah, I'm just going to mention here with regards to Iran conflict, because Caroline Levitt was actually asked about it a couple different times during that press conference she held around 1 to 2. And one thing she said that there would be a lot of reasons to strike Iran, but Trump wants to be diplomatic, and they're going to start there, and they're going to try for that. Well, so it was, kind of coming out aggressive right off the gate, but ending at a place of diplomacy, I guess, to summarize those comments from Caroline Levitt. I still haven't seen Trump yet. You guys know I'll let you know once I do.
All right.
Trumpet? Did you say trumpet? Trumpet? The ghost ship.
Yeah, I just put this out because I want to explain this because so I just set my blotter always in US dollars. So I don't really.
Yeah, everyone does.
I don't. No, I don't. I don't think Obi does, to be honest with you.
You said Susan Cat?
I'm pretty sure I had, or somebody does.
Okay, well,
it might be Joe or Sharif.
I shouldn't speak in certainties. Most traders I know set them to US.
Yeah, same. So
even if you trade Toronto, you set it. Most traders set it to US.
Yeah, so we'll find out. But I'm pretty sure it was one of the three. I know it's not you, but I'm pretty sure. It doesn't matter. So here at Real Trading, because we trade all these different markets, you can actually set your, we call it a blotter, but you can set your P&L report basically to whatever currency you want. And then it will use, I think it just uses it's not like a fluctuating. I think it just maybe uses whatever the current.
Yeah, there's like a daily currency rate. If you're at Real Trading, this matters. Like it's a daily currency rate that it'll use for conversions that day. Yep. That's not the same thing as your settlement rate at the end of the month, because that's static when they do settlements at the end of the month. But like every single day, I just can't imagine most people. You focus on the U.S. markets, you're probably going to use
Well, I mean, I can see Luis. I mean, this guy's, I mean, he's trading U.S. markets, but he might set it to euros.
Okay, I guess, yeah, I can see the reason why you would. People are asking what is up with this stock or that stock. NVIDIA is down because the markets are rolling over. You're going to see the same thing on AMD. Why is fourth on the drop down when I type in AMD? That's continuing to go lower. As you also have the Qs, which are falling. Like pretty much everything is heading to the downside. If it's not heading to the downside, it is probably the VIX. VIX, small cap, or a defense stock. Like that's probably what's heading, not heading to the downside. Let's go back to the desk. Adara, what do you have for us?
As promised, guys, I'm going to be teasing out some of these earnings that we have after the bell. Figma has not been doing too well after its IPO on July 31st, 2025, but that doesn't mean it can't get some kind of bounce. Last quarter, it did report better than expected revenue and EPS, with revenue growing 38% year over year. But if you're like, hey, Adara, I want more details, where can I see this in full screen? X at TTV Research, that's where. Again, I'm going to continue teasing out these earnings names before the bell, but just be aware. I also want to mention, I have more context, Sean and Neil and everybody, on that headline about Syria. So Wall Street Journal reporting, yes, that the U.S. is withdrawing all forces from Syria. However, this withdrawal not related to the deployment of forces for potential Iran strikes. So not related, according to that Wall Street Journal article. Again, whether you or not you believe this is up to you, is just a report. But either way, it sounds like the reported withdrawal of forces from Syria unrelated to potential strikes at Iran. Back to you.
Okay, good there. And just for everyone that's asking, the aftermarket show will be back on Wednesday for NVIDIA earnings. Tonight, Figma, CVNA, certainly they're not bad, but certainly NVIDIA is the next big one, and that's for sure going to be a huge show. No questions asked. Yeah, like I said, if you're strong right now, you are Lockheed Martin is at the highs, the 52-week highs that made today.
5.
RTX, Raytheon is at highs. These stocks are strong. Pretty much everything else is headed to the crapper as we speak. So if you shorted anything in the last few minutes, it looks like the sentiment is going in the other direction. I'm shooting for 1955. November 5th, 1955. On SoFi here, is this pulling back off the volume weighted average price. Didn't really get my fill at 77. I had to chase it down to 75 a little bit. But we'll see if this one can also fall. I wanted SoFi to break 20. I'm still going to want it to break 20 tomorrow. But I'm looking at this 19.5. Just the same range as yesterday in the afternoon for it to pull back here. Play it by those quarters. It's not looking very good. There hasn't been a green candle on a 15-minute in the NASDAQ since, it doesn't even, there's like 8 in a row, maybe even 10. Nasty.
Just letting you guys know, Trump just began speaking here at this Black History Month reception event. If there is anything market related, I'll let you know. Just want to keep you posted on that.
Okay, thank you, Adara. I'm trying to find out how much I lost on that first Palantir going through my blotter. I just have so many fills. It's really stupid. I'm really glad that it is easy to just keep track of it all, once the day's over. But yeah, I just wanted to say, down goes Palantir, man. I mean, we were telling you, give me that 05, give me that 05. I took 08s instead, right there. It's basically, nice little fallback. And I was waiting. That was 05, the very bottom. And I was just like, whatever. But there's the move down. Good trade, man. We still have half of the trade. And on that note, I'm going to take one more piece out here at 29. There it is. We cross up and get it. So we take a fill there at 29. Lots of liquidity going through right now. And just since we've been starting this, man, I know, that's why I was trying to figure it out. I know we made a lot of money on Apple, and we went short there at 220s, 225. So you guys definitely were with me for this trade. And obviously I need, take way too many outs, but that's okay. They're all really small, and that's part of it, man. I wish I kind of wish that our board lots were only certain numbers, and then I'd just be forced to take out bigger amounts instead of just little ones all the way down. But there it is. So, all the way to the downside, 263.40 right there. Looking at some interesting levels right there. Yeah, we've now broken below on Palantir. So here's a 5-minute chart. This is really what we were shorting off of, a break. So I was going long, as you guys... Here, if I call up Palantir, I was going long into right here, into 135.50, right into there, into the 200 period. Once we lost it and started to go to the downside, that's when we started to think about going short. Then the Syria-Iran news, I guess it's more Iran news, and U.S. started to come through. We do hear, as Adara just mentioned, that some diplomatic talk, hopefully from President Trump, would make this all go away a little bit, or at least the fears in the market be eased there. I don't know. Let me see. This is H contract. So CL. So let me see if there's anything else that's doing a little bit more volume. We could go. The February is going to be nothing. So I don't even know why I clicked on that. Oh God, now it's going to. No, I think I've frozen.
I know it.
Oh, here you go. All right, so March. Let's check out April. So it's the April contract. So the March contract only had 80,000 shares, 80,000 contracts traded.
That's
J. So right now, I don't know if anybody put in the chat, but I saw that J is the current contract. And as you can see, there are a lot of strife sort of right now in the Middle East, and maybe ratcheting up. Is that the right word? Tensions.
It is now.
So. This is almost as tense as it was watching that Canada-Czech Republic game where we took the overtime. We are like minus 800 favorites or something like that. But anyways, where's Russell at? I got to tell him. He's a big Canada fan there, too. I want to see if he even knows. He's the guy walking around fixing all this.
Don't like our chances if you can't. You're supposed to.
Here goes oil, by the way.
Dominate. Certain teams.
Yeah. And that's
playing well.
Sid got hurt, so that could be a little bit of a problem there. But okay, XLE. Yeah, this is a name that I just this is the most recent sort of equity or instrument that I had bought. XLE, and that was right here, breaking through 50. I haven't really done any shopping in a long time. We did buy some SoFi at 22 and at 25, so those are both out of the money right now. But XLE was a good break. I guess it was just when was this? 30th or so of January. So, last couple of weeks, nice huge move, 10% on oil for the month of February. So good move there for XLE. I still think it continues higher. We saw the breakout of a silver and a gold. So maybe now it's time for this asset class to go for a run. All right, so just so you guys know, we are very, very light now on Apple, obviously, as this breaks. And I do have a stop order. My stop order was at 50s, where this was the 50-period moving average, because we've crossed across the 21 a bit, right? If I have a big position, I don't mind getting out like we did right there. Now that we have less and less, let's just use this as our stop, 263.85. So we'll cancel our fill right there. We can put it in together, 263. This is something that's changed. Normally I'd hold, and maybe even average in at these spots or things like that. But since we're out and we only have about that 15% left, let's just hold. And if we get that out, then we can take it out. For Palantir, I see some questions about where are we getting out on this one. You could use the same level, the 50-period moving average. And actually on Palantir, my script was still at 136 to break. And someone in the chat said, where are you getting out? And I was like, I'm going to hold till 136. So I feel like that's still okay. We'll watch it. If it breaks above 66 or 67, we'll manually punch out of a little bit. And now that I say that, let me punch out of a little bit here. We'll punch the 40 level, get a little bit more out. I'm still waiting for lower in case we crack. I'm bidding 135s again. So hopefully we can get back into this level and then do our own thing down there. So that's something that I'm looking forward to here on the futures. And on Palantir, we're looking for a lower bid. So hit that like button, man. I see over there, he's pumping some iron.
929.
Oh, 929. Oops, I got to refresh this. Right, 929 only? Okay. Let's see. Let's get those over 1,000 right now. Yeah. So we have 1,000 more likes, and Fabian will do 6 chin-ups on our... So you can see right here, these bars.
I think he can do 10.
Oh, 10. Is that... I remember...
Well, I just guessed that he could do 10. He doesn't have to do 10. Okay. As long as you put an effort, like what you can do. So for myself here, we just bounced... Look, we're able to close. We're not even going to close underneath this bar, but we came into that morning support level on SoFi, which was a target. It was right here, 955. So this is where it was at the open. This is where it broke out after the liquidity grab. So once I saw some buyers step in, just trailed out of it and looked for maybe the next sort of type opportunity. I want something that gives that kind of a risk reward. Like it shows me the fail at 80s, try to get 77s or got 75s, so the 5-cent stop. You play it a little better than 1-to-1 for support and then hold through to the low. If I can find another setup like that, great. It doesn't look like the continuation trade on Intel is going to work. And you're like, oh, but why not just short Intel? I've had this question before. It's like, well, why not just short Intel here? And so my answer is this, and I actually was just talking about this with somebody today. For myself, yeah, it's trending down, but if I don't have an out to my trade, then I don't have an in. And if my out is this trend line, then it's reasonable to have tried to reshort it here when I was thinking VWAP or maybe even here. But if I'm shorting it there, I'm just not a fan. Because then when it gets into this price area, like what am I doing with it? Am I just shorting it and then holding it against me? Like I like to try to, if I'm playing the trend line, got to be able to get in here when it gave me that chance and not chase it down where I wouldn't know where I'm putting my stop. Like if I'm putting my stop up here on Intel, like 25 cents for a stop on Intel is kind of nuts because then you're in that 0.5% range when usually I'm trying to play moves like that size on Intel, then hold some for the rest. So it just comes down to risk reward. That's why looking for a setup that works, win, lose, or draw. Like even like the example, like RXT would be an example. I just actually said it right. See, I didn't say RTX this time. Kind of proud of myself for that because usually I mucked it up probably 17 times today on RXT. No, I was just waiting for trend to break, play it into that trend break. I cannot stand to look at how poorly I drew this trend line. That's much better. It just needs to align with the one on my black chart to show you this is why I'm getting in. There's your uptrend. There's your hold, 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 hold. There's the break. You're shorting the breakdown of the trend line. My stop is here. I try a reloaded VWAP when I move the stop down. But again, it's just a matter of finding an entry point to your trade, whatever it might be. Depending on your style, you just have to have some kind of a plan of action. There was also CDIO, cardio diagnostics. Unfortunately, it didn't really do a very good job of holding VWAP, so this is even, well, it's retesting it now, but it looks like this one could be a little bit dead for the day. 92% up, probably, I'm going to go out on a limb and say this was the best small capper. I didn't see one that was better than this, so let's just call it the best small capper out there. But I'm trying to find something else that I like to jump into. So SoFi worked, Intel worked, RTX was good, not great. Maybe if we go back over to IBIT. Might be something going on with IBIT here. That doesn't work for me. But it's breaking that little downtrend. So when you draw a trend line, it's got to be a significant event. Either it's from the high of day, which I could do that, and it's breaking that one. I could kind of eyeball it and see that. Or it could be from this flat bottom break, and then there's a trend line, but it's breaking that as well. So then for myself, IBIT wouldn't be a short entry here. I'd have to wait for it to go a little bit higher, maybe play back into VWAP. Early look on the imbalances, one significant name.
Sure, we're getting close to
and Dara will like this one. You guys okay, so you guys all just saw Oracle was there for 1.2 million to sell and then instantly disappeared. The second I said Dara would like this one.
Why is Oracle hating on me? No, I'm joking. Like, I honestly don't care what this thing does intraday, day in, day out. I'll go long intraday if I have to because I have conviction in this thesis until things change.
So this is just the early look. In 23 minutes, we'll get the actual imbalances. Worksport, for anyone interested in that one, is 900,000 shares, but that's a $1 stock, so probably doesn't matter. SOXS is a buy of 2.7 million, but that's one of those leveraged ETFs, so it's a $2 stock, so that's not a big number. ZSL, same thing, 1.5 million to buy, but it's again $2 stock, so that's not that significant either. It would have been interesting if Oracle was actually 2 million. If we see that come back, Oracle's done 10 million shares on the day. So if I see that show up a little bit closer, that would be a significant sell imbalance on Oracle, and it has lost VWAP. But I don't like when they play games with the, hey, there's an imbalance, then it disappears 2 seconds later. Then it shows up, then it disappears. Now, I just want to see it show up, stay, and then just play the trade. But if it's not going to do that, then I'm not going to touch Oracle. We'll have to try to find something else. IBIT didn't look like a setup. Intel's too far gone to the downside. Not really seeing anything I like for a re-entry to the short. Not that I want to. Someone just said, have they reviewed Netflix?
We can.
We can. I'm not in anything. And Netflix is actually relatively strong. Definitely not shorting this. I'll say that much. Because Netflix has put in this little nice bottom here at 75 after yesterday. And it's kind of bucking the weakness in the market. Like it's holding VWAP. It's coming back into some of those highs. This one doesn't seem. If anything, Netflix is very gently uptrending and looking for that one big day, which hopefully something like this sets up tomorrow. I know I said SoFi $20 would be a potential breakaway trade. I know we shorted it now, but I still like that 20 break tomorrow on them. Frederick Von Yummy Pants, again, has a super chat. CC reports tomorrow it's up 60% since January 7th. That better be a significant day for this random stock. I'm going to assume they reported or something, which ain't bad for a company that inherited the Circuit Cities ticker symbol. Anyway, like
Here, that was Radio Shack.
Like Mohammed once said, you can't go broke taking profits. I see what you did there. How you spell profits. That's a pretty good pun. I'll take it. It's also true that you could go broke taking profits. The way that you could do it would be, I'm just going to use this stock as an example. Whatever, I don't really know much about it. I don't know anything about it. Let's imagine you were long at 20 and you took a bunch of profit at 20, 10, 20, 30, like just little micro profits, but then held the bulk of it to $17. Then you could go broke because you weren't taking very large wins relative to what you were losing. So technically
Market cranking here lower. Palantir just made a nice
Are we?
move. I don't know what just happened there. Palantir just sort of elevated to the downside there. All of a sudden, it just started printing 20s. It was at 40s, and it started to go to the downside. So someone's swiping lower, swiper no swiping. On Dora the Explorer there, but yeah, see it just swipe. It was just chilling, and I was like, okay, we got a 40 fill, and then it went whoosh all the way down and printed something in 20s, and I just quickly reacted and got 32s. So it did. Someone wiped that thing down there into the 20s. So it was a good little takeout for profit there. And as I said, remember I said if we break the 50 period, let's start to think about it. So we did that, and then we get out. There goes Apple to the upside breaking, and now we're flat. So perfect. Apple out there, out. So now we can rest assured we're out of Apple as the market starts to go back up to the upside, and there's the breakout, and really happy with that trade there. So always wondering, like, maybe it's always best just to wait until that, and that would be my only out. But it looks like almost about half of my outs are sort of underneath that and above it. So I got to run some trades through the old mixer there and figure out where the real trades are and what we should be doing, because maybe we should always wait for the 50-period moving average. And we did take advantage of that Palantir whoosh, as we said right there, and the futures trying to figure it out. Because I'm short, I would like to see the futures go negative, but also not really like to, because if we close anywhere near the lows today, plus Iran, plus, I don't know, I haven't really heard anything negative too much yet from the president, and if there is, then that could really start to create a problem. So would be nice to see it move down for my position, but overall the future is still intact right now, up 0.5%. I mean, the day started pretty badly, and then nice move back, and there goes. When is the State of the Union anyways?
Oh,
I think that's.
I haven't a clue.
It's coming up, right? The State of the Union is at the beginning of every year.
I don't remember the date.
I could find out. That should be something to look forward to. It still is snow outside.
Gemini knows what.
Yeah.
Why is this taking so long, Gemini? It's not that hard of a question. February 24th.
Boom.
Why did that take more than 5 seconds, Gemini? I'll blame my computer. That's not Gemini's fault. So February 24th, that is next. So it's a big week. You get the State of the Union and you get NVIDIA earnings.
I don't think he's going to talk about NVIDIA, but he might.
Well, probably not. Well, it's actually...
Come on, pal.
You may talk about China. But the other thing important, I believe it is SMR reports the day after. I was just looking over things that might be giving an entry to a short. Just reminding myself mentally that SMR is still potentially flat bottom breaking under this 14. The problem is it's not 14. There's actually support down here in like the 1370 to 80 range that's holding on to, because there was one big flush, this one, and then it's this lower high, like 1375. It just bounced off it again here. So I think there's a little bit of a gap fill if you break this 1375 tomorrow, but I wouldn't short it at these lows. Might not be anything that's setting up all that great. I did see that SNSE Sensei. Is it Sensei or Sensei? Probably Sensei.
Both.
This was a weird one because I remember reading the headline. They made an acquisition, SNSE, and they're up like 220% because they made an acquisition. A lot of times an acquiring company doesn't necessarily do this. But that was the news I saw this morning for them, and it's kind of floating around.
Yeah, it's the acquisition plus a $200 million concurrent private placement. So it's a little 1-2.
A 1-2 punch, you say. But I don't like the spread on the stock, 20, 30 cent spread. That's a full percentage point spread. And look at this action. Look almost like a manipulative price action when you see this kind of nonsense. And there's almost no liquidity on the book. But this is a small capper that's going. I thought maybe CDIO, but it's again failing VWAP. The problem with this one is I wanted to try a long on it, and it doesn't look like it's setting up for any kind of a long on CDIO. That's not going to be the setup. And we can jump back to Intel. Maybe that's going to give us an entry. Running out of time for it to retest the trend line. If it happens way too close to 350, then I'm not taking the entry because I don't want it to just come out some random buy imbalance, which renders this completely pointless. But if we can pop, 10, 15 cents in here in the next few minutes, then shorting Intel into 45.5 would make some sense. Just want to make sure we get this one on the trend line for sure. And jam Loki. Remember, $. I see you do it now. If you want to talk about VVPR, Vivo Power, which is doing a decent amount but not that much volume, make sure you put that $sign on all your symbols. 17%. But like everything else I'm looking at in small cap land, no chance at follow through. Under VWAP, trending down. Nothing is running. Why is there nothing running out? I want to see something running. And Pops Mafia, I'm talking to the chat. If I'm not in something and waiting, I throw the chat up and then just sort of like just trying to talk to everybody and try to answer some questions if we can. But I'm looking for something which has a chance to run in small cap land going into the close because we're too close to the imbalances to maybe fight with something that's going to follow the market. Yeah, no, for sure. We're I'm getting out, so we're just getting out at Palantir here as it comes back up. We still have 136 on our sites. I mean, we're short at 135.86. So yeah, we don't want to be necessarily part of this if the market breaks, especially on a imbalance. There's our out there. Let's check on what was happening with Robinhood. Robinhood was a good trade for us until this happened, as we were trying to go long on Robinhood there, and it was good. We'll wind up, up to flat on the stock. I mean, nothing like, Palantir, what we did in Apple there. But yeah, there was the break of the sort of afternoon low for Robinhood as Bitcoin 66. I mean, still getting a little lower on the crypto side of things right now. And, as we worry about, we just talked about Fed not going to make any rate cuts, so that shouldn't really be too much of a drag for Bitcoin. But down near 66,000, there just hasn't been really a positive story to really get Bitcoin going. And I don't really know what that's going to be. I mean, Tom Lee's been quiet. We saw MSTR as well, MicroStrategy with Sailor. Doing its own thing lately as well, and just kind of hovering, waiting for, a big move. There was another buy the other day of MSTR, purchasing more crypto and or more Bitcoin. So I think if you do believe in it, I think you're in the right space looking at, BTC rather than maybe an Ethereum or something like that. This is ETHA today. I saw that it had broken below that 2,000 mark, so I don't think it's back. Right now, still down 2%, and kind of similar to Bitcoin, where you've been chopped more than in half. I mean, the high for Ethereum was over $5,000, or basically just $5,000, and there's $37. Now you're down to $14. So, like, ouch. This is Tom Lee's BMNR, and this is it coming all the way back down again. So, yeah, there's the cross as well. That gave a little bit of a bump, and then whoosh, all the way to the downside. Gap fill over the weekend, and then, downside there. Yeah, ETHA and the rest of this market really maybe that struggling. Is a dead cat bounce soon. Right now, I mean, at some point, it's got to think about it. I mean, Bitcoin itself now down, what was it, 125? So it's 128, I think, to 66. The only thing down like 47%. The only crypto I sold near, it wasn't even at the highs. On the way up is a better way to put it, because I didn't sell ETH at the highs. Like, I was trimming ETH, but I wasn't trimming it at the highs. I was trimming it on the way up because I wanted to be more Bitcoin than ETH. But then on this last dip, I kept thinking 50 after the break of 72, and I haven't actually put that ETH money into Bitcoin. Now ETH is down so far, I'm like, maybe I should just put it back into ETH at this point. That might even be the play. See in the chat, people are saying have a look at IREN. Don't know necessarily. Was there a catalyst this morning, or is it just that the market was? They're off earnings for a while. What is it doing? That's what I was going to say, because it ran pretty nicely this morning. It could have just been, yeah, you know what? I don't know. I don't know why this one was up this morning. For this afternoon, I think maybe this could be a reverse at VWAP, but I'm not seeing anything obvious on IREN. There were a lot of strong stocks this morning that reversed, so it could just be that. All of that said, look at the range on IREN. I hate to do this, but I mean, that's a flap bottom break if it loses $40, or even like $39.75. Just looking for the next potential trade here. If that were to lose the bid, pretty nice gap to the downside. That's a big if at this point. But yeah, market's trying to bounce here, and the stock that I want to bounce to reshort it is not bouncing. Good part. It's too close to the low. Yeah, I'm not going to fight it. There's just no point on that trade. Maybe SoFi sets up again. Like SoFi is bouncing, so maybe this can come in, got a support turning into resistance. I don't mind that. Maybe just give this to this prior low, 1967 or so. So if I see you go to a topping tail candle or some kind of a curl, we got 10 minutes to imbalances, I'll look for a play in this range, but I got to see an entry here on SoFi just to go back to one that was working. And we're going to go to Adara again.
We're going to talk here about, again, I mentioned I'm going to tease out some of the earnings for you after the bell. Unfortunately, we will not be covering them because there is no afternoon show. But if you do check things out on XOTTV Research, you'll get a sense right when things are going to report. And also, again, what analysts are expecting. So here is a look. This isn't the Carvana earnings preview because it doesn't look that good on the big screen. You can check it out on XOTTV Research. But here is a look at Carvana's retail units sold and year-over-year growth in retail units sold over the last, 3 or 4 fiscal years. As you can see, it's been steady sequential growth and an increase in year-over-year growth over the last couple quarters. So let's see if that continues. We'll find out at 4:05 p.m. when CVNA, a new entry, maybe one of the newest additions to the S&P 500, shares their earnings report. Furthermore, earnings galore, guys. Here's a look at some of the biggest names reporting earnings before the bell tomorrow and their implied moves. By far the largest going to Klarna, though Lemonade a close second. Smallest implied moves going to John Deere and Walmart. So keep an eye on this visual X at TTV Research. This will also be reposted right before the earnings start coming out tomorrow morning. Back to you.
Yes, sir. Going to be a good one tomorrow, I think, because we haven't looked at Carvana. Okay, one shot. Come on, turn around. If it turns, even just a little bit of a turn, I'll look to take a shot. But Carvana, baby. Okay, I will be very surprised if Carvana is not double digits. Look at what this stock has been doing recently. Woodshed is not the right word because look, it used to be under $5, so you can't say that this stock is woodshedded, but it's finally under the 200 period. It's spent time under before, but if it can't hold on this time, there's a ways that this could head lower. It's probably the best turnaround story from a stock price perspective that I think I've ever seen.
I mean, that was Left for Dead. That was $3 or $4.
I cannot think of a stock that was under $5 that's ever done this. I can't. And it's one thing to be $5 and because you're a young stock. It's another thing to die down to $5 and then bounce. That's obviously lots of things have been cheap and then blown out. So just to make sure everyone understands what I'm getting at here, is Carvana. Nothing I've ever seen has done this. It's a $350 stock that went underneath $10 and then eventually broke back out in a reasonable time. That's absolutely insane. All while there were plenty of people waiting for the next meme stock. It's were you not seeing what Carvana was doing? It was the meme stock. Forget about all the other stuff that people wanted to go. It was always about this. I feel like it's in a bit of an unwind, and I think we'll get confirmation of that tonight and tomorrow. Because you could easily bounce this 200 period, but if we lose this contain here, there's a lot of bleed that could happen in Carvana for sure. And Anurag, I have not checked the short float on this in quite some time. And you know what? I'm going to do it at a different source. And there's nothing against. I just want to make sure. I don't know. I found FinViz to be a lot more reliable. 11% short float. That's significantly lower than it was before. This was in the 20s. I believe at the end of last year, or at least close to it. Now it's only 11% short float.
Well, that was part of the story with that. There was a short.
Obviously, shorts got to cover to make money. It's not that I'm not saying FinViz is the best. I found more recently that when you get discrepancies in short float, oftentimes you just go when there's 3 or 4 sources, which one seems the most consistently aligned with the others, and I find that to be true on FinViz, and it's all just an estimate anyway. But there was one we were talking about today or something that was 50 to 60%, and I went to FinViz and I went to FinViz and it was vastly different on FinViz. Yeah.
What else? What other sites do people use?
There used to be remember that?
I know there was one.
There was a website that had all the top 4 or 5, and you would just go there.
I mean,
Wendy's on FinViz is 18%.
Okay.
And another source had it over 50.
Yeah, 58% did Benzinga.
What are we doing?
That's why I was like that. I mean, to me, that was part of the squeeze play there.
Right.
Here, sometimes I'll use Google Finance to check. Does this have anything here? No. Cash flow, balance sheet. Yeah, no, probably.
Yahoo does.
Does it? Yeah, I was going to say maybe Yahoo does as well. This is just Apple. I thought maybe there would be something there. But let us know in the chat if there's any sites that you guys use for that reference for short flows.
Why is this default to Yahoo Finance Canada?
Obviously why.
I know why.
Okay, so we took another piece out on Palantir at 50 as it just dipped back in. We do have those imbalances now in 5 minutes. So, this trade is probably squashed. Our stop is still there. We don't have many shares left, so it's all good right now. But yeah, still, getting back up to the upside. Whenever I see this, I was like, oh man, we could have just cashed it all out down there. But we were thinking even lower. So, all good. We did get that dollar, and now we'll lose. Okay, wait a minute. Where's my out? 136.06. So slightly above 136 there. I never really stop out at the exact dollar, so we'll give it a little bit of a run there. We're short at 87 still, so it'll be about 20 cents if and when I guess right now it gets taken out. And yeah, so far so good there. I'm pretty happy with the end result of this trade, even though it looks like we will get stopped out of the last piece, and that's what it's all about. For me, take some out where the profits are there, and then see if you can't get a little bit of a bigger hit, bigger move, to capture. So we'll put a bid out there. If it does fall back into the 80s, we can just sort of say, okay, we'll take a little bit more out, 15 or so % of what we have left, because we basically got stopped out there, and I think it's just a matter of time before we do, and then those imbalances will kick, and we'll see what winds up happening there. But yeah, Dara, she has it all on Trader TV Research. So if you just go over to the website. I mean, a lot of people asking about an after show and this and that, but you can, there it goes. Palantir just goes higher. So fine, we're stopped out of that. There it is right here. So these are all of, we didn't even look at John Deere. Is this today? Watch out for Tuesday. It's tomorrow. So
I was going to say, we would have known that.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is what's happening tomorrow.
Yeah, like Walmart.
John Deere. So this is all tomorrow before the open. We don't even get to talk about this. Yeah, Walmart. These are the big ones here. Wayfair. So we talked about this happening now. Target is a big one for me.
Lemonade too? That's
Klarna, First Majestic. That's, isn't that Fabian's stock? Anyways, Open Door, Newmont, and there's your Live Nations. That all goes tomorrow. So a bunch. What is Open Door's price? Last time I saw it was $6.
it's got to be under 5.
You'd think it's under that now. I haven't heard anything about Open Door.
460. Okay. Eric, what's up?
That's still fine.
Eric, you're under the 200 period moving averages. I'll get to the poll in a second. You're under the 200. You're under $5. When is this thing going to be a buy again? Everything about it is trending back down. And I'm talking about Eric Jackson, by the way, who is Canadian. That's why not that we're on a first name basis, but he's Canadian, so I feel like we can. This aftermarket tomorrow, this should be a wild one. There's always squeeze potential there, but the case for a lot of these small runners that were crazy last year, it's just been unwinding. We're going to go to Darren in a quick little second, but is Bitcoin oversold right now? I said already holding and looking at DCA, which apparently is not a popular opinion, 9%. No more downside coming is 44%, which is not that dissimilar if you're holding and looking at DCA. Yes, time to buy 33%. Don't trade crypto, 14%. So most people have an opinion on it, and it looks like it is mostly to the downside. Let's go back to Adair.
Yeah, Trump talking about how the stock market is doing things that no one ever expected, specifically with regards to the S&P 500 and the Dow breaking the 7,000 level and the 50,000 level, respectively. But, Sean, because you mentioned John Deere, I do have this infographic I do want to show to remind you all that this exists, because I had a lot of fun with this one. You have the little deer jumping over John Deere's quarterly revenue. This is from Q1 2023 all the way to the most recent quarter, Q4 2025. This infographic, like far too many others, is available on X at TTV Research. So be a deer and check it out. Back to you.
The only thing that field is missing is a baseball diamond. And Shoeless Joe coming out of left field. I love that movie.
Cheating. I love that movie too.
It's
to Kevin Costner.
Literally like one of 2 good films that the guy did. Actually, no, I should give him more credit than that. He's been in
John Deere. Yeah, so watch out for that, as agriculture should be
a good company, man.
Obviously something to look out for.
Like if people are, it's like, oh my goodness, I don't like what's going on in the markets. We're all doom and gloom. Tech is dead. There's lots of pretty, I shouldn't say very quality companies that have been absolute rockets. To be perfectly honest, this is actually way better than I even thought. Like I knew this was doing well. I didn't even realize it was doing this well. But it's just a perfect example of where the rotation has been going. When uncertainty happens, people start asking, well, is John Deere still going to be selling and printing money in 5 years, in 10 years? Are we afraid about that? Apparently the market's telling you no, and sometimes that's what it's all about.
I mean, all these industrial stocks are just
beast, man.
Absolutely.
Like I'm saying, like you gotta not
1 minute.
It is what it is. Like I've said, I own CAT in my biggest non-tech holdings personally are Caterpillar, Walmart, and Eli Lilly, and if I add together all the banks that I own, then it would be the banks. But because I own multiple, I can't really say that. Shoot, there was just a comment up there that I missed.
What is it? Put it back. Not me. I didn't have it.
Oh, I didn't put up. I thought you put it up.
No, I wasn't even paying.
Well, I don't know how we get the comments back because I didn't see it, so I don't know which comment it was.
Well, then we can't get it back.
Maybe somebody knows what. I'm sorry. I have no idea what that was. And to those saying Walmart is expensive, yeah, it is. I'm not buying Walmart up here. I haven't bought Walmart in a while, but I will continue to buy dips. That's right. Walmart went to the NASDAQ, so now anytime I want to look at a chart, I'll throw it into e-signal.
So far, the biggest sell right now.
Oh, so it's a sell? Seriously?
Yeah, so far, so 3 million there. We can see it's not doing anything to the stock.
Rigetti's a buy.
There. There's Netflix with a buy as well. So now Netflix starting to go back up to the upside. Palantir's falling, so it's probably a sell. What a surprise. Apple with a buy there as well. Nice upside move. Nvidia with a sell. So seems pretty mixed. Like this is why it's tough to get involved in a stock this close to close, right? I mean, you do have big moves that are happening all over the place. Walmart ahead of earnings buy was been down the last couple of days for Walmart. Yeah, actually, 134. Yeah, 135 basically high to 126. That'd be interesting to see what happens tomorrow. I think if Walmart misses, that's probably a buy there tomorrow. So we can wait to see if that happens as well. PayPal, there's Rivian. Yeah, wow, that's a sell at that 1850 mark for sure. Uber's had a rough day. Not a rough day, but a rough time. Uber right now up though today, up 3.5%. So that is really nice right there. There's Apple with a buy, Bank of America, XOM. Wow, nice move up there right here for a 1 million buy as well. Then you mentioned Rigetti. So,
Rigetti,
yeah, that's the one that's
like someone new.
Who knows?
Who knew? Because Rigetti just ran 3% from the lows going into that imbalance. And it's a NASDAQ stock, so it's not like there was an early look. 1.5 million is a decent amount. Here, maybe it'll probably flip, just for anyone that's tuning in. If you're tuning in for the first time, you've never seen the imbalance locator. Before we get to the market on close, which is where these orders are going, at 355, you will usually see these pair off. So that 1.5 million buy on Rigetti and the 3 million sell on SoFi, very likely to change significantly in 3 minutes. That Cisco buy of 1.5 million as well. Who is it that loved Cisco? Is it Brian?
He mentioned that it was break. I mean, it is literally breaking out of like a 30-year.
I don't know if he actually traded it though. I just remember him.
Oh yeah. I don't think I don't know.
I don't know if he actually traded it.
Gives us so many ideas.
Easy Peasy is back, and the 0.2%, 6 hundo.
It's alive.
Building apps with OpenClaw. It's alive. Yes, it is. A lot of talk of OpenClaw today on the midday.
Oh, was there?
It's the claw.
Interesting.
I used to do you remember Jim Carrey?
Yep, of course.
Liar, Liar, the Claw. Yeah, my nephew was obsessed with that. So like I had to.
And Liar, Liar. Oh,
when he was young, I'd do the Claw all the time
because getting you or something.
Every single time he saw me, until he was at least I don't know like 5 or 6 years old, he's like, "Uncle, do the Claw," and then I do the Claw. It was always fun. Kids are the best. So Rigetti is making power moves. Let's see. Yeah, still going. By the way, Rigetti. Come to this chart. This is another stock which is at very significant levels. You go back to when Quantum was breaking out. Was that really on September 12th? When Quantum was breaking out, like that big move started the secondary move started right about here. You're now underneath that 16.5 price. So it's at the place where this all started, which is wild to think. And I get it. There was the initial crazy moves that were back here if you go to 2024. But I'm just talking about like the parabolic move to the highs broke out right in here. And the fact that you're all the way back in, it does give you a logical place where there might be some bottom feeding buying or shorts were maybe even targeting that area. So a lot of these stocks, the SMRs, the Rigettis, the Oklos, and I'm lumping nuclear and quantum together because they kind of ran at the same time. This would be a nice place for them to bounce. I do fundamentally think that the nano-nuclear play, like the SMRs of the world, I feel much better about those as shot plays because I think there's more of there for them that I can understand. And when it comes to quantum, I'll just dollar cost average into IBM because at least that company makes money, so I get to bet on quantum and not lose money. And you can do it with Google as well. So I buy both those stocks on dips. Actually, oddly enough, the two most recent buys were both Google and IBM, now that I think about it. So it is what it is. That's a better way to play quantum.
Yeah, IBM's, is that
still pulling?
Is it still in such a drawdown? Okay, I might have to step in.
It's like like Walmart. I only buy that. I buy that stock when people are hating on it. Like I don't buy it on the tops. When that draws back, I'm a buyer. If Caterpillar draws back big, I'm a buyer. And so IBM draws back big, I'm a buyer.
Yeah, I mean, that just really crushed through the 200 period there at 280, 290. Good support, now giving up. Yeah, probably lower for IBM as well right now. Let's just check out what's going on with Meta here.
Oh, NVIDIA.
643, yeah, NVIDIA was a big one to switch over. We can see if SoFi winds up switching. SoFi was a long, was a short, could flip into a long. We do have just minutes now until these imbalances potentially flip up, so watch out. Watch SoFi change to a bid now. 3, 2, 1. No, stays sell.
Oh, it didn't.
Stays sell. So there it goes, gets hit again. As some of them will flip over at 355. NVIDIA stayed by as well. So some of these, just not as much interest here at the close, because normally these pair off. So SoFi does have lower to go, man, until that pairs off. Probably lower, almost right into the close. I could short this, but I don't know if it's going to give any juice. Yeah, probably not worth it into the close. I don't mind this short with a 1.97, sorry, a sell imbalance. They still need to do this trade. So could print a little lower here into the close. We could have been short basically 55s. We'll see where this goes, and then maybe just think about it tomorrow in case it's there. Again, we've been dealing with Worksport a little bit, up over $1, so that's still nice. And let's see what Netflix is going to do as well. $78, got a low bid of 75 over the last couple of days, and here's what it looks like on the daily chart. So a couple of up days right now as we battle with Netflix and Warner Brothers. And we said it wouldn't be the end of the world if they wind up getting some deals there done with Warner Brothers or Paramount, and even if Netflix is out of there, it's not the end of the world for them, I don't think. But okay, there's SoFi. At least it's working now. You can take a couple thousand shares, a couple pennies. Good trading there.
I thought that was going to flip. I was ready to punch long. I thought
that's
that
what we were looking at, right? And then when it didn't, we should have hit the short.
Yeah. I think the problem with that is the algos are really quick. Usually you're looking in one direction on that flip. Like I'm either looking it's going to flip and you go the other direction, or you're thinking continuation. Cisco actually stayed a buy of 1.2 million as well. So if you were playing, I mean, the market's also bouncing here to give its credit, but look at Cisco. It just peaked with a spike. Like when that stayed as a buy, it broke out and then pulled back a little bit. So this is Cisco running into, this is just like Rigetti. It was running, going into the imbalance. And when the imbalances came out, spike, 55 it spiked. Still a chance it could pair off, but it just goes to show you can actually just play them in the direction of the imbalance. When there's no index action, oftentimes you'll be looking to revert it or play it in the other direction when it flips, but pretty standard here. Worth noting that Cisco, after, let's just say, a healthy pullback is one way to explain $88 to $74, regaining the 50 period moving average, and relatively strong today. Up 2 points into a market that's only up just less than 1. So it's like almost 2 and change X what the NASDAQ was able to do. So relative strength in Cisco, this looks like it could be back on the upswing. Nasty pullback, obviously, last week. Not that it was alone, but the continuation on this short, that would have been on, I think, Thursday. Wild. But it's been bouncing ever since. This could be an interesting gap fill play tomorrow. Maybe you put that on the list, because SoFi, after that little flush back into 1950, the chances of the 20 breakout tomorrow are dwindling the more this thing falls. SoFi might not even end up green today, which kind of puts the kibosh on this 20 breakout and gap fill that we like. But that's the thing about a breakout trade. If it doesn't break, you don't have to trade it. You want it through that resistance. You don't force it along. Would be nice if it did, though.
Fannie Mae up 5%. I mean, I didn't trade. It's only done 5 million shares, but this is an interesting name. We've seen this go up and down and around. This was $1.50 back on President's, or maybe even below $1. And then he had talked all about the housing and, you know, potentially bringing these guys back and realizing some profits there for U.S. Government and or the people. And giving this back a little bit. So we'll have to watch out. 750. It's a nice move up for Fannie Mae anyway, sitting up 4%. I did want to look. Someone asked, did Pan W go SSR today?
It did.
Yeah, so you have an E there, so that means yes. So it'll be tomorrow as well. So it's always day plus one. So it'll be tomorrow. If it goes down 10% tomorrow, then it will reset again, and it'll be the next day. So tomorrow, Thursday, Palo Alto will be SSR again. So it didn't really do, I guess it must have gone right there. And that was the low. So we can see if tomorrow, if 148, 149 winds up holding. But the market might be okay tomorrow. I mean, you're going to finish out up over VWAP or at VWAP, up on the day, another 1% for the NASDAQ. And kind of just like on the daily, the NASDAQ is not looking horrible. We only have 30 seconds left until the close. And, you know, we've kind of battled back. I mean, it's not the SPA or it's not the Dow. We obviously realize it's down. But there's that whole move, right? This is September. So the market's really done nothing for a quarter of the year and not giving any dividends, most of these stocks in the NASDAQ 100. So not great right there. With only 1 minute or 10 seconds left. Here we go. 4, 3, 2, and 1. We will ring the virtual bell right there and get out of there just to see NASDAQ 0.8, closing, ES 0.5. So a decent day. We can check out what the IWM is doing. We had oil up near the end of the day as well.
You get a super chat right at the end there from Nick W.
Good. What is it?
Thoughts on Uber here. Here's the monthly chart. I think for myself in Uber, prior high, 50 period on the monthly. Like almost like letting it fall back into the 60s. Once it's in the 60s, that feels like a better level. And I'm not even sold. Like I own Uber, I'm holding it. I've done nothing with the stock in quite some time. I did sell some when it got added to the S&P, but I haven't done anything with it since. I'm thinking about putting those shares back in, but it would have to be in the 60s. Dara?
Sorry, just letting you guys know, Trump just finished his event. So the Black History reception is done, or at least Trump's speech is done. Just letting you guys know in case you're wondering what happened there.
Appreciated.
Yeah. So yeah, Trump the market didn't do too much there in the close, as far as anything that Trump had to say. So, all right, man. Yeah, oil right there up. Just to review a couple big names here. Oil up 5% today, so that's real nice. Gold today, and again, these are all live markets. So they're going to continue to trade. Gold right now up 2.5%. Silver was up 3 and change, up 5 there. With a little bit of a dump there at the end of the day, and then a retake of VWAP. So that would have been interesting. I don't know why we missed that one right down there, and then a nice move back up into VWAP. So, okay, I probably, if the market was still open, that actually looks like a decent short right there for me on silver. So, all right, 401. Thank God Canada missed disaster today, which is nice. Doesn't look too bad. It's bad outside, but my drive home was like less than 40 minutes, so that should be good. So far, so good. Knock on wood. There's no cars in the ditch, or I don't wind up in there.
Well, they didn't cancel my daughter's swimming, which they've been known to do
that's
sometimes
good.
when there's bad weather. So
good.
she gets to do her activities, and she'll be happy about that.
Maybe your weather's better over there. I mean, you live like a little
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's probably not even that bad. Sometimes, you know how it is with the weather. Like they'll always tell you it's gonna be way worse. That way, no one can complain when it's really bad. So they will always overstate the probability of rain. They will overstate how bad things are going to be, which actually makes a lot of sense because it's better that you're prepared than anything else. And we'll make sure you're prepared for tomorrow's action, as always, at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning.
8 a.m.
And the other thing, just a little bit of a reminder,
Bitcoin.
we're 6 days away. 6 days away from the Academy. And the next time I talk about it will be tomorrow when it's 5 days away.
Is that how it
will
works?
let you guys know.
And on Friday, then I think it'll be 4 days away.
4 days away.
We're releasing it on Tuesday then. Okay.
Yeah, Tuesday. Just to be different.
Yeah.
Releasing on Monday's week. Tuesday's just better.
I was waiting. Carvana's not out yet. And I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if Figma's out. No, it doesn't look like it's much happening right now. Okay, thanks for everybody. Thanks to Derek. Great updates today. Fabian, everybody. Ramin, Joe, not Joe. Joe, I hope his dog's feeling a lot better, obviously. We'll see if Joe's, I think he'll be in tomorrow. Obi and Sharif, Neil, myself, Brendo, everybody, but most importantly, you guys. Thanks for watching. We'll see you on the flip side tomorrow. Ciao till then.